I think if you live an interesting life, you'll write very interesting stories, which is also the beautiful thing about creative life overall.
Learning can never stop. There is always something new, and I learn from my patients.
And each one of us will use that choice based on the use that you have to put the technology to.
The first film that made me sort of see how a human story and the layers of politics beneath.
पानीपत का युद्ध पढ़कर आने वाले दरोगा लोग इन्वेस्टिगेशन कर रहे हैं, तो उसमें थोड़ा विज्ञान मिश्रित होना चाहिए, ऐसा मेरी अपनी सोच है.
A person may have a very enviable lifestyle, externally appear very successful and happy, but no one really knows what's happening within.
It is not going to kill the supply chain, it is to empower the supply chain. And I'm happy to announce that we are still very much in the pilot stage and beta testing is going on. We are gradually building up our presence little by little as people get more and more confident.
Because of the state of our cities, we have no option but to build smart and resilient cities.
Digital India is more for the poor, underprivileged, and the deprived.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is my pleasure to welcome you all to the BW Legal World Future of Legal Education Summit 2023. BW Legal World Future of Legal Education Summit and Awards is a celebration of the changing landscape of legal education, where we discuss and indulge in thought-provoking discussions to interrogate diverse dilemmas. The theme of the summit this year is the next chapter in the legal education, preparing for diverse future. My name is Sahib Jeet Kaur, and it's an absolute delight for me, your host for the day. We are joined by around 50 amazing lawyers and academicians who are stalwarts in their respective domains and whose words will enlighten us today. During the day, we will witness experts speak on various topics of the law. The second edition of BW Legal World Law School Ranking Awards 2023 will make the evening special. Now let's quickly take a look at the event AV. Launched in 2019, BW Legal World is a community of BW Business World, a 4-decade-old publication that has since consistently ranked amongst India's largest and most respected business magazines. Before we move forward, let's quickly take a look at the community AV. BW Business World, led by Dr. Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, BW Business World and Exchange for Media Group, is the fastest growing business media house in India. With a network spanning across 23 niche business communities and 8 magazines, BW Business World is proud to be entrenched in various verticals in the domestic as well as global business ecosystem. With changing times, BW now has a massive readership in the digital space as well. BW in its portfolio has 23 niche B2B communities that organize conferences and forums to facilitate interaction between sectoral business leaders and create a conducive environment for collaboration. To keep yourself abreast of development, please subscribe to BW Business World Group magazines. It would add to your professional quest for knowledge and insight. There are exciting offers for the attendees of the event. For more information, please get in touch with Mr. Vinod Kumar at the registration counter. I request everyone to join the online conversation using the hashtag Future of Legal Education and hashtag BW Law School Ranking. You can also watch us live on www.bwlegalworld.com and all BW Business World social media platforms. We appreciate everyone's presence here today. We are delighted to seize this moment to inform you all about our upcoming significant event, the GC Conclave, scheduled for July 9. You will find the QR code for registration placed on your tabletops. Without further ado, let's quickly take a look at the preview of the GC Conclave. Before starting the day, please go ahead. Please go ahead. Thank you very much. Before starting the day, we would like to extend our deepest gratitude to our associate partner, ICFAI University, our event partners, joytravels.com, Fandom, Beanley Coffee, Just Bath AI, The Thick Shake Factory, Reality, Exchange for Media, IWMBuzz.com, Impact and Pitch. Ladies and gentlemen, without any further ado, to deliver the inaugural opening keynote, please welcome the man of the hour, the visionary, Dr. Anurag Batra.
Morning. It's actually afternoon now, but that's okay. It's a Sunday afternoon. We're starting a little late. Apologies for that, but it's a relaxed Sunday afternoon. Hopefully it'll be a worthwhile Sunday afternoon. It's my honor and privilege to welcome you to the second edition of the BW Legal World Legal Education Conference. This year's theme is the next chapter in legal education. It's my honor also to welcome all of you, the stalwarts of the legal education domain. We have Dr. Ranbir Singh, who's a governing council member, IFIM Law School. He was our keynote speaker last year. Also, Dr. Ranbir Singh, thank you for being here. Your last year's address was really, I learned a lot from that. I'm not from the legal domain. Please give Dr. Ranbir Singh a big round of applause. We also have Dr. E.V. Narasimha Rao, who's the director of the ICFAI Law School, which is based in Hyderabad. Dr. Rao has traveled especially from there. Please acknowledge his presence. Professor Dr. Azim Khan B. Pathan, who's the head of Department of School of Law at the GD Goenka University. Welcome. Dr. Pradeep Kulshresht, who's the Dean of School of Law at the Bennett University. Welcome, Dr. Kulshresht. Dr. Rashmi Khurana Nagpal, who's the Additional Director and Dean Law School, Delhi Metropolitan Education. Welcome to you, Dr. Rashmi Khurana Nagpal. Dr. Rashmi Salpekar, who's the Dean of WIPS. Professor Dr. Mohammad Salim, who was there last year at the conference, Senior Director and Dean, Lloyd Law College. Thank you, Dr. Salim, for being here. Professionals from the legal services domain, lots of law firm partners who are going to be speaking today. We're doing this event one day after. Yesterday, we had our 4th edition of the Global Legal Leaders Summit, which is essentially our law firm awards and our law firm conference. Former Justice of the Supreme Court, Justice Madan Lokur was a chief guest. There were guests of honor, Justice Ansari and others. And, you know, again, I sat through presentation. I made my own presentation on what are going to be the changes in the, if we are going to talk about what will happen in legal education, it has to mirror what will happen in the legal services domain. And what will happen in legal services domain has to mirror what will happen in the business domain. Welcome, Mr. Sudhakar Rao. He's a director with ICFAI. Thank you for being here. So I did make a small presentation. I did not use a PowerPoint. but Mr. Mohit Saraf yesterday made a presentation, and I'm going to show that to you. It's not originally my presentation, it's Mohit's presentation, but I thought it's relevant. I, of course, talked about how the business world is changing, and hence legal services will change, hence the role of law firms will evolve. My first point was that half of the legal teams will not be lawyers in law firms. There'll be domain experts about the domains. There may be a domain expert on crypto, if crypto survives, or on NFT, or on blockchain, or on gaming. I'm taking areas that are absolutely new. In every other domain also there is. So half of the, I'll make it very brief. Half of the team, legal team will not be lawyers. Second, we talk of ERM and CRM, but contract lifecycle management will become very important. Again, no business is untouched by tech. There'll be no line between legal tech and tech. More than legal tech, mainstream law firms, the in-house departments of large companies will work with large tech players to be able to deliver what they are supposed to deliver. I said reading data will be as important as reading legal terms and contracts, and data will give you insights into solutions. I said legal teams will be measured on strict KPIs such as the money they make for the business. Lawyers, GCs making money. I already hear some legal counsels who are friends of mine. One of them who's part of a 1 lakh plus crore Indian company told me he saved 6,000 crores last year. I'm a profit center because he won an arbitration, couple of arbitrations which could have cost. So increasingly that will happen. Again, in any service business, whether it's education, let's not call education a business, but in any service domain or in legal services, the word experience is very important. Client experience will be at the heart of legal delivery. Also, this distinction in a company about what is a legal department, all standardized legal work will be permanently subsumed into the business. At the end of the day, they are intertwined. Also, the contracting process will go completely online, which will slash the time to complete deals. And again, as I said, I went to a business school 30 years back, and they said at the business school, one of our professors, I don't remember which one, said, culture eats strategy for breakfast. And I didn't understand the impact till I acquired Business World 9+ years back. Because I built my first company, Exchange for Media, from scratch. So the culture we built was the culture. Whereas Business World had a different culture before I bought it. And I must say that as the law firms and the legal professionals go into the next phase, managing culture and shifting mindsets will be essential to all law firms evolving to be law firms of the future. And last but not the least, legal chief operations officers will be just as important as general counsels because it will become so standardized, so technology driven. Human interface is not going to go away. But a lot of what we do will also use technology, and hence operations will become very important. I said legal chief operation officers will be just as important as general counsels. Now, Mr. Saraf made a presentation which I thought was very, very relevant, and it's his presentation. And these are from yesterday's, my notes from yesterday. Justice Madan Lokur spoke about simplicity. He talked about how the growth of Indian economy has happened over the last 20 years. He talked about how we've grown 7-fold in our GDP. And our per capita income has also gone 5 times. And also how the number of law schools have quadrupled. You can see there are almost 1,800 law schools, okay? So clearly the profession is growing, there is no question. By the way, I want to ask you, how many cases, what is the pendency of cases? What is the number? How much? Who say 50 million? Yes, sir. I was surprised, Justice Lokur mentioned this yesterday, 50 million, 5 crore cases in pendency. 5 crore cases in pendency. Approximate, he said, yes. But still it gives, it's a large number. Yeah. And again, there is improved respect for the legal profession. Lawyers' compensation has gone up as a profession. It's getting more money. growth of law firms and diversification, the rise of the general counsel, and increased integration of legal function into business and growth strategy. So clearly, more and more people will come into the profession because of these things. And again, as we move into a GDP, and again, because of the dollar-rupee conversion, we are impacted. Otherwise, it should have been a 5 trillion GDP already by now at the rate we are growing. So all this augurs well for people. As the economy grows, the need for legal services will grow. The need, unfortunately, for litigation, for conflict resolution will grow. Because, and of course, I said, and then this is, as I said, not my presentation. I'm boring, but I thought it is relevant for this audience. Last decade has been again a decade of transformation. When you look at the government, and I use my own terminology, I said there is a Silicon Valley, which is about innovation and scale. And then there is a valley in China, which is the valley of surveillance, I call it. They spy on everybody in the world. They don't allow outside apps. And then I said India is creating a valley of good, of public good. You look at UPI, you look at CoWIN, ONDC early days. And I said, if we can imagine an open source architecture for legal services, maybe we can solve the 50 million pendency issue in a couple of years, bring it down. Improvement in ease of doing business. And the single point that everyone made was that the enforcements of contracts have become tougher. And that's the biggest thing. Of course, we know that number of smartphone users in India is more than US and China put together. Digital direct benefit transfers, social digital connectivity, digital public infrastructure I talked about, and formalizing of Indian economy with GST, right? Also, our corporate tax at par with peers, the insolvency and bankruptcy code has made sure that there is increased lenders' confidence. Again, there are issues with that, but let's look at the positives. Of course, I'm very touchy about haircuts, and in insolvency, there is lots of haircuts happening, but that's a topic of another debate. Increased number of rural housing projects after establishment of RERA. The FDI is also growing, and we have record foreign reserves of $600 billion. So that's not small, considering where we were 10 years back. And the MNCs, you saw the Prime Minister was in the US, he got literally a red carpet welcome in every aspect. And of course, it's about his leadership, but it's also about India's, place in the world economy. We are the largest consumer of everything. And as we are growing, we will be. So our domestic consumption-led economy is the biggest market for every company. We are the largest buyer of almost everything in the world, right? So clearly, and of course, India's export market expected to rise to 4.5%. So again, everything is positive. We can now, has the legal services system and the legal domain responded to the last hundreds of outdated laws have been removed from the statute book, increased effort toward decriminalization of corporate laws, several new amendments and regulatory streamlining, for example, in the Companies Act, SEBI, IBC, GST, virtual court hearings during the pandemic, and it has been utilized to its best potential. Filing of vacancies in the High Court and the Supreme Court. Arbitration in India has grown in both significance and respect. Of course, Mr. Lalit Bhasin made a point that arbitration has not really served its purpose. Its purpose was two. One, to fast track, and second, to be a cheaper way. On both, it has failed. It has not worked like it has. I was part of I had a litigation, luckily won it 4 years back, better than we expected. God's kindness and our law firm's hard work. But I went through an arbitration process. I'm going through one more in some commercial dispute. It's not a cheap process. It's not. So mediation, and we had the panchayats, we had the, village courts, samjhauta. But what we need to do better is the enforcement of contract remains poor. India ranked 186 out of 192 countries in 2015. In 2020, it is ranked 163. So this part hasn't kept progress. And as you know, most wars, can't say all, are about economic. You take wars in every part of the world. I'll not get into, otherwise I'll sound like a conspiracy theorist. But they're about economic. The reason there is so much litigation in India because it is economically beneficial to litigate. If you have to pay somebody money and if you pay it after 5 years, you save money because the interest cost for borrowed money is cheaper. And again, Justice Lokur gave lots of examples yesterday why elsewhere there is a cost of extending litigation, and there is a certain system that works, which hasn't worked in India. The scale and scope of legal reforms are not good enough to handle the growth for the next 10 years. More effort and attention needed by all stakeholders. And that's why mediation. The good news is when economy will triple, legal work goes up by 4 to 6 times, whether it's mergers and acquisitions work, whether it's contracts, whether it's dispute resolution, the legal services will grow. Growth of economy is leading to exponential growth of transactions, litigation, and arbitration. And broadly, the areas where work is happening is business expansion and transaction, complex regulatory, compliance is a big issue. Take insurance is such an important area for insurance firms to be, it's a very regulated domain. Contractual disputes, IPR, protection, employment dispute, investor-state dispute, consumer and competition. In all these areas, work will grow. Now, there are demand-side changes that are needed, substantive law reforms to disincentivize frivolous litigation. Because a lot of that 50 million is frivolous. And again, there was a white-collar crime panel which I was listening to, and someone asked Mr. Pramod Dubey that why do the people who win, or in the sense who were accused of something by the ED, and when they are rightly given the right judgment by the court, why don't they go and challenge and ask compensation? So of course, Mr. Dubey replied, peace of mind, you don't want to fight with the state again. Simple, there's nothing complex. But the fact is, what can be better is the award of damages in the Contract Act, interest payments is norm for delay, implied terms to be read only in rarest of rarest cases, the Penta test, better quality legislation. Justice Lokur said Supreme Court built a museum and they asked from all the High Court's material to be displayed in the museum. And the Bombay High Court, Garima, it was the Bombay High Court, I think, he mentioned that he sent a single page contract document because he was trying to make this point that contracts have become so complex. Contracts should be simple. They run into pages and pages and pages. And the contract has a central tenet so a short contract was put because such contracts have become literally, artifacts, so to say. So point is, I'm just playing you are experts in the legal services and legal services education. Now, supply side changes, improvements in judicial process, better case management, court automations, appointment of better quality judges and capacity building, regular training of judges, regulatory streamlining, limited judicial interference in arbitration. Also, Justice Lokur was the chairman of a committee, and I think FICCI did it. How, like in Malaysia, in the Supreme Court, the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court a couple of years back appointed a CEO for fast-tracking cases from administrative side, technology. So the process of judicial services, the process of administration of judicial services was segregated, and it worked in bringing down the pendency. Can we do that in India? Now, there are arbitration delays, there's court interference, lack of specialized tribunals, limited arbitrator pool, lack of cost efficiency, and then there are the enforcement challenges. Of course, every business is getting impacted by technology and artificial intelligence. The Deloitte report suggests over 100,000 legal roles can be automated by 2036. But in every domain, AI will become a tool. It will take over some low-end jobs. But by definition, AI will evolve, so it will get better. But for now, it is what has happened in the past. It predicts the future from the past, which is not necessarily the right way to predict the future. Though they say you must read history to be able to know what will happen in the future, and some things haven't changed. But AI can provide significant support in the following: legal research, document review and contract analysis, due diligence and discovery process, predictive analysis, legal automation and workflow automation, e-discovery and data management, client interaction and support. So and for law firms, yesterday we had the law firms conclave. There's a pressure on fees. There is in every domain there is, how can you do more with less in terms of clients? Talent retention, because somebody at a GC conference, the next GC conference on 9th of July, Meridian, is that GCs are becoming, in our jury meet for GCs, just before the jury meet started, some of the jury members had a comment that, young people from law firms are joining startups as GCs, but they're not really GCs. But let me say, the age of achievement in every domain is coming down. Today, my parents are both academicians. My dad is going to be 84 soon. My mother is 82 plus. Both led large institutions in academics. But they, near to their retirement age, they started heading that. But today, you take any domain, even in education, the average age of a director of an institution is coming down because it's academicians. So I think you have to take cognizance of what's happening. So the law firms lose talent, the technology adoption, and there are challenges of diversity and inclusion. Now, the key challenges for the in-house counsels are increasing workflow. How do you align your growth with legal requirements? Risk management is a big area. How do you acquire talent and retain? As I said, startups come by, they offer wealth creation more than anything. They offer, independence, because if you're in a large firm, if you're a mid-sized professional, you get an opportunity to head the function. How do you deal with technology adoption? And honestly, the legal costs in India are very, very high. While the profession should do very well, and it continues to do well, the legal costs are amongst the highest in the world. So how do you change that? Conclusion, what got us here won't get us there. Firms, in-house teams, lawyers will need to adapt and be agile to changing tides, pay more attention to reform and shape policy to create. And lawyers are incredibly influential people. The policymakers, the government, the politicians ask for their advice. Every party has their share of lawyers advising them. And every reform is what I call a political economy initiative. It has economy, it has politics intertwined. The government looks at public good, but also looks at what will go down well. Adoption of new and emerging technology should be focused. Human oversight and common caution needed. And most importantly, which is very relevant to this audience of law, education leaders, deans, directors, is not only legal skills, but acquiring interdisciplinary expertise. Management, leadership, mentorship, and soft skills are very important. And the kind of people who have that will do well. And that's true for almost every profession, not just true of legal. But because it's a domain that relies on technical knowledge and presentation of the technical knowledge in a coherent, simplistic way that makes, for example, there may be a new area where there's no precedent. I mean, look at gaming or NFTs. So how do you explain to the judge? So communication plays a very important role in every domain, but in this. So that's what I would say is the context in which we are doing the future of legal education conclave, the next chapter in legal education. All of you are eminently qualified because you train humongous between the people present in this room. You've trained humongous number of professionals who have gone on to make significant impact in the legal services domain and in the business domain. I'm sure you're even more well-versed than I am in what's happening both in the business domain and in the legal services domain. This is the second year of the legal education conference. Hopefully we'll do it with a longer planning next year. Last year we did it in a small format at IIC. This year we're doing it the Imperial. And like children, I have two grown-up children, conferences, IPs, initiatives, communities grow. I'm sure this will become a marquee event for us as we work on it throughout the year. Right now we work on it 2-3 months just before the event. My kudos to Garima and the BW Legal World team for putting it together. Thank you for bearing me here. And I must say that we are not in the business of magazines, website events, digital. We do all that, but we're in the business of building communities. Our BW Legal World community, which is almost a now 45th month of its existence. We have a long way to go on that, but we will invest more and more and hopefully be of some value to you, to your students, to the professionals. And the way we define our BW Legal World editorial product is that the three stakeholders that matter to us are the GCs, the in-house general counsels, the legal departments, the law firms, and the legal education community. All our events are only in this domain. We're not about what's happening at the local courts level or the judiciary level. If it impacts business, we're at the confluence of business and law. That's how we define our editorial product. So I would welcome you to be at the 9th July event, which is a GC event, where about 70 odd GCs are speaking. As of now, 70, hopefully 80, 90 GCs. Garima does legal events on a Sunday because Mr. Sudhakar Rao was asking me why Sunday. Because the legal profession is busy from Monday to Friday. Saturday is lighter, but it's not zero. So hence Sundays, that's the only reason we are doing this on a Sunday. Otherwise, every day is a good day to do any initiative which adds to the community. Thank you for being here, and I look forward to your presentations, your ideas, your comments on the future of legal education. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you, Dr. Batra. Ladies and gentlemen, before we move forward, I would like to request everyone once again to kindly put their mobile phones on silent or vibrate only mode. I would now like to request you all to bring up a very enthusiastic cheer as I welcome Professor Dr. Ranbir Singh, Pro-Chancellor, IILM University, Gurugram, and former VC, NLU Delhi, to deliver his keynote address.
I would be rather here. Can you hear me? Anurag, you said 5 crore cases, right? Pending. I was attending one of the programs with the honorable judges. And when the figure came that the pending cases are 5 crores and it is increasing, it's going up. Are we worried? Are we worried? How many of you are worried? How many of you are really worried? All of you. I'm not worried. I'm not at all worried. Anurag, I'm not worried. I'm not worried. What for is law? What for is law? Why people come to the courts? Help? Simple help? Yes, help, justice, and the simplest is help, what we say in the classes, without going into the theories of jurisprudence, right? You go to the court to seek help. And when there is so much of delay in getting you that help, why should you be worried? I told the honorable judges that I'm not worried because I will be worried the day they stop coming to the courts. These people, those who come to the courts are wrong. If full of hope that they'll get justice and help from the courts, but because of the delay, if they stop coming to the courts, what will happen? The long corridor from Nepal, and there can be no better informant than Narsinga, Andhra Pradesh. the great next light moment. Why? 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 Why it has happened in Nepal or happened in Tripura or West Bengal or in Andhra Pradesh or other parts of the city? Why? Because of the injustice. So there is a very close connection between law and justice. Somebody very well said, if law is not justice, Anurag, and justice is not law, states are nothing but great robber bands. क्या फर्क है दोनों में? कोई डिफरेंस नहीं है फिर तो, right? So we should be worried on two counts. I'm not saying that we should not be worried that we have more than 5 crore cases pending. We should also be worried for that day when people start, they don't come to the court. As there was a federal court judge in USA going to the court and his car broke down. He got down and stopped a cab and said, would you take me to the court of law, the other side of the road? The cab driver looked back and said, would you like to go to the court of justice or the court of law? The honorable judge said, I'm sorry, I want to go to the court of justice. For a cab driver, it is the court of justice. It is not the court of law. For a judge, it may be a court of law. But for the cab driver, it is the court of justice. So thus, this interface between law and justice is very, very important. If law is not justice, justice is not law, the purpose is not done. On this count, I'm reminded of few lines in Hindi. जी चाहता है सच बोलूं पर हौसला नहीं होता. तो ज्यादा सच बोलने से गड़बड़ हो जाती है. आजकल मैं देख रहा हूँ, अगर आप बहुत ज्यादा सच बोलेंगे तो गड़बड़ हो जाएगी. तो इसलिए मैं सच नहीं बोलूँ ज्यादा. पर दूसरी और लाइनें मुझे याद आती हैं. घर सजाने की बात तो बहुत दूर की है. जब भी हम सिस्टम की बात करते हैं, लीगल एजुकेशन की बात करते हैं, इंस्टीट्यूशंस की बात करते हैं, व्हाटएवर, घर सजाने की बात तो बहुत दूर की है. देखना यह है कि इस घर को बचाएं कैसे. इतना सुंदर हॉल है, पर्दे लगाएंगे, कुर्सियां लगाएंगे, अच्छे करेंगे, लेकिन अंदर तो झगड़ा कर रहे हैं. घर सजाने की बात तो बहुत दूर की है, देखना यह है कि इस घर को बचाएं कैसे. But at the same time, Anurag, there is a silver lining. When you were younger, when people like me were thinking of law long back, see, this was not the first choice. Many of the people, except few, came to law by chance. Not by passion, not by choice. But now, do you know how many students appear in CLAT? How many students CLAT? For 3,000 seats? 70,000 students. After the first law school of which I was a part in 96, 97. Right? Established in 1988. And the IELT, then your other examinations you have. For NU Delhi, we used to have 25, 30,000 applications for earlier 60 seats, now 120 seats. That means students now come to law institutions by choice. So the first transformation in legal education which has happened, which is very positive, Anurag, is that from chance to choice. They choose this profession. Let me share a story with you. One girl student from Karnataka came to me with her father. And I said, fine. I said, sir, we have a problem. I said, tell me. The girl said, I have qualified IIT Madras. I have qualified Stephens. I am the 5th ranker in CLAT. And now, unfortunately, I also qualified NLU Delhi. Now, tell me, what should I do? Huh? So, what guidance, what advice you will give? क्या advice देंगे ऐसे student को आप? See, somebody leaving IIT, somebody leaving Stephens, somebody leaving CLAT, Bangalore, she could go and still not decided what to do, where to go. She has a choice. She has to make a choice. She is competent enough to make a choice where she wants to go, what she wants to do. I only said, if you think that I will tell you that you could join NLU Delhi, you are mistaken. I will not do that. You ask your peer group, you go to the institutions, find out from your seniors, from whatever, but you make your own decision. And we can meet after a week. There's no hurry. So again, after a week, I saw that they were sitting in my lounge. And I smiled at them and said, you must have decided not to join us. She said, no, we are joining you. She joined NLU Delhi. I said, why you want to join NLU Delhi? She said, because I want to compete for civil services. And for me, Delhi is the best place. Legal education is any education. You can go anywhere. First attempt, she did not clear prelims. Second attempt, she cleared prelims, but joined Class B services and was absolutely frustrated. And the days she said, and when came to my room, that I want to join IFS, I said, I'm saving your number today, saying Rangashiri IAS. It is still there on my phone. And this is the expectation of a teacher. And when she could not qualify second time, she cried on phone. Sir, I have betrayed you. I could not join IAS. I said, no, appear again. You still have chances. I insisted. She appeared again. She wanted to join IFS. She came in IFS. She came in IFS. Now she is in Beijing, the MSc of India. Now, this story I'm sharing with you because now today, law has got two things about. It's a very noble profession. Why noble? We were just sharing with some of my friends about freedom struggle. How many managers, doctors, engineers, names you have, those who fought for freedom of the country? जरा बताइएगा मुझे गिन के अनुराग कितने डॉक्टर्स इंजीनियर्स और लोग हैं जो कंट्री की फ्रीडम के लिए लड़े? And how many lawyers? At the national level, at the international level. कौन लोग थे वो? आप लोग थे. Lawyers. How freedom came to Pakistan? They were under dictatorship for a long time. How come? How it became a democratic country? Who came in the roads? Who had the guts to come in the roads? Lawyers. It was because of the lawyers that democracy was restored in Pakistan. And you have assembly lineage of names at international level. It may be Lincoln, it may be Nelson Mandela, it may be Mujibur Rahman, or in India, there are so many. Those who were responsible for bringing freedom to their countries and without bothering about their families, about the jobs and anything. They were people about the fog. They fought for a purpose. So it is a noble profession. And it is again a very important profession because the kind of career options you get after doing law, you get nowhere. Count karte rahiye aap. Litigation, multinationals, corporate sector, judiciary, civil services, JAG branch, and even in the ministries, you can go as a law officer. Even teaching. Teaching last option होती है इसे नहीं कह रहे हमारे जैसे आते हैं but now I'm happy that the young generation of students who are doing 1 year law LLM, they are choosing teaching. दोनों हस्बैंड वाइफ टीचिंग है तो ऐश है और शादी तो हो ही जाती normally. And there is nothing like teaching and research, the kind of you get. So the other important question before me is, what is the mandate of a law school? किसी भी लीगल इंस्टीट्यूशन का क्या मैंडेट है, पर्पस क्या है, एम क्या है? आप सारे लॉयर्स बैठे हैं या बनने वाले हैं, अनुराग, ये क्या पर्पस है, क्या एम है? Why do you go to a law school? Why to ICFI or why to Symbiosis? Why to NLU Delhi? Why to NELSAR? क्यों? क्या करना चाहते हैं आप? हैं? अरे इतना आसान क्वेश्चन है? नहीं, टीचर से नहीं पूछ रहे, स्टूडेंट से पूछ रहे हैं और यंग लॉयर्स। बताइए वाई, क्या करना चाहते हैं? बताओ भाई। अरे अनुराग, ये तो गलत बात है, जवाब ही नहीं दे रहे हैं। मुझे पकड़ना पड़ेगा कोई अभी। Why you joined a law school? Why? बैठे रहिए। Why did you join a law school? क्या बनना चाहते थे आप? हाँ, कुछ भी बोलिए, कोई आंसर गलत नहीं है। कैसा? What kind of a lawyer you want to become? Advocate? Professor Mitra in law school Bangalore used to say, we don't have advocates, we have bedvocates these days. Huh? Bedvocate or advocate? What is a good advocate? Then, next question. What is a good advocate? पता होना चाहिए इन चीजों का भाई, नहीं तो बनोगे कैसे? मुझे इंपीरियल आना है तो रास्ते का तो पता होना चाहिए ना। मुझे रास्ता नहीं पता तो मैं इंपीरियल कैसे आऊंगा? जीपीएस लगाया ना, थैंक्स टू सत्ता। हाउ डू आई रीच हियर? अगर आपको ये नहीं पता है कि गुड लॉयर क्या है तो गुड लॉयर बनेंगे कैसे? ये तो प्रदीप गलत बात है भाई, ये नहीं पढ़ा रहे हम। हाउ आई बिकम ए गुड लॉयर, ये आदमी इस बात के लिए बहुत बदनाम है। No, not all of them. No, not all of them. It's good. No harm. I always fight with people. क्यों नहीं जा सकते? जा सकते हैं. They want to go, they let them go. See, they are like birds. Once we teach them how to fly, उनको लेफ्ट जाना है, राइट जाना है, ऊपर जाना है, नीचे जाना है, ये उनकी चॉइस है। Why should you dictate कि आप कॉर्पोरेट सेक्टर में नहीं चाहिए, यहाँ नहीं चाहिए, वहाँ नहीं चाहिए? Go wherever you like. But अच्छा एडवोकेट क्या है भाई? What is a good? ये सब बातें बेकार है unless we know what is a good advocate. मेरे से भी पूछा किसी ने कि डॉक्टर सिंह, I was in the ACU and also IAU, the Association of Commonwealth Universities. किसी ने कहा what is a good advocate? 3 parameters. 3 parameters. Our mandate is mandate of all these 1800 colleges. जिसमें colleges भी हैं, law faculties भी हैं, and law schools भी हैं। 25 हो गया, है ना? Our mandate is to produce a generation of competent professionals, so-called lawyers, you call it, right? Those who are number 1, I'm talking about like a classroom, you know. Number 1, those who are technically sound. Technically sound. That means you, this present times, COVID ने करा ना, रणवीर जैसे को तो ईमेल भी डाउनलोड करनी नहीं आती थी, कभी कंप्यूटर यूज नहीं करा क्योंकि ऑफिस वालों ने करने ही नहीं दिया। नहीं सर हम करेंगे। मैंने कहा सिखा दो भाई। सर सीखने की जरूरत क्या है? Because you have assistants like that Gupta in the management abroad. No? So technically sound, that means the interface between law and technology has become very, very important. And unless and until you understand that interface between law and technology, you are nowhere. I can share with you, I went to Washington and I told the dean that I want to see your library. Dean said, we don't have a library. है ही नहीं. मैंने कहा क्यों? कहते it's all digitized. Students के पास सारा access है. They have access to all books, all articles, all documents, all commission reports, everything. They can, and instead of library, there is a coffee room, coffee house. So much, see, the message is today, so much is digitized, so much is in the electronic media. How many millions of articles or books or everything is available. सच में पूछो तो टीचर की जरूरत ही नहीं. We are not required. We are not required at all. विजय प्रताप सिंह हमारी जरूरत नहीं. प्रदीप हमारी आवश्यकता नहीं. We will be redundant. Then हम क्या करेंगे? Can we be out of job? No. We will be required when we say we do something else. What is that else? वो else क्या है भाई? क्या करें हम? What else? Today's legal education, the future of legal education, Anurag, has to be outcome-based legal education. You have to start from day one. What is your objective? What is your aim? What is your purpose for providing this kind of education? What kind of lawyers you want to produce? Those who are technically sound, professionally competent, and socially relevant. Three things are. तीनों चीज होगी तो बेड़ा पार. Technically sound, right? The interface between law and technology, and professionally competent. Art of lawyering. वो कैसे होगा? How it happens? How it happens? Art of lawyering, advocacy skills. How come? कोई सवाल का जवाब नहीं देते भाई तो. मूड कोर्ट यार, मूड कोर्ट किस लिए कर रहे हो? Day in, day out, you do moot courts. Why? To see, moot court cultivates at least 24 qualities in you as a lawyer. How to do research, how to cope with stress, how to speak, how to be shut up, and how to, all kinds of things. How to consult a library for research. No, mooting. हमारे टाइम में तो मॉक ट्रायल होती थी और करते थे मॉक ट्रायल में क्या? एन मुखर्जी वर्सेस स्टेट. याद है तुम्हें बायोगमी वाला केस, लव वाला? मॉक ट्रायल होनी चाहिए अभी, राइट? So the second is the competencies. Third is socially relevant. You may be a very successful lawyer, Anurag, but unless and until you are a good human being, you are useless. That's why legally adopt a village. You must be relevant to the community from which you come from. उनके लिए कुछ करिए. Social engagement is very important, right? And I think these are some of the important things, but there are challenges also. Challenges in each and every law school, private or law school, the so-called law schools. Challenges are diversity. How do we address diversity? How do we address access? How do we address affordability? How do we address excellence? How do we address massification? How do we address equity? इन सब institutions में ये बातें नहीं हो रही हैं. We are not taking care of that. A particular elite class is being taken care of. This business will not go for a long time. ज़्यादा दिन चलने वाला नहीं है. You are ignoring. Our system is, legal education system is not inclusive. It is exclusive, exclusively. whereas this is not our mandate at all. And finally, let me conclude by what somebody asked Michelangelo, how do you produce so beautiful statues? He said, no, I don't make them. The stone is before me. My job is I chisel it and bring it out. And friends, for me as a teacher, as a faculty, in a class or anywhere, all before me are my students. My job as a faculty is to chisel it and bring out the best of lawyer in you. Thank you very much. Would love to answer questions. Yes, sir. Anything? Any questions?
I'm not qualified to comment.
No, sir, you can.
I'm not. My thing is for people who are like, see, I'm not from legal services. What are you talked on what is needed? What are the 2-3 things which are actual changes in legal education that are happening or need to happen now? For example, legal tech. People are doing courses online. Is that really legal education? What is your opinion?
No, that is supplementary. I believe that what is happening online is supplemental. It is supplemental because now the best thing which happened because of COVID is that we are somewhere now related to technology. And online courses are, I think it is creating a level playing field. Let me give you my own example. In NLU Delhi, under the project e-Pathshala, we created 600 lectures for LLB, LLM students. Any student in any remote corner of the country or outside can have access to those lectures. If you don't have a faculty, if you want to listen to a lecture on criminal law or any other subject, the lectures are available. So that is the best thing happening. That is the best thing.
Thank you, Dr.
So we are available anywhere, everywhere. That is very important.
Are there any further questions?
Yes, please. Yeah. Please, sir. Please. Any number. Yeah, please.
Sure, sir. Good morning, everyone. Sir, you had several questions about how we can create diversity, accessibility, affordability, and equity. I think the first fundamental point which has changed over the years is coming of CLAT, Common Admission Test for all of us, which we talked about, 70,000 aspirants giving that exam to go to National Law University, and by choice for that matter. But what I see is missing is a scholarship in that platform. The application fees is 4,000 rupees. I know a lot of people have spoken about this earlier also, but I think it's the right time when CLAT Consortium should come as a center level scholarship for some kids who get into the segment, because what happens out of these people who get into National Law University, there are several of them who are offering scholarship, but most of them are not offering. Point number one. Point number two, then what private law school does is they offer scholarships to these candidates and they get some of these candidates. But there's another choice with these candidates to reappear. So I think the only solution to this diversity classification and equity problem is coming up of scholarship. How do you think we can come about this scholarship?
The maximum mental health problems which we face are in the law schools.
Okay.
And only because of the issues you raised. Because there is so much of diversity in terms of, now, in this country, let us not forget, we have knowledge divide at all levels. We have technological divide. You live in 6 lakh villages where even internet is not available in the majority of them. And you have geographical divide, you have ethnical divide, you have so many divides that it is very, very difficult to address diversity. But at the same time, if in a class in the institution, if you don't address diversity, it will lead to very fatal consequences. And that's what had started happening. And unfortunately, I should not say it. That's why in many institutions, there are suicides, which is very, very sad, because they don't cope up with what you teach, what you do. You don't expect them to be researchers the next semester, 3rd semester, or 4 semesters. They have come to the law schools or good institutions anywhere by rote learning through a so-called coaching centers. But necessarily they are not intelligent. And when they come to a good institution of law, they face all kinds of problems. Mismatch hai, bilkul mismatch hai. Class teaching mein jo aate hain, I have seen it because fortunately for me, I never stopped teaching classes. All the 22 years. Initially, I used to teach seniors. Then I started teaching first years by choice. So this is very, very dangerous. All of us have to be very, very careful about it and must address diversity issues. Access can be taken care of. Affordability can be taken care of. Equity is again very, very important, right? Excellence, of course, excellence is not for Ranbir Singh only. For those who come from an elite section of society, excellence is for everybody. If they don't have it, create it. Mentorship, your internship program, right? And many institutions, especially in private colleges, people, one question everybody asks, sir, placement ka kya? Placement is not my job. मेरा काम नहीं है. किसी law school में हम placement नहीं कराते हैं. It is done by the student recruitment committee. My job is to facilitate those who come from the corporate sector, multinationals, to provide them good coffee, good biscuits, good cookies, and say very good and give them beautiful bouquets and leave it. But see, I tell you, I remember one sentence. J. Sagar, he said, as far as the what do you call it, placement is concerned, it is 90% of decided when they come for internship. And you will see many students, those who come to us, we say, when they finish their internship, would you like to join us? You create your own competencies. When you do internship, you make your mark, you make your impression. And if you waste your time and you think it is a time where you can go with your girlfriend to ambience or anywhere else or DL Emporio and enjoy coffee, tea, and evening, write some diary somewhere, then you either see these are 5 years. Either you perform or perish. Choice is yours. If you want to perish, what is placement? What is my job? It is not my job. You have to create your own competencies of research. And the only difference between the law schools and the other institutions is that law schools are trained in research. They are far ahead, far ahead. Wherever they go, I have seen judges saying that I gave one assignment to a girl and said, write 10-page note on this. And I thought it is very difficult, she'll not be able to do it. And after 1 week, she comes and I read it 10 times. And next day I call her and say, have you written it? He said, yes. Ranbir, I can't believe it that this is written by this girl. All those 10 pages went into my judgment. So that is the competence you create. Placement apne aap hi ho jayegi. And the judge will say, why don't you join me as a judicial clerk? So that is important.
Thank you very much, Dr. Singh. Thank you. Well, I believe the gentleman has a quick comment to make.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Anurag. I didn't know you, but I have heard about you. Myself, Professor Bandyopadhyay. I'm the chairman of Abigail Law School. What Professor Singh has told, very old friend of mine, both of us used to live side by side.
We were neighbors.
We are neighbors. He was managing NLU. I was managing Indraprastha University. So I have managed at least 5-6 law colleges. I have got all quick comments about it. Now, what Dr. Singh has mentioned very rightly, that what going to be a good advocate, a good lawyer. Essentially, he has to have a good knowledge, substantial law, procedural law, constitutional law, good knowledge. He has to be techno-savvy. And third, he has to engage himself to the community. All those things are very good. But look at the way, have we converted legal education to an academic education? Basic question I'm raising. Who is controlling the legal education? Bar Council. How many academicians are involved there? Any program you go there. Academicians are there, but they are just come for a coffee and tea. I'm sorry to say that. They will prescribe the syllabus. They will prescribe the number of courses to be taught. Where is the freedom, academic freedom of the legal education? Now, future legal education, when you talk about, The future legal education demands multidisciplinarity. Future legal education demands merger of the social sciences, management sciences, then IT, information sciences together. That will bring better legal professionals. And our law schools, if they want to do it, Bar Council will come. Bar Council will say, look, you have not followed our 36 courses. That is going to be a problem for you to get the renewal. So can we think collectively that how do we convert our legal, vocational education to an academic program? That's the most important thing. That's my comment.
Yeah, wonderful. Fortunately, unfortunately, I'm very closely connected with the Bar Council. I was a member of the Legal Education Committee right from when I was Bangalore, 96, 97. And thereafter, I've been standing committee, Legal Education Committee, regularly go, and even in establishment of the Goa hi-fi, all those things. How many of us are from the 5-year program here in this room? 5-year program. 5-year program. How many courses we teach in 10 semesters? Each semester have 5 courses, right? And 10 semesters, how many courses? 50. How many papers Bar Council provide? 24. 24. Bar Council, Bandapandey Saab provides 24 compulsory papers. And we do 50 courses. There is a lot of flexibility. आपको बाकी क्या पढ़ाना है, किस तरह से पढ़ाना है, आपको कौन से पेपर इंट्रोड्यूस करने हैं, लोकल डिमांड्स क्या हैं, आपकी इंडस्ट्री की क्या डिमांड्स हैं, और मल्टीनेशनल्स की क्या डिमांड है, और कुछ आपको करना है, एनर्जी लॉ पढ़ाना है, मैरीटाइम लॉ पढ़ाना है, एनवायरमेंट पढ़ाना है, आपके पास फ्रीडम है. 26 पेपर्स की फ्रीडम है. अभी आपने 4 पेपर घटा भी दिए हैं, कम कर दिए हैं. वो मेजर माइनर मैंने कहा निकालो यार, ये झूठ बोल रहे हैं हम सब, क्यों तुम इसमें चक्कर में पड़े हुए हैं. मेजर माइनर का चक्कर छोड़ो, ये यू फोर्स अस टू टेल ए लाई. हाँ, वो उसका तरीका नहीं है ना. तो there is lot of flexibility, and the way we used to do it, and again I have to say NLU Delhi, once you come to 4th year, 5th year, then the number of papers are less, number of seminar papers are more. So you have 2 seminar papers in 4th year and 4 seminar papers in final year, and we give you you will hold your classes in the morning for 2 hours, and then whole day you are free for your internship. Whole day, but that luxury can be only in Delhi or in big cities. It can't be a luxury anywhere else. See, my job as a vice chancellor or as a teacher or as a system is to facilitate your learning process, to give you those facilities. मुझे अपना time adjust करना चाहिए so that I can facilitate your work, your training anywhere you want to go. Unless I give you that flexibility, how do you grow? तो इसलिए बार काउंसिल ठीक है, रेगुलेटरी बॉडी है, बट एट द सेम टाइम बार काउंसिल हैज गिवन यू लॉट ऑफ फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी, एंड विद इन दैट फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी you can certainly choose what you want to teach. But at the same time, what my dear friend Bandopazai is saying, that regulatory bodies should not, what he wants to say is that they should not create barricades and fences.
Thank you, Dr. Singh. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give Dr. Singh a huge round of applause. Well, keeping in mind the paucity of time here, we are quickly on to the next speaker. Our next speaker has graced this occasion, has managed to take out time from his schedule and grace the occasion all the way from Hyderabad. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Dr. A.V. Narasimha Rao, Director, ICFI Law School, Hyderabad.
Good afternoon to all the stalwarts of the dais and the students and professionals who are present here. First of all, let me thank BW, Mr. Anurag ji, and Mr. Sudhakar, who has made this particular opportunity, who has given this opportunity to me, in fact. Professor Ranbir Singh has made the issue very easy to me because he has set up a tone about the legal education. So I had to continue thereafter with some other things only. When we talk about this corporates, one is most important is corporate social responsibility talk always. After a certain level of income generation, every company is supposed to spend some amount for the part of it. And as a part of that particular thing, they are coming with a different kind of schemes, creating a trust. Through their trust only, they are spending the money to the needy people. What kind of social responsibility the legal education institutions are having at present? Because legal education institutions have a great responsibility at the entire legal system. Judicial officers, lawyers, professionals, law firms are made by the legal education institutions. Law is the media, whereas the entire construction of that particular building, legal system is built by the legal education. If the legal education is not perfect, not strong enough, the building will collapse. That's what at present we are talking about. Whether are we creating the students or the professionals who are intellectually challenging and professionally relevant? Are we doing that? To that purpose, what are the activities? What are the level of efficiency and proficiency in the legal literature, legal arena has to be made? That's the biggest question we have. Just now we have been discussing about the Bar Council regulations and also 26 course or whatever that is made. Yes, there is a regulator to us, but even this regulator, to the extent, to what extent they are doing their job, let us forget about it. They say we want the best professionals and we maintain the standards. For the purpose of maintaining the standards, we provide you some inputs. At the end of the day, we will be conducting one examination. Once the examination is over, we will allow them to enroll and they will be entering the profession. We have two different kinds of the people coming from our law schools, our legal education institutions. As our professor said, outcome-based education. One outcome will be the persons coming out of that will be the professionals, legal professions, and litigation practitioners. Second is academicians and also researchers, policy makers, administrators. These are the various things, various people coming out of our institutions. Okay, legal profession or litigants, once they enter into the profession, they may be learning depending upon the senior with whom they are working. There is a possibility of learning even after the legal education is over. For the purpose of educationist, or if they want to go as an academician, do the LLM and also PhD layer, do we have any academists to teach them? And do we have any kind of benchmarking or testing to find out whether that particular person who is coming out of the legal education, becoming academician, who is going to make the lawyers again and again in his hands, have the efficiency or experience when they start, and whether his education or his approach to the legal education is changing according to the need of the time, according to the requirement of the industry, according to the requirement of international scenarios. Do we have that kind of benchmarking measurement? I think there is no. Research again, as professor said, okay, legal research is good at some of the national universities. What about those schools and colleges where there are no resources at all, and all those colleges which are there in the rural areas? Because I'm a part of the inspection committee of the Bar Council. We see many colleges in the rural areas and suburban areas. They don't have the infrastructure to sit. But it's inevitable because there the number of students are wanting or that area, there are no law schools. There is a requirement of starting law school in that area. Permission is granted. Faculties are not there. Infrastructure is not there. People joining maybe not having that kind of enthusiasm. Maybe they are joining with enthusiasm in the beginning. After some time, they'll be going out with a kind of sorry face. And they are going to become a legal professional at one point. And academicians other point, research a third point. When they come out of that particular institutions, so-called affiliated colleges in the rural areas, they don't know about the online magazines, online databases. They don't know how to search, where to search, and what to search. If they are going to the advocate, their lifetime, maybe 10 years or 20 years, will be only with advocates carrying the files. Are we expecting this kind from our legal education, students of legal education? Then what to make it? And what kind of legal literacy we are imparting to the society, which is giving to us so many things? Are we talking about the value chain that is bestowed to the citizens, and which is the citizens are supposed to enjoy the value chain or values enshrined in the Constitution? Equity, equality, justice, and things. So these are the responsible legal education has. In order to do this kind of thing, we have almost 1,800 schools. Maybe first 100, 200 schools may be in a position to disseminate this kind of information to the people. But what about this? Do you want this legislation has to be discard those, remove those schools or colleges? What is the per capita institutions for the people when we are tossing the 1.4 billion and the toppest population in the country? What kind of infrastructure the universities are providing, or the government is providing, or private organizations are providing to the people for learning? It is true. Initially, the law was taken as a last resort. But the things are changing. Now it is a choice. They have decided in the beginning only during school days, taken electives in CBSE or otherwise to go for the legal education. Lot of enthusiasm they are coming with. At the end of the day, when they don't get the seat in some selected colleges, they feel that their life is totally distorted. Can we say that not getting the seat or admission into some selected law colleges is the end of their legal education? Can we say the people in those institutions which are elated, whatever we call, are the only institutions? What we have to do to reduce the gaps in between these things? Unless the regulatory committee, regulator, the government, educationalists, philanthropists, all the people should come and discuss about how to reduce the gap. If you are reducing the gap in between the institutions which are offering legal education, automatically pressure will be reduced and the pleasure will be increasing up among the students. That's what we are requiring now. Let us see another side. Another side, there is a lot of mobility. People are going outside. Many people for the higher education, mostly for the PG education, they are going to outside. Why people are going outside the country? Do we feel that whether that country is providing the quality education than whatever we are providing? I don't think no. I don't think yes. And whatever the law they learn there, again they have to come here, complete some bridge course, or change their dimensions, approach, perceptions in order to practice in our course. The law which is they study outside may not be suitable to our environment or our system. So again, they are required to be changing at that particular part. When mobility is so much in the area of the education. Second, mobility in the business. Many firms are coming to India. They are trying to adopt the systems which are there in India. And what are the problem? There is a cultural difference between them, that country and this country. There will be a lot of cultural shocks will be there when they do the business here. And what are the infrastructure that is available? And at the end of the day, when the infrastructure is put to use, what happens there? And initially we have very good infrastructure, but in course of practice, in course of usage, there will be a lot of problems they face. And the rectifications, corrections, plugging up those things will be a biggest problem. So under those circumstances, how we are going to answer? If you see the ease of business index, there are 3-4 important issues from legal side. That is enforcement of the contracts is one of the most important, which is contributing for the ease of business and which in turn will be attracting the investments to India. In turn, the growth of the economy will be there. Name of the country will be growing in that particular part. So one of the important is enforcement of the contract. Where it lies? In the hands of the professionals here, in the hands of the system, legal system here, in the hands of the judicial system here, in the system of alternative this alternative ADR method. We are talking about resolution. So these ADR methods, which were preferred early to the litigation, let us ask our own soul whether it is fulfilling its objective, whether these resolutions are completed within the time given or within the time expected. It is taking the time more than what the litigations are taking at one side. It is causing a lot of expenditure than what the real litigation takes place. These ADR methods are in the hands of some people, specialized people. It is not going out of that. So restricted accessibility to the resolutions again is the biggest problem we are talking about. Here also we are supposing legal education has to work about this particular part. When you are having a different class of litigations, are we able to make our students realize and attain the requirements of that particular part of it? Example, now we are talking about the artificial intelligence. We have seen the robo lawyers are coming to argue in the court of law. Chat GPs are providing information to the advocates. When chat GPs are providing information to the advocates or the judges, we have seen the fate in 2 or 3 cases, the wrong advices given by the chat GPs. How to realize that? How to counter them? How to identify them? Whether our legal education institutions are ready to make the challenge for that. Let us, keep aside the artificial intelligence part of it and chat GPT. What about the cryptocurrencies which are taking place in the fintech era? Whether the legal education institutions are ready to answer the queries and problems and complexities that are coming out of the cryptocurrencies. Simply one circle is passed by the RBI in the beginning that cryptocurrency is a digital one. So let us not accept, not getting into the details. Again, our Supreme Court has intervened and give this particular path. And give that this is one. Now we are working upon that particular to give a law for that. We have the data sciences, data protection securities. When European countries already started their law, some of the countries in Western also have that one part of it. Australia is working for last 3 years. We have been working on that particular part, and we are not able to take unfortunate things, though we should not talk in the open forum. Most of the laws, whatever we are using it, is a traditional laws taken from the different part. It may be IBC, it may be GST, it may be old laws, we have been taken from different part of it. Application of our own intelligence, adapting them into our system, converting them into or customizing them into the requirements of the college, this particular area. We are not able to do it. Are we short of an intellectual capacities? We do have more intellect than the people who are doing that activity. Only here, there are 3-4 issues which will be stopping our path. One is bureaucratic red tapeism. Second is not having the encouragement. Third, some people are coming up that crab will be pulled by other crabs. There is matter. I do accept the statement of Professor Ranbir Singh, saying that, yes, Bar Council has given only 24 elects, all those things. There is no regulator which is stopping the law colleges by giving additional courses which are relevant to the day, which are required to go for the fresh in new areas of the business, new areas which are facing. Nobody is stopping them. They are only giving. Fine. And some of the things may be what many people are suggesting today is, let us go for the bilingual teaching, bilingual practicing. It's a welcome measure. There is no doubt about it. So even courts and all the people, even Bar Council is asking also for the bilingual English and also regional language, because we should have contact with the people at the local level. If we don't have the contact with the local people, maybe having the advocates that particular part, you may not be able to communicate whatever the client is expecting to the people. Under these circumstances, one more question is coming before us. Are we prepared? Are we prepared to teach the law in a bilingual way? If so, what kind of efforts we have to make it? We have to go for a resource development, building of the books, research has to be made, translation has to be made. This is a very big exercise again. Fine, we'll support the argument of the bilingual arguments, but the problems associated with the bilingual, we have to think first. Is it not? So legal education is a very, very good, because it is having a lot of social responsibility. We know very well that the lawyer is a social engineer. He transformed the society. We have seen history during your freedom fight. After that also, even every day we are seeing that the particular lawyer is a social engineer. Where is from where he is getting the instruments? Law is an instrument, and our legal education institutions are the buildings, designers of that particular part. Generally, we, other than 3-4 subjects, we teach only substantial law. We teach CPC, CRPC evidence. Are we teaching any kind of other procedure laws? Maybe those laws, those procedures which are embedded into the, along with substantial law. Not more than that. What is actually required for the practitioners? For the practitioner, general requirement is procedure. Substantial law, if he is able to understand the interpretation and the jurisprudence of that particular part, he can read and make. But procedures, that takes a lot of time in filing the cases and also dealing with. Many cases are dealt and what's called rejected for not following the procedures. Is it not? So client is not concerned with the procedure. He wants only justice at the end of the day. It is a professor, it is a professional supposed to know the procedure. When we are not teaching that practice part of that thing, then how will be learning? His learning will be not complete. So clinical way of teaching the subject, limiting your substantial law and increasing your clinical way. Example, you're talking about the contract law. Very simple. We talk about the sections also, 75 sections in the beginning, then we'll go for the special contracts apart. When we are having 75 sections, the legal education institution should work upon practical area. Example, drafting of the contracts. What are the main important clauses in that particular contract which are required? What are the specific clauses which will be changing from one to the other? Of course, now draft contracts are available in the net. You can download, make the changes. Unfortunately, many of the known lawyers are not able to customize the formats which are available. In the beginning, the client will be he will be there. Suppose if the client will become she, in the body, that he will become only she. She will not be there, only he. They will not be changing the wordings. And all the terms which are not required ought to be deleted. That will not be enough. So general formats are being that, whether it is applicable or not. We are not able to apply our mindset for that. Under these circumstances, there is a need to change our perception about the legal education, first of all, our responsibilities and our objectives, and the way we undertake the legal education activity, that has to be changed. We should not be in the same well-designed old traditional molds. We have to come out of that. That mundane things we should come up. And let us satisfy the Bar Council by taking 24 papers or 30 papers, whatever it is, and you make the other papers, add papers of your choice, depending on the strength of your education institute. Need not be all people should take. If a particular legal education is associated a part of the engineering college, then you take the emerging technologies as a part of it. Use those people to come and teach part of that. And new education policies also talk of the multidisciplinary angle. Though new education policy 2020 talks of the multidisciplinary path, the legal education department from 2008 itself is teaching the multidisciplinary approach part of it. We have the BBA, we have BA, BSc, BTech, so many combinations are coming and we are teaching them. Is it not? So for all the purposes, legal education is ahead of all the part of it. But only one thing is, we had to pinpoint to focus the areas where we should work upon. And we should not make the people for job purpose. We should be preparing our students as a market-ready students to take challenges of any kind, whether it may be litigation, it may be education, or it may be a profession, it may be research. So different kind of angles, you can make it. I'm sure everyone is using the internship for that particular purpose. The internships, clinical legal education are going to make a lot of change in the minds of the people, which is decided for the legal education part of it. Okay? She's waiting for me to stop. Thank you very much. A lot of things we can discuss across, but time is the limit. Thank you very much.
Well, Dr. Rao, thank you very much for a very interesting session, but I must assure you that my way was not to intimidate you, but to only make sure that everything goes smoothly on time. With this, ladies and gentlemen, it is now time to move forward to the first panel discussion of the day. Before we do that, before we move forward, ladies and gentlemen, once again, we would like to extend our deepest gratitude to our associate partner, ICFI University, to our event partners, joytravels.com, Fandom, Beanley Coffee, Just Bath AI, The Thick Shake Factory, Reality, Exchange for Media, IWMBuzz.com, Impact and Pitch. And the topic at hand for the first panel discussion of the day, ladies and gentlemen, is revamping legal education, the law school perspective. Please welcome our panelist, Professor Dr. Azim Khan B. Pathan, Head of the Department, School of Law, GT Goenka University. Please welcome our panelist, Professor Dr. Pradeep Kulshrestha, Dean, School of Law, Bennett University. Please welcome Professor Dr. Rashmi Khurana Nagpal, Additional Director and Dean, Law School, Delhi Metropolitan Education. Please welcome Professor Dr. Rashmi Salpekar, Dean, WIPS, TC. Please give it up for Professor Dr. Muhammad Salim, Senior Director and Dean, Lloyd Law School. And please welcome the session chair, Mr. Ruhail Amin, Senior Editor, BW Business World.
In front of your pictures. One more chair. Okay, sorted.
All right, this is a very sensitive time just before lunch, and I have the mandate to complete this within that time of 35 minutes, and we have a lot to discuss. I think the topic is of course often spoken about, discussed, debated, especially by its key stakeholders, the Bar Council of India, the University Grants Commission, the judiciary, the academic, and as well as the law students and the legal practitioners. That's a very important topic of how we need to revamp, relook at the legal education system, I mean, a lot individual examples. Let me start with you, Mr. Pathan. I'll start with you. We talk about the overhaul. We talk about, what are the bigger issues? What are the challenges in the legal education system? But if I want to understand from you, what kind of overhaul is currently required to make it more contextual, relevant? What would be your response?
Thank you very much, and very good afternoon to the entire panel of this August gathering and all stalwarts of this legal field indeed. And I'm thankful to Dr. Batra as well and this entire BW Legal World team. Let me put in this way, especially in the context of this legal education and revamping legal education. That was the important area to be discussed, and how exactly we have to now go ahead or move forward, especially in the context of legal education. Most of the thing, Professor Dr. Ranbir Singh sir, Dr. Rao, he had these people, they have already said that particular the tone. But let me first of all recognize and identify certain important the gray areas where exactly this entire the legal, or we can say this law field, or we can say all law institute, they can work upon. I remember indeed the Justice Cowell's observation last year, where he was dealing with certain important the case, and where he was having certain important observation, more specifically in the context of that that law schools and law, more specifically law school, should work as a lawyer schools, or as a more specifically as a legal consultant school. So he wanted to indeed point out this particular point, that the legal education in the different law schools and law universities, that should reflect that particular capacity building, which should match to this now current, new happenings, contemporary happenings. Because now after this globalization, industrialization, and more specifically this, foreign direct investment, a lot of changes have, occurred. More specifically, the technological advancement has also brought new important complex issues. Now, if legal industries or law firms tomorrow, or even the judges tomorrow, if they want to, resolve those particular problems, they should have that kind of competency. So that kind of competency through course curriculum, now down the, we can say at the ground level, that kind of competency that should reflect through course curriculum. In legal education, more specifically different law schools, not only we are talking about those 50% the law schools, or more specifically, not only that, that particular the box where 15% the students' requirement is being taken care, but we are talking about the entire the legal education and all universities and law the institutes of the country. So how exactly they have to work upon? So first of all, course curriculum is very, very important.
Right.
Because how exactly your
Right.
course
Sorry.
curriculum that will give.
I am sorry to interrupt you here. I'll come to that. But essentially, you are recommending a more holistic approach of looking at, because there are multiple problems. I'll come to it. But I'll request my panelists to keep it to 2 minutes so that we could have my questions. I have a set of questions and I could ask all of them. Dr. Kulshrestha, your initial comment on the existing, what are those gray areas, those problem areas, the pain points that you see in the current legal education system?
First of all, thank you, Business World Legal, for organizing this wonderful event. I have my teachers here, I have my colleagues, I have my students. So thanks for that. My understanding is that artificial intelligence is posing a grave threat or an opportunity. You can count it either way. We are somehow slow to adapt to AI because the rote learning or memory test, which was so far working, will not work in times to come. That is one gray area we need to be very, very clear about. And I was in a Microsoft presentation a month back, and the team gone through a 300-page document. It was a claim document, insurance claim document. And they asked the question that, is this claim having any fatality? Answer came no. AI was doing it 30 seconds out. Is it maintainable? Answer came yes. So you put the answer and within second the answer is coming. So you don't need a person to go through the document and come up with the things. So that was a very amazing thing which I came to know, that what we are doing is not going to be relevant for AI especially. So that is going to, as was told by Mr. Batra also, that many jobs will become redundant. As Professor Ranveer Singh was telling, that teachers have to reform. We cannot go on with the rote learning. That is one gray area which I see. Second is, even if AI comes, certain jobs will remain relevant. That is, if we have to go to ancient wisdom, that Guru Shish Parampara will come back, will help us. Where we teach our student as our Shishya, and we develop that student in a good human being who can critically think on feet. That is one observation I have to make. Right. I am recalled of a Man Ki Baat program of Honorable Prime Minister Modi. He told him that around a year back, how many students call us in their marriage? That is test of our connect with the student. How many teachers we visit? That is our connect with the profession. Like I am proud, I visit my teachers and I feel nice with them. Are we connecting with our student? Are we calling student for dinner, for coffee? Are we interacting with them at a human level? Are we just shop creating professionals?
Right.
That is going to be a game changer. And I think we have to take this wisdom from ancient times.
Right. No, absolutely. I think one of the points of AI is, in fact, it will make us more intelligent. You know why? Because AI will give us all that needs to be mugged up, but then after that, you need some original stuff. So it will force us to be original, in fact, the other way around. Dr. Nagpal, in your daily practice of, teaching and, imparting education, what is the improvement that can happen in your view?
First of all, thank you so much, Business World team, for inviting us here. Our most respected mentor, teacher, and guide, Professor Ranveer Singh, all the esteemed guests, my co-panelists, and dear students. What improvements, as Sir was asking, who's from 5 years, who's from 3 years? I come from 3 years background. And now when I sit for a moot court competition, be it in my college or be it elsewhere, I find I go back to my moot court way back in the year 94. That too, one moot court in the last semester of a 3 years program at Punjab University, Chandigarh. And I remember for one problem on restitution of conjugal rights, 3 universities participating, 3 prizes, and we forgot what is argument. We fought. And for this one trophy towards the end of 3 years law program was we were somehow to grab it. So we forgot what is time duration, no idea about mooting skills at all. And I still remember that time, Professor Mr. Kapil Sibbal's father, Mr. Hiralal Sibbar, presiding over as the judge. He was astonished on seeing us and was smiling all through. That it is a trophy which is important irrespective of everything. And now when we look at moot courts, I find it is a sea change. And when it is the best part of the law school, the Punjab University Law Department was, though as Professor Ranbir Singh remarked, it was the last choice. Nobody could get admission anywhere, would come to the law department. But then the classroom was excellent. We never ever wanted to miss any of the lecture. Internship during the classes was nowhere in place, or even during the vacations. But our classroom was full of interest, full of humor, and days to remember now as well. So now I find that law school should be rigorous, our class to be vibrant, and there should be collaborative environment in the law school. That is what is desired. Thank you.
Yeah, so somewhere the importance of the teaching, the faculty, the quality of faculty matters here, the point that you have raised, right? Absolutely. Dr. Salpekar, let me reframe my question to you and Dr. Salim, that what is good in the legal education system today, which was not there, say, a few years back?
Thank you so much. First of all, let me thank everyone. Our teachers, Professor Ranbir Singh, my colleagues, my dear students, thank you so much. And thank you so much for the question. I always wanted to speak on positive side. So thank you so much. You have given me a very good positive question. Yes, there are many things which are really very good. Like Professor Ranbir Singh sir was also highlighting that once upon a time, there was a time when if someone is not getting any admission, they used to come in the legal field. But however, all the students who are coming, they are coming by choice, mostly of them. They have a lot of clarity that what exactly they wanted to do. Teachers, they are also very focused, and all technology is there to help them. So there are many things which are positive, because like regulatory body, let's start with this, Bar Council of India. Yeah, whether they should draft or not, that is another issue. But the point is, at least there is one regulatory body who is into this particular affair, that yes, we are required to draft course curriculum. Then universities, they are also required to follow some kind of model or some kind of regulations. There are various statutory compliances also which we are required to do. Of course, there are some negativities also of the same. But then if we wanted to highlight the positive side of the legal profession, then I should say that all of us, we are taking legal profession very seriously. Not only the students, parents and teachers and the institution, but entire world is taking this education or this profession very seriously. They are expecting a lot, not only to serve the bar and the bench, but I would say that they are required to be the policy makers, the policy drafters as well. And ultimately, we are required to serve the society. So therefore, legal literacy, for that matter, to reach in the rural area wherein we can serve people. So as the growth is coming, in India, India is growing a lot. I would say that problems will also grow. And therefore, we are required to be on our toes. Each and everything is not possible to cover in course curriculum. What is required is that we are required to make our students in such a way that they will be able to adapt things. Like when we have done our law school, we have not done trade law as a compulsory subject. We have not done some other technical subjects also as a compulsory subject, but now these are compulsory subjects. But after 10 years, 20 years, you will find that there is more demand for some more areas. Then how we will do it? Is it so that again we will come back? So not necessary that for each and everything we are required to see the course curriculum as a solution, but we are required to inculcate the critical skills amongst our students so that they will be able to adapt for the future challenges. And all these things are happening. So therefore, I think that these are what are the positive points. Thank you.
Right. I think so. The conversations, of course, the changes, are already underway. And I think it's not only that it's a total revamp. There are revamp. The factors are already in place. The things are getting changed, and you can see that in some of the areas which you highlighted. Dr. Salim, you've heard all the panelists. I know it's a tricky situation to be speaking right after 4 panelists, but though this is a day in and day out conversation for you, what is the how do you see this entire question of revamp? Where do we stand? Have we improved? Your take on this?
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for giving the opportunity to speak over here in the presence of an august gathering. I must have to say thanks to Professor Ranveer sir for giving a very special keynote address over here to educate all of us, being the educators, but we all require our energies to be revamped and energized by the best words of Professor Ranveer sir and all that. I must have to say over here and confess over here that we as a law school, I mean Lloyd Law College or school, that we have been extremely benefited by the guidance of Professor Ranveer sir and Professor Madhav Menon sir in last many years. I first met sir when sir came to Delhi for starting the National Law School when he was in Nalsar, and since then we have been taking regular guidance from sir. The question that is being in every corridor right now. I mean, it is whether it is the corridor of the court or the corridor of the regulators of the legal education or the everywhere. I mean, the question is the quality and content of the legal education, and how we can be more relevant for this for the society, for the industry, for the students, for the parents, and for the challenges that we have in our legal system and social system and political system in the present time and the time to come. I see 2 important aspects to bring before this August gathering, to be speaking very true to my mind, that large number of problems with the legal education is not with the regulators. Large number of problem, I mean, the bigger share of problem with the legal education process or system is not with the policy. The bigger share of the problem is, yes, is an internal problem of the law school. How an institution is trying to institutionalize the values of legal education dissemination process in their own system, because being a law school, we have got the opportunity from Bar Council, from university. So let's say, for example, there are more than 25 national law schools in India. Do we see all the national law schools at par? No, we don't see. Everybody knows. Why? It is not because of location every time. It is not because of the vice chancellors every time. It is not because of the state funding every time. Money doesn't run the knowledge institutions. No, it never happens. Important is how the people who are running the institution, how focused, passionate they are towards and sensitive towards the students community, who is the most important factor in an institution, who is to be educated, who is to be oriented, and who is to be supported. As Dr. Pradeep sir was saying, how long we are associated with our students during the law school, after the law school, during their lifetime. So I confess and I say that the bigger problem is how we are trying to build the institution and how we are trying to train and create the best values and best product in the form of our students. Right. And the answer lies in us and how we can do it better and better, taking cues and lessons from the best law schools in India and abroad. Yes, it is open to us.
Right. I think it couldn't be more sincere that you accepted that the bigger share of problem is within the law schools themselves, and they need to address it, which they are addressing, right, at the same time. So a lot of, I think, different issues coming up, right from the AI factor to the institutional factor to the faculty things, some positive developments. So a mixed view, definitely here, a very, diverse view. Let me change gears. Let me go to my second question, starting with you, Dr. Pathan, which is, of course, the problem is bigger. The size of the problem is bigger. What we're talking about is at an ecosystem level. But let me come to an institutional level. If I talk about the G.D. Goenka University, what kind of, what kind of steps have you undertaken to address the larger factors and implement at least whatever is implementable at the institutional level? If you could give us some examples of that.
Thank you. Indeed, when we are talking about market-driven, required outcome of the student, which will match to the market. Accordingly, as far as concerning to G.D. Goenka University Law School, recently, before 3 years, we have, totally revamped the entire, this curriculum. Because when we are talking about how exactly this outcome-based education will be more and more focused, because that is ultimately, important for legal professionals. So when we are, talking about the skilling to the students, because almost, Professor Ranbir Singh sir as well, and Professor Rao sir as well, and Dr. Pradeep sir as well had also stated this particular aspect, that one particular lawyer or legal consultant required almost 60 kind of skills. So that kind of skill, how exactly through course curriculum we can, imbibe.
You said 60,
60, more than 60 skills. Right from drafting to, advocacy, communication to, problem solving to critical thinking to, there are many kind of, skills. So if you'll see, as far as concerning to G.D. Goenka University and the law school, we have, brought, apart from these, 36 courses, certain skill-based courses, and more specifically, certain value-based courses. Say, for example, now we are talking about AI, artificial intelligence and law. We are talking about mediation and conciliation as one of the important growing area, which is, market-driven area. So accordingly, we have developed these kinds of, the platform for the students through clinical courses.
Right.
Through, more specifically, our, legal aid team as well, our legal aid clinic as well, they are, working on mediation.
Right.
They are also working on, arbitration process. Apart from this, extension activity, where, student, they will also be getting this kind of, skill and they will be working. So accordingly, we have also introduced in our curriculum, apart from BCI mandated courses, apart from that, like computer and research skill, which is ultimately important when we are talking about, diversity of the student. To cater that particular aspect, we have to also make competent to those category of students as well, who can match.
No, I get your point. I think what you're also trying to say is that you listen to the market as well, if I call it a market, and then you implement something which is relatable. It's not in its own, it has some relevance on ground, right? That's what G.D. Goenka has been doing. Great. Dr. Kulshestra, if you could share your example of what Bennett University is doing at its own institutional level to bridge those gaps, to address the pain points.
Thank you for a good question. These two watches in front of me, one now, it is showing 11 minutes and it is counting the time. And a teacher goes to class thinking that he has 50 minutes or 1 hour to express some idea. So this is really a big constraint.
We should do that in the class, right?
Because I know you want to wind up within 10 minutes with 4.
No, I want to address the discomfort of some of the audience that we have.
I know.
12 minutes and we break for lunch.
Yeah. And then people are setting up lunch also, I can see them. So a big topic, just wanted to add some humor to it. Bennett is a big media brand. It's the world's largest media group and they have best practices. I have been to many private universities, and what I see that a lot of flexibility. Students are 90% on the campus, so you can plan any event, and students are more than happy to come forward. Some of my students are here. You have to just give them some idea. We had a 1 week long Constitution celebration last November. We had Justice Nagaratna, who is going to be first Chief Justice of India lady. She did the inaugural address, and we had Attorney General for India. We had professors, Professor Bakshi, Professor MP Singh, Professor Ranveer Singh was occupied that time, so we could not have him. Twice I have requested sir to come, but both the time he excused himself on one other pretext, joined virtual, but yes. So great institution with a lot of good ideas, a lot of flexibility, and I'm sure if such institutions are coming with a lot of corporate backup, the future of legal education is bright. Nobody can stop it.
So it's partly making it more immersive, you know.
Yes, very
more
immersive.
fun. I would, if I use this word on a legal forum, I don't know, but to make it more interesting, right? That's the idea. Right?
It's a blend of classroom and experiential learning. It's not only classroom. It's more beyond.
Beyond that.
Yeah.
Great. So that's the innovative approach. Dr. Nagpal, what innovations have you undertaken to, I mean, you cited the example of how your teachers, you know, nobody missed a class, maybe because the power of the faculty, the way they taught. But how are you trying to make it more immersive that students really come because they are not forced, because they have to attend because of the attendance, you know, but they really want to learn. How do you do that?
Thank you so much. And it is, since my institute is affiliated to Guru Gobind Singh Indraprasth University, so we have constraint on the curriculum. We cannot devise anything on our own. But so far as other things are, soft skills are concerned, so far as the value enhancement is concerned, we provide value-added courses to each one of them, which is starting from soft skill, entrepreneurship development, to courses on maritime laws, compulsory mentor-mentee program, which includes other value-added courses like courses on AI, cyber security, forensic sciences, cyber forensic, all these which are nowhere there in the traditional curriculum. So that is just the skill enhancement. And as sir said, that you have to develop this spirit that you either perform or perish. So that is upon those lines that each and every student is inculcated with holistical development, keeping in mind that we don't have to be an average in life, but to do something which is extraordinary. Wonderful. So that is important. Thank you.
Wonderful. Dr. Salpekar.
Yes, thank you so much. So as sir was pointing out about time. So even in academic session also, we are also required to follow the time. You know, in one semester, we are required to run after our students, after the syllabus, and all those things which we are required to do. So how we are managing it? I'm in Vivekananda Institute of Professional Studies. And Vivekananda Institute of Professional Studies believes in inculcating sense of responsibility amongst the students. And our motto is in pursuit of perfection. So there is a lot of responsibility on all of us teachers, because with this motto, how to serve the, this legal profession as also our students. And actually what we do, we only build, or we only, feel, and we only try to have better connectivity. My student should not feel that how to ask this question to my teacher should not feel that how to ask this question to the dean, and the dean should not feel that how to ask my teachers and my students. So that cordial relationship, because of that, we are able to enhance academic atmosphere. And in academic atmosphere, how we learn a lot of things from each other in a limited time, we also do not know. And my students are also here. They are also listening very carefully what dean is saying. And in addition to this, yes, we are required to go beyond the syllabus, beyond the text, I would say, because clinical legal education is very much required. And however, our course curriculum, even though we are having internship, compulsory internship, but that is not only the way to give clinical legal education. So therefore, we are required to run many events, activities which are skill-based, so that my students will be able to have confidence when they are entering into the legal world. Thank you.
Of course, I think what you mentioned about the communication part, it might appear simple, but it's very significant. I mean, imagine having a relationship with your teacher that you can open up and ask questions and actually have that environment facilitate. I think that's a big change itself. Kudos on that. Dr. Salim, your comment on what is happening at the Lloyd Law College. I mean, the larger problems, how are you addressing it at an institutional level?
So we are more, yes, as all the panelists have spoken about the same, and I agree that academic excellence in the classroom and academic discipline and disseminating the academic knowledge in the best ways, one most important objective of any law school, be it here in India or everywhere in the world. One most important thing, the way we have transformed our law school in last 10 years is we are trying to convert the students into more skill-based learning. And we have taken up the route, as Professor Ranveer sir was saying, mooting is one of the way in which more than 24 skills are actually imparted or extracted or inculcated in the students. And we have run the law school in India, which is participating in almost all the moots in India and all the moots in the world. And we are one of the law school who have qualified the maximum international moots in the last 2 years. And today, 4 o'clock, my team is traveling to Frankfurt. One of my team is going to Nuremberg. Only 3 teams from India qualified to Nuremberg trial in 2022 or 23. And this is the second time we qualified for Nuremberg. This is the second time we qualified for Frankfurt. Only 5 teams from India. And we qualified for John H. Jackson in WTO moot, and only 5 teams from the whole of India, whole of South Asia. So, I mean, we have transformed our law school into more skill-centric learning, be it the mooting, be it the debate competitions, be it anything which is happening in the name of skills, be it specific legal skills or professional skills or any kind of soft skills or hard skills which are required for a law student to be a better professional. We're just trying to invest everything in that. I'm spending my own money in the form of, I'm in law school. We are funding our students to travel abroad. We have sent our team to almost 12 international mooting competitions, from ticketing to lodging to daily expenses over there. We are spending everything. We are funding everything to our students. And that is the way, because of this, we are seeing the result from the students that they are turning to be a better, because they are competing the best teams in the world, and they are able to rub their shoulders with the best teams in the world, and they are able to showcase and deliver the best platforms in the world.
Right.
One of my students is sitting over here, and he has been just back 2 months back. He is from Vienna, participating from our law school in the William C. Wyss international moot, and we are participating in both the William C. Wyss, East and West both,
Right.
and 2 separate teams, 15 students. So I mean, this has been my mandate, which we learned from Professor Ranveer sir, Professor Madhva Menon sir, that focusing on the career of students, aspiration of the students, investing the time and money of the law school and teachers' time on the aspirations of the students, and focusing them, giving them orientation, support, and guiding them through the law school and supporting them even after the law school. This is, I think, the best thing that we are able to achieve.
Right.
And we are going to way forward in the same direction.
I
Thank
think
you so much.
nurturing them in a holistic way, not
Yes.
just the academic rigor, but beyond that as well. Overall, I think that's a common point emerging. So I have almost 1.5 minutes, but it would be unfair of me that we have such legal luminaries here not to kind of, invite them to ask a question and we conclude with that. Any one of you has a question, please? Yes. Can you take a microphone so we could record it? Yeah.
I'm Siddharth Singh. I'm actually from GLC, a graduate from GLC. I just passed out from ILM. So I like the panel's discussion on immersiveness of learning, but I think we didn't shed light on inclusivity, is where legal education actually lies. Dr. Rao was talking about bilingual education in our country. What I feel is that in legal education, you might get bilingual learning also, but it's always the courts that has to accept your language of mode of lingua franca. In short, what I mean to say is, so shouldn't this be a top-down approach rather than a bottom-up approach, because the law schools will always cater to the market and not the other way around.
All right. Okay, I think you got the question. Okay, we can have multiple responses. We have 2 minutes. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Indeed, let me put this inclusivity, and more specifically, this particular perspective of bilingual, this is ultimately depend, on that particular structure of that law school or that particular, process. See, as far as concerning to GD Goenka University, what important model which we have taken into consideration, that is mentor-mentee approach, and more specifically where the student, they required, because student come from, diverse group. And through this diverse group, we have to cater the needs of that particular, set of group as well. So in that particular perspective, what exactly we have done, we have, introduced this overall performance indicator of the student. If he is, lacking somewhere in certain communication, we are identifying that kind of, his lackness or his, lagging behind that communication. We are specifically providing a session through this mentor-mentee model, so that kind of, bilingual, approach, or more specifically in his vernacular language, that particular course is being, taught to that student in that mentorship program. So that is, different programs are there, no doubt, to cater the needs of this diversity.
Sorry, I have
Besides
to intervene. Yes, I think, yes, the point is made here.
I'll also make
last
it.
point,
Yeah.
yes.
At Bennett University, to ensure inclusivity and level playing field, we offer very liberal scholarship. And also we have other programs, like we have a program especially suited for law and AI, where you can use AI for a lot of learning tools. Then we also have students who are doing summer internship abroad at completely paid. So we are focusing, and then our faculty, they are getting up to 3 lakh rupees to go abroad, pursue their education, so that now globalization is the only way. We can't shrug it off. So at Bennett, we focus on all these parameters, and there is a 24/7 connect with the student, so that nobody is left out.
Sorry, so it's more dynamic. The responses are actually, they are taking into account all these factors and addressing it. It's not just set in, stone. So that's how it is. So I, because of the lack of time, I have to end it here, but I want to thank all of you for making those valuable points, sharing your insights, and to the patient audience just before lunch. Thank you all of you for joining us.
Thank you so very much. Could I please request you all to kindly come up front for a group picture? Thank you very much, panelists, for adding to our pool of knowledge with this immersive conversation. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give them a huge round of applause. Thank you. Well, the essence of being human lies in social connect. This brings us to the networking lunch break. Ladies and gentlemen, kindly enjoy yourselves. We have a 30-minute networking lunch break, expecting you all to kindly assemble back in the hall for the next session at 2:55 p.m. Thank you very much. Please enjoy yourselves.
the existing education system is growing up and they are doing their best in terms of getting up. But if I have to make a comparative analysis in terms of how we work in our MNCs or the law firms, what we expect from an resource, I think that would still require a bit more in comparative to what we are getting in the education system.
Thank you. With this, I'll turn to Mr. Kral here. I just wanted to understand, you're in a highly specialized area of law. I mean, ESG is upcoming, environmental law, sustainability specialists, those are concepts unheard of from all of us. Are there any notable differences in your experience on the level of specialization that would be for somebody who studied this vis-a-vis somebody who's entered the specialization through their experience in the profession?
Thank you, Shruti, and a warm greeting to my co-panelists and the audience and all the aspiring students sitting out in the audience here. Well, for me, when I did my LLM in environmental law, energy and climate change, it was a consequence of my interest in the field. So I wasn't chasing to do a specialization per se. It just so happened that today when I'm working as an ESG practitioner, it's because of the interest that I had in it. And my specialization is a consequence of my interest area. So even if somebody does not have a specialization and has interest and can learn on the job, I don't see that these paths are cut out in stone and you can't mend it in your way. It's your own journey. So if you can choose not to have a specialized degree and still mend your way through your practical experience, that will still work. But what happens is when you have a specialized degree, it lets you enter the market and you definitely have an edge over others because you have secured a formal knowledge about that area. And that's something which will always keep you an edge above others. But like I said, there are literally no stones set distinctions where you can't learn it on the job or you can't learn it off the job. It's your interest area. So definitely before specialization, what's a prerequisite is your interest area. If your interest is clear and if you know where to go, I think then specialization is something that one can go for.
Thank you. But I'm just curious, like, I think we're all ad idem on the fact that there is a need for specialization. There are opportunities, there are roles that currently require you to specialize. But I'll turn to Pankaj for this question. How feasible is it practically for somebody to finance, say, a specialization? We all talk about it being inculcated in our legal education system. But very often you need to go out there, get that experience, get those finances in place. Everybody can't afford an LLM. Everybody can't afford to go and get that specialization. So I'd like you to address the practicality on the feasibility of a specialization at the education level.
Hello. Hello. Hey, yeah. So first of all, thank you for the opportunity. Now, when we say about the further legal education, now a specialization legal education is basically your determination and your commitment towards your learning. It's a learning curve. We all agree this. But the fact remains the same that, for example, when I started my journey, so I hail from a law school known as National Law University, Odisha. I was the first batch of it. Now, normally in a law school, you have certain seniors who act as a mentor. But for us, there was a different situation where there was no spoon feeding at all. We tried for moot courts. We were not able to understand whether to refer a sample judge, a lordship or a sir or surgery. There are difficulties all over the place. We used to travel to nearby cities to our school seniors to understand what all legal issues can be propped up. So from my personal experience of my 5-year of law student journey, I took it as a challenge and we did a lot of moot courts, seminars, conferences, workshops. And what I will advise to everybody is that in your span of 5 years or 3 years, whatever the case may be, you should first try each and everything which this noble profession can offer to you. Once you are done with that phase, you understand your area of interest, what you really want to do, because the hard reality is that if you are doing certain particular kind of profession which is not of your area of interest, it would not lead to you to the mark you actually wanted to achieve. Right now, when I say it has 2 points, the first part was, it is good to have a legal education and everything, higher education, but we should also undertake the fact that it requires investment and time. Everybody has its different situation, and taking into account all those factors, you should take an appropriate decision when you want to go for a higher education. It can be one possibility. The moment you are a law graduate, you can take those further steps, maybe get a scholarship or something like that. But trust me, each and every student is not able to get that opportunity. So you should wait for your time, hold up on your shoes, get into the profession, maybe gain 2 or 3 years of experience. Once you have a little edge in terms of marketability, in terms of networking, then you can go for global experience. And then eventually you can, factor in those legal issues. And one more aspect could be that, irrespective of you are working in a law firm or an in-house. So I had this opportunity to first go and deep dive into law firms practices. Then eventually I turned up into an in-house hybrid role, wherein we are doing a lot of mergers and acquisition on a daily basis, I would say. We almost completed 20 to 30 M&As in last 1 year. What the biggest learning was that, in the current dynamic business environment, you should not restrict yourself. We now need people who are not only into law, but also understand the business as well. So for doing that, to understand the global perspective, to understand the cross-jurisdictional challenges, we should definitely go for further education, further legal specific in area of interest, and then eventually, do the needful as per your requirements.
Thank you. I'm wondering if our country is asking this question or discussing this topic a little too late in the day, or is it? I mean, I'll point to Kanika in view of her experience in the Middle East and in the UK. We've always seen the global outlook of, say, a law firm or of a lawyer outside. He'd always represent himself as a specialist. I'm an arbitration lawyer, I'm an IPR lawyer. We Indians don't do that. We're always an all-service firm. We're an all-service lawyer. So do you think it is a Western impact, or do you think as a country we are really seeing the value of specialization today?
That's a very good question. Thank you for that. I have done my law school from the UK, from the University of Reading. Before I answer the question that's been posed to me, just 2 things. One, there is no hard and fast rule. There is no hard and fast mechanism which can be titled as this is the right way to do it, whether it's your education or practice thereafter. Whatever works the best for you is what you should opt for. The only way to know that is to experiment a little bit in your formative years. Second, this is only my experience, which you may not relate to, but I can only be of any help by sharing this with everyone here. When I moved to India, I've done all of my education. I come from a CBSE background, went to law school in the UK, did my master's, did my doctorate. And then I came to India to practice. I met my mentor, my former boss, Mr. Hero Advani. But how it all happened was that when I actually moved to the UK for my law school, I was, suddenly studying a different regime from a typical CBSE background. And on my first paper that I had to submit, there were only 2 Indians in the batch. It was me and my friend in a batch of 300 people. And we were brought in to the professor's office after we submitted our first paper on legal skills. Darling, your papers are literally 70% similar. We term it as plagiarism over here. I said, what is that? I had zero idea, because in CBS, you open Wikipedia, you copy paste everything and you're through with your assignment. And then you start seeing a different world. You never use laptops in school, suddenly you're using all your notes on laptops. First year was all compulsory modules. You get a basic understanding of what the law is. We never had to memorize our bare acts, the statues. We were always allowed to take statues in the examination halls because our professors were always very adamant that you need to know where to look to find the law, the right provision. You don't have to memorize it. First year got done. Second year, 50% compulsory, 50% electives. Third year, 100% electives. Choose what you want to choose. One of the modules that I chose was environmental law because I had read a lot about it. Now bear this in mind, every module that we pick is 50% examination, 50% plain research, papers that you have to submit. So research becomes something that you start doing on an everyday basis. You're researching, you're reading, you're writing, and you publish your articles and papers. Studying environmental law actually got me to a specialization. I started discussing it more with my professor. And my professor said, why don't you watch this movie called The Story of the Seven Sisters? It was on the 7 biggest oil companies in the world. And I got so involved and so attracted to that movie, I did my master's in oil and gas law because I wanted to specialize. I did oil and gas law, again, 4 compulsory modules, 4 electives, one of them being international commercial arbitration. Today, I'm an international commercial arbitration lawyer who specializes in oil and gas contracts with a doctorate in oil and gas law. Yes, specialization matters. If somebody comes and tells me, and I have tons of times when someone comes and asks me, should we do a master's? I said, do you want to do a master's? Yeah, maybe I should. I said, why? What does your interest lie in? You don't have to do a master's if you don't want to do one. And if you want to do a master's, you would rather do it in a specialization. As my fellow panelists pointed out, yes, it gives you a head start. It does give you an in to the industry. But do it only when you're absolutely confident that you want to do it in this field. Because there will come a point when you will start breathing that subject. You will start being obsessed with that subject and you'll become an industry expert of that subject. And there is no harm in doing that if you're confident that this is what you want to do. When I came to India, yes, I'm often posed with the question that, are you a disputes lawyer or are you a corporate lawyer? There are 2 broad categories of lawyers. I'm a disputes lawyer and I don't like to go to court very much. I'm an arbitration lawyer, but I think being a disputes lawyer, it involves a lot of strategy. It involves a lot of negotiation skills, involves a lot of business skills that you need to have. And slowly and steadily, there are about 15 to 20 branches of even a disputes lawyer that you may specialize in. But it's only with time, it's only with experience, it's only with talking to the current industry experts, will you understand where you actually want to be.
Thank you. That was a great life experience. I wish I could speak of like a few years later in my life. Unlike yours, most of us have a slightly more like standard work and study experience. You do your LLB, you enter a law firm, you spend 5, 6, 7 years there. And that's kind of about it. And I'm going to move back to Abhishek for that. Do you think our country, like if I pick from what Kanika spoke about, the choice to experiment, the choice to go, or the option, I wouldn't even put it as a choice, I'd say the option. Do you think a law firm today or an organization today is going to tell its employees, you know what, take a year off, why don't you go and study what your heart desires, sabbatical or not? Do you think a law firm or an organization in India is ready for that? Because what I take it from all of us is that at the age of 18 or 19, we're not in a position to say, okay, you know what, I am going to become an environmental lawyer for the rest of my life. You have to go out there, put yourself out there, and then say, okay, this is what interests me. I want to go and pursue this. But is our industry ready for it? I know, I may not be appreciated for saying this, but our legal system isn't, our education system isn't. But is our industry ready for it? I mean, there's a typical thing. I wanted to do my master's and everyone said, oh, you know what, you're going to lose 2 years of experience when you come back. So as a partner of a law firm, how would you do that if your associate came to you tomorrow and said, you know what, I want to go and do my master's and come back and specialize in this?
So practically, we haven't encountered this situation. That's what first thing in my life. But yes, I have seen couple of my colleagues, friends who have moved out in between, went to Columbia, Stanford, like international universities to get an higher education. And I believe if I have to see the existing law firm structure, I am little skeptical whether they would be. I don't foresee that every law firm would have, right? And but definitely, if I have to put out a suggestion in terms of yes, that should be yes, but it also differs from how a firm looks out, because it's not only about because from the firm's point of view, we would have to look out from other aspects also, right? Normally, because this is about the talent retention, we call it to be concept, because we would want that if we have a candidate who is really hard, working hard, is really intelligent, and if he can explore opportunities, and eventually when he comes back, he works with us as a partner or probably a senior member, that would add a value to the firm, right? So, but going with the other stand, it's just a negative also, that people might end up staying abroad also, and they don't end up joining, right? So as an alternative to this, what, like, I'll tell you, I'll share one of my experience. We face this issue on a daily basis, right? Because we tend to work with the colleagues of mine who are like just freshers, 1 year, 2 year, 3 year, who doesn't have that kind of a cross-border experience and all that, right? So in Burgeon, what we thought of, we thought of doing some experimental concept. We as a partners, we started off a masterclass concept, right? And every week we tend to take a 2 days concept to do a master classes for every colleague of ours, especially the juniors one, to get them up to the speed on that particular market, right? So let's take an example, like I specialize in PVC and M&A. So I would be taking that kind of a responsibility for all my colleagues in the firm to get them up to the speed that how the trend is moving off. It's not only about how the legal education would be, it's also about how the market trend is also going on, because as a law firm, we have to tap that concept also in order to be within that particular domain, right? So, and secondly, we have built in internally, though like in law schools, we have a concept of moot court and all that. And people tend to get a bit of experience in law schools, right? But we thought of, because negotiations is one of the key things we believe in our corporate domain to be one learning thing, which if one person gets up to the speed, he will definitely skill that particular area. And we thought of doing that kind of a concept within our firm. So every Thursday, or probably alternatives, we tend to have that kind of a moot sessions, we call it to be, wherein we do negotiations. We tend to set up the teams. This is the company council, these are the investor councils, or these are the buyers councils or the seller council. We give them the proposition in one of the deals. They play that, we examine them, and we tend to find out ways there is a lack. Like in terms of if any candidate who is lacking on any particular part, we tend to upskill them. We give them another opportunities, or probably upskill them in terms of giving them, like, you have to learn about this, and this next month we'll do another round of that. So that's an alternative. We thought of doing that, and ideally at this point of time we had been successful with this, but let's see how it goes forward.
Thank you. Vidhi, I want to ask you, when you decided to go out and do your master's in environmental law, did you ever see it as an opportunity cost? Did you see that you were, and first is, did you see it as an opportunity cost? And second, in hindsight, do you think that cost paid off today?
Thank you for that question. So I definitely place myself out of the rat race of following any timeline or a chronology in life. So I enhance my risk appetite for sure. As like, I'm not going to follow as in by what age I should be what. I'm going to follow my heart. And when you say this, I just believed in myself. So I knew it. So I worked in Ministry of Environment 6 years back, because I knew that someday it will lead me to where I want to be. And that belief in myself today led me to where I am. When I say this with all, with humility, it's my experience, my degree as a company secretary, my experience in environmental law, and my brief experience of working in a corporate, all, integrated. And that's how I landed to be working as an ESG practitioner. So it's a lot about where I had to be out of the stereotypes. I'm somebody who challenges what's usually called the norm. So you would probably, even in my usual course of work, wherever I'm working, I would follow what's the stereotypes, what's the norm. So for me, doing whatever everybody else is doing was something I was sure that I don't want to do. I want to set my own curve, I want to set my own path. And environment law has been very close to me also because, I'm from Uttarakhand, and I've seen, even, at this event, I could see a little bit of unsustainable practice all around. That's a lens that I have. And also doing my LLM from WWF, I can see the plastic bottles and, things like this around me so I just have it inherently. And so that's where I wanted to lead my career in. But definitely when you say opportunity cost, it's something, if you're not following the timeline, things do fall in place. And that's where I am. So I'm quite grateful that I had that support system where I could also believe in myself and do what I wanted to do.
Awesome and kind of inspirational, I'll say. Pankaj, I just wanted to come back to you. Your role in-house, from what I understand, in a tech organization. Do you feel that, and if I understand correctly, your experience or your specialization has come from your experience? Subject to correction, you didn't formally have an education in tech law. Have you ever felt that as a handicap? And have you ever felt that, oh, if I would have done this, or if a counterpart or a peer has a formal education in the same area, have you felt that handicap? And if so, do you think your experience has been able to bridge that gap for you professionally?
Thank you for the question. So, I never felt that kind of handicap first, right? I would suggest that, not only LLM is the only way to do your further education, first of all. So what I did in my final year or maybe in the 4th year was, I also pursued company secretary as well. Okay. And by the time when I law graduated, I was able to finish CS intermediary examination. Now, as rightly pointed out by Abhishek, that, when you are in law firm, and if you really want to do further education, and you are really hardworking on your subject areas and all, then a lot of time, the law firms obviously give you the support. And I still remember when I was a fresher or a junior associate, I used to request my partner that, my CS final examination are coming. Could you please give me 10 days or maybe 5 days of holiday to just go and give those examinations? So, he or she was like, you can go, but then subject to you put your weekends over the work, do some extra efforts. So firstly, your experience and your the way you are approaching your specific subject areas will never go waste, first of all. Secondly, when we talk about the experience, the in-hand practical experience, it will never go waste from the perspective that, for example, if I talk about my company as well, where I work, we have various verticals. Now, the business dynamics has become a little complex, I would say. The companies are not want to do a particular kind of business. They inter alia, engage in various kinds of business, and we need people who can actually deliver and have multidisciplinary practical experiences as well. So keeping into mind that, for example, we have obviously good law firms as well over our panel, but then the foremost requirement is that they should actually address the company's interest. And when we talk about in-house and internal team as well, they should understand the business as well, right? So keeping into mind all these facets, first, the experience would never go in waste. Secondly, LLM is not the only way, or the certificate programs or diploma courses which are available on the market. You should actually go for the practical experience, get that practical experience, and then actually implement it I still remember in my initial days of my job, I remember two people sitting together. One was from a very small college of law, and one did an LLB and LLM, foreign LLM from, I think, London School of Economics or some Oxford or something like that. They both were having same remuneration packages, right? So you should not aim for the education vis-a-vis monetary benefits. If you work hard over the subject lines, definitely it will pay off, and you will never feel, you just because you did not do a formal education in terms of LLM, you will never feel handicapped. It will always pay off.
I'm going to move back to Kanika, and I have a two-part question for you for the two parts of the audience that I see. We have deans and we have academics from universities in our country. So the first part of the question is that I know we're far away from a legal overhaul where specialization is inculcated into our curriculum. One, I mean, you spoke highly of the system abroad. How do you think in the most feasible manner that's a shift that our country can have? And the second part of the question is for the students sitting out here, is that, to be honest, that legal overhaul is going to take a while. Students don't have the time to wait for a legal education overhaul. So what should they do today?
I think it would be wrong to say that things are not developing or things are not moving in the right direction when it comes to legal education in India. I think it is developing at a very rapid pace. I'm not somebody who has a great insight into how universities in India function. But today, when I talk to students who want to come and intern at the firm, or when I speak to junior associates or just lawyers starting out at conferences, I feel that they haven't confined themselves to just the syllabus given by the university. I feel like students over here are now aiming much higher than just traditional practice, whether it's interning at other countries, not interning just at law firms, but getting the exposure at other institutes, companies for that matter, going for extracurriculars which are not just moot courts, getting a flavor of what practice would be like and experimenting with it. I think there is no doubt that education, not just in the legal sector, but across all sectors, India is one of the leading countries for that. I think you have exceptional lawyers coming out of universities over here. I mean, this is what I say, even for the industry of arbitration, for that matter. It is developing. It is developing at a great pace. It's going in the right direction, but give it time. Just give it some time. You can't expect changes to happen overnight. I was the first batch who did not give grade 10th boards. And we were graded for how neat our uniforms were to how neat our handwriting was. And trust me, I wasn't great at it. And eventually 10th board exams came back. So I don't know what the status is now. It's a trial and error method. Try a few things, may work out, it may not work out. At the end of the day, the zest needs to stay alive to learn more. I always tell, and I would say the same thing to even the lawyers starting out today, first 5 years of your profession, in my opinion, don't think about the money. Wear horse blinders, find yourself not a right firm, but a right mentor. Because that mentor is going to condition you for the rest of your career. And if you have that sorted, money will follow. It's a given. So take it easy. Just grind and hustle for 5 years first.
Thank you. That's very encouraging. So I'm going to take closing remarks from all of our panelists, and I'm going to ask you the question of the topic as the question, but with a slight tweak from my end. The tweak is that, is advanced legal education the only path to specialization in India? So we'll start from Abhishek and move to it.
It's a very tweaky point, because I have seen in my life people coming out from a college, any normal university, and doing really great in law firms. They are partners, they are really earning good. And I have also seen people who have done specializations, either going abroad, taking national courses, and they are also doing good, right? So I think it depends on person to person, I would say that, because it's not necessary. There's no cure formula, I would say, that you just take a specialization and that hits the road, right? It depends person to person, that it could be that it works one way, it works for other way for anyone. So
yeah, like I said, specialization is a consequence of your interests. So if one is clear about what he or she intends to do, so be it environment law, be it arbitration, be it cyber securities, if you're sure that this is where your heart desires to be, then why not having a specialized degree? Because that will give you a formal education base in that area. That will also give you an edge over others. So it a lot depends on gaining that clarity through working in different areas where you can say, oh, this is the space where I enjoy the most. This is the space where I can see myself thriving. And if that clarity is there, which is very important if you are in a legal profession, to have that clear thoughts, if that clarity is there, then having a specialized degree will definitely help you. But unless you don't have a clarity, just going for the sake of having a specialized degree may not fetch you immediate benefits.
Yeah, so even I have the same opinion, and I agree with my co-panelist that the first and foremost thing should be, you should be clear in your mind what you want to do in your life, and pursuant to which you should opt the best way you want to follow your dreams. It can be maybe through a formal route of education, maybe an LLM, or maybe a company secretary course, something like that. Or it can be a practical experience where you just after your law graduation, you just enter into the profession, have that in-hand practical experience, and then eventually lead to that specialization. So as rightly pointed out by the other co-panelists, there is no fixed hard and fast rule as to how to go about it. Each person's, it's completely case-to-case basis. You need to understand the circumstances around you. If the relevant factors like money, investment, time, because you should also know that if you are going for an LLM or a further education, you might also be leaving that opportunity because you basically are not in the market. You should accept that fact also. So you should make a balance. If your situation is in a manner that it is better that you should be in the market and then eventually be 2 or 3 years of PQE experience and then eventually go for an LLM, then you should do that. If it is like you are much more, for example, you want to do, or you want to go in academics, then it would be a better thing that you should do an LLM or maybe a PhD and then go for your teaching and similar kind of lines. So it's all about what you want in your life and how you want to achieve. And this is how.
Thank you. Kanika?
I think as everyone else has said over here, it really depends on what works best for you. I think we all would agree that being at a law school can be very intimidating, and the performance pressure is quite high. Expectations are quite high. So a lot of times we look at 5 other people around us and we think that why don't we also do the same thing? And maybe it works for us, but it doesn't work that way. You just have to see where your interest lies and take it easy, see what works best for you. And it's not like your career is expiring in 5 years. You have a long time to go. So take decisions in a timely manner and be thoughtful of what you need to do.
Awesome, thank you. Since we have 6 seconds to go, do we have a question? The gentleman in the pink, followed by the lady in the specs after that.
Could we please pass on a mic to the gentleman?
Hello, am I audible? Yeah, I'm Siddharth from Government Law College, Mumbai. So my question is actually to those people who pursue their specialization abroad, because in my personal opinion, I think Pankaj sir's approach is much more India-centric, much more inclusive, and caters to a wider audience, whereas approaching an LLM abroad, the opportunity cost is very high. It's for the privileged. So I would like to shed some light over there. And my second part of the question is to Vidhi ma'am. Today's ESG market, the carbon trading mechanism that has come into the picture, I mean, adaptation and auditing that has come into the picture of the SEBI regulations, how do you think that in this market a lawyer can make an inroad into without a broad degree from like an environment degree from abroad? Thank you.
So I'm taking the second. So when you say that, how a lawyer can be an ESG practitioner is if somebody can interpret law, and definitely having a company secretary degree, I feel definitely helps you to take care of the governance aspect. So E and S and G is basically made of three elements. Of course, E and S and G is definitely your corporate law, your the practices. So that basically a lawyer is quite capable enough of handling it, right? And S is mainly about the policies that in the company, what should be there and how you can make it more inclusive, right? And not just in paper, but in spirit also it's followed. So the policies have to be drafted in that way. When you say E, it's definitely having a background in environmental law or environmental science will definitely help. So SEBI's BRSR is a framework which lawyers are definitely capable of handling. So ESG is one role where a lawyer is positioned to handle it, because a lawyer is capable enough of handling the governance aspect, the S aspect, and for E definitely I feel one needs to have like a specialization in that front, because E is not something which is commercial. We have had enough of commercialization in the world, right? So we need to have more of sustainability and that conservation lens, that how as an ESG practitioner, the sustainability practices can be embedded in the ESG framework, right? And if that can be done, like, so if I'm working in an insurance company to ensure how responsible investment is being done by the companies, where the funds of a policy holder is going in which all companies, is it further fueling the fossil fuel companies or is it going to renewable energy companies, right? So that's the conservation lens that one needs to have. And for that, I think it's besides the lawyer, it's also that sustainability lens that one need to just keep polishing it to ensure that you're doing it. So definitely to answer your question, a lawyer is quite capable of handling ESG framework for a company. So yeah.
Kanika, the second question on
The first question you mean?
Oh, first question, sorry.
Yeah. To answer the first question, when we say, or when I say that choose what works best for you, I don't just mean by the cost of it or the brand name of it. I would go a little further than that. And I did go a little further than that when I had to. It's about where you want to practice. What is the market situation in the country you want to practice in? Look, I had full plans of staying back in the UK. I had no plans of going anywhere else. Although Middle East has always been home for me. Despite spending 5 years over there, despite spending the cost that I incurred over there, Brexit got announced. What could I do? I had no choice. And India, the political environment of India, the market situation of India 12 years back was very different from how it is today. Even today, if I want, I can probably take a flight and go to the Middle East and practice over there, but I will not, because I feel that more than the Middle East, more than Europe, India is at its peak right now. The kind of contracts, the size of claims that as a lawyer you will be dealing with in India today, the kind of exposure to projects that you will have in India today, you're not going to have it anywhere else. You're sitting in the 5th largest economy in the world. It's only going to go bigger than what it is right now. So plan your future, not just according to your individual capacity, but also according to the country's capacity, the country's situation where you're situated. Why would you want to go anywhere else when you're sitting in the hub of commercial activity today? It's a choice. It's not a necessity. Sitting in India, having an opportunity to work with the projects in India is a choice that any smart worker of any industry should make today.
Thank you. On that,
Rightly said, Kanika, it is all about the choices we make at the end. Thank you so very much for this very interesting panel. I believe Pankaj has something to add.
I just like to highlight the gentleman that obviously, every person is different, right? So when I was in my final year, so, there's always hidden facts. I was offered a scholarship to go abroad. Okay. And At that particular point of time, I was also offered a position in a law firm who wants to start its corporate practice. And there was a partner and there was a junior associate and I could be that person. So at that particular point of time, I made a decision. I didn't want to go for the scholarship and all, right? I had CS for the knowledge perspective. So I just took that well-researched call that let me do the CS part and have my degree value. And at the same point of time, let me be part of a firm where I can contribute from the scratch. So whatever suits you do that. Do not copy or see or other people. If someone is going abroad, it might suit him or her, right? Just have the clarity what you want to do in your life and it will work definitely.
Well, I believe that answers your question. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a huge round of applause to this very interesting and diverse panel. Could I please request you all to kindly come up front for a group picture? Thank you very much. Thank you. Well, this brings us to our next panel discussion. The topic at hand is quite an interesting one: balancing law and business, preparing future lawyers for in-house roles. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our panelists, Ms. Damini Bhalla, General Counsel, Zomato. Let's give her a huge round of applause. Please welcome Mr. Sachin Kalra, Vice President, Legal and Regulatory Affairs, HT Media. Let's welcome the gentleman with a round of applause, of course. Let's give it up for Mr. Samit Gambhir, Vice President, Corp Law and Company Secretary, DCM Shriram. Please give it up for Mr. Sanjay Gulati, EVP and Group Head Corporate, GMR Group. Please welcome Dr. Sanjeev Gemawat, Group General Counsel, Vedanta Group. Let's give it up for Session Chair, Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief of BW Business World and Exchange for Media Group.
Can you guess why a chair is, extra chair is there? I don't sit on two chairs, it may look like one. That's because we have the presence of Mr. Raghu here. We'll be delighted to utilize his experience and his stature. If we had known earlier he is coming, then. So thank you for being gracious, Raghu Saab. And I refuse to start the panel. The two gentlemen there, my friends, either sit down. Hello? Can you sit down? Because otherwise it gets distracting, or you can, yes, thank you. Please, can you give them a bigger round of applause? They came on time, we are running late, they've been patient. Yeah. And clapping is good for heart muscle. First of all, I did not decide the topic, Garima did. If I decided, I won't put this top there because there's no balancing required. You know, because legal roles are business roles. So I made a presentation in the morning and yesterday, so I really, but the segue that we are talking is how do you, let me read the panel topic a little different. It says balancing law and business, preparing future lawyers for in-house roles. It is asking GCs on the panel on how is the role of GC changing? How is the role of legal services changing? And I must tell you, I was listening to the last 7-8 minutes of the last panel. I did what most people at my age then did, but I didn't go into that field. I did BTech Computer Sciences, then I went to a business school called MDI. I'm from the first batch 30 years back. And I came into media accidentally, right? So really, I think the choices that we make, you know, there's a, you know, Dr. Singh also talked about choices versus chances. I think your choices will lead you to the right decision. Just believe the universe, do the right thing. I'm a Hindu. I believed in my life is preordained, right? But we got to make the right choices to be able to achieve what is preordained for us, so to say. But all of us have a unique journey. I As I said, I did engineering business school, but now I'm in the media. So now let me come to the topic. Let me reframe the topic and start with Dr. Ghemawat and go around the house. Is how do you prepare young professionals who are entering the legal domain or people who are on the law firm side who aspire to be a GC? What's changing in the profession? How should they mold themselves? Dr. Ghemawat, your opening comments.
First, thank you very much, Dr. Batra, for inviting me to share my views on this very relevant topic. So the moment you started the word, balancing law and business, and I think Garima might have chosen this subject and these words for the simple reason that the way in which the legal profession is being perceived, particularly from an external lawyer standpoint and from an in-house standpoint, the perception is that external lawyers are conservative in their approach. They don't have business orientation, and in-house counsels should have business orientation. But the fact remains, I agree with you, that there is in effect no difference, because if the external lawyer is not having a business orientation, ultimately he will have to exit from the legal ecosystem, because ultimately everything gets governed with the economic growth, with the economy and with businesses and all that. Now, as far as your specific question on in-house counsel is concerned, initial comment, I would say that profession gets developed and evolved depending on the progress in the economy. And the progress in the economy is determining. So as we are seeing many professions getting developed, like from a computer science to data science to, many other professions and engineering discipline. And so is the case as far as in-house counsels are concerned. The profession has evolved, and I'm right now not limiting my comments in terms of that distinction is the business orientation. I think it is much more beyond that. And a couple of points which I would mention, and I will, wait for the second round. This is the same thing which happened in the United States. And if you people remember that, and we used to talk about the Kravitz system. The Kravitz system was nothing but the law firms becoming prominent. They were the full service law firms. They used to hire the best of the talents from the best of the law schools, and they used to motivate them in terms of incentivizing them, giving them sharing profits and all that. And that is what continued till 1980s in the United States market. Thereafter, the corporates started believing that why aren't they spending so much of money? The same kind of services they themselves can hire through an in-house counsel. They can hire the best of the people, from the law schools as in-house counsel, and the same services can be provided in-house. Now, the same status or the same kind of the profession is getting evolved today in India. And that is exactly the reason why we are discussing this topic today, that in-house counsel has become so prominent that organizations are today believing that their in-house departments and law departments are nothing but mini law firms, having say 50 lawyers to 100 lawyers or 150 lawyers. Now, there they are providing the services in-house only, and they are not more, they are not dependent on the external law firms. Now, this change is happening in the Indian context, and that is where I think that lots of opportunities from a external lawyer becoming in-house counsel, because they are providing services in almost all kinds of areas. So this is what my initial comment would be. I want to comment further in terms of as the market is changing, we are at the fourth industrial revolution, and fourth industrial revolution is nothing but more and more regulatory mechanism besides, in multiple industries. But then there are issues where we believe that the fourth industrial revolution, which is largely based on artificial intelligence or augmented intelligence, where regulatory mechanism perhaps might not work because organizations and corporates would be dominating the market. And there you feel that in-house department should be so competent that they should be complying with all that ESG kind of requirement of the GRC, which we talk about governance, risk and compliances. And that is where I think the profession is evolving and profession is taking a different shape and dimensions today. That's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for the opening comments. Mr. Gulati, your opening comments.
My opening comments.
It's working.
It's working. Thanks. So this role of an in-house counsel is very critical. And as Sanjeev ji just explained, it requires a competence in terms of business knowledge, business orientation. And at the same time, an in-house counsel is required to have the right experience on law and right understanding on law. And once having this combination of right legal knowledge or legal experience and combined with the business experience, I think that is what business looks at. And business want to really see how do you educate the board or make the board understand the risk. How do they comply? Even the largest corporations today continuously push themselves to know how are they going right in terms of governance, in terms of the compliances, in terms of various applicability on their businesses, and how do they really protect themselves and ring fence themselves within the framework of the law where they operate. So there it is very much expected that as an in-house counsel, there are areas of specialization, a particular diverse businesses or diverse groups who are dealing into multiple businesses, like somebody dealing a single group operating into oil and gas business, operating into aviation business, operating into many more retail business or pharma business, etc. So a single group operating into multiple businesses requires a specialized experience. So thereby the in-house counsels have the very big opportunity. The team, the future in-house counsels, we say the future budding lawyers who step into this side of the fence, and they are expected to learn those nuances of the business and learn how to implement the law as part of that business. So, and the areas of specialization in terms of how do they draft the contracts, how do they negotiate, do the negotiation of those contracts, how do they, create a compliance framework for that very business so that the business is not stepping outside the compliance and outside the regulatory framework. So these are very critical areas where business looks up to the lawyers, and the in-house lawyers are the most closest link between the regulatory framework, and I call the in-house lawyers as the officers of the court. The office, and they act as officers of the court. To ensure that they are making the business comply with all regulations, and they make sure that they do not step out of that. And third, they ensure that the businesses are trained to do the compliances and governance.
Thank you, Mr. Gulati. Mr. Gambhir, your comments.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Batra, for inviting me here. I think, to my mind, this topic seems to be very relevant in my personal view. Why? Because, when we're talking about the balancing law and business, particularly preparing future lawyers for the in-house roles. And that's where a lot of lawyers are actually facing issues, particularly the young lawyers, I'm saying, because you have a lot of university people and the young lawyers are here. I'm just giving an advice. What happens is it's actually very, very difficult to maintain balance at times, particularly when you are young and you are a younger lawyer for a small company or a diversified company. I'll give an example. When I started my career at a very young age, maybe around 25 years, I'm talking about, I was a company secretary of the company, and accidentally I became the legal guy because, then they gave me the legal department. I was not even a law graduate at that point of time. And when I took the charge of the legal, frankly, I had no idea about the business. So the first and foremost thing for a lawyer or a young lawyer, I would advise is that you need to understand the business very well, all the dynamics, nitty-gritty of the business, the situations, the things. So I had no idea about the business much. And then, my first assignment in some of the contract issue and all, I was under the pressure by the business head because I was very young. I was under the pressure. No, it's a very, very important project. We will be losing this, that, and all. And I was under pressure. I did some mistake at that point of time. And that was where I learned a lesson, because I was told that whose mistake is that? And I learned a lesson that number one, to knowing your business is very important before you join the organization. And number two, that once you are a young or you are not at a top management and hierarchy, which nowadays in-house are in the top management, so it's not much of the issue. then you need to understand that, how to make a balance between that. Because when you're talking about the compliance issue or regulatory issues, sometimes they don't understand, because compliance, I'm saying that I'm ensuring the compliance. But when I say regulatory, there could be an anticipated risk issues associated with that, which may not be able to anticipate. I need to see, there could be some discussion paper in the parliament or some other paper, which tomorrow the law would be changing and there could be an risk which is not anticipated today. So these are some of the issues. And, when you are young and you are pressurized by the business, particularly I'm telling you because, the law students, when you're pressurized by the business, एक situation आती है कि जब आप, एक मेरे को दो लाइनें याद आ रही हैं, अगर आप ज़्यादा दो तो मैं बोल दूं, आपने सबने सुना होगा, मेरे दिल के किसी कोने में एक मासूम सा बच्चा बड़ों की देख के दुनिया बड़ा होने से डरता है. At that point of time you realize कि नहीं यार, I'm not part of that. So I think it's very, very relevant to manage the business and the law, and you have to understand that the business is very well understood by law before you think. I think in our organization now, what we do is we make sure that the lawyer or the legal or the IT and other people are involved initially from the project time, make a task force, and make sure that the lawyer or the law, even if it's a law firm or it's a legal law person or it's a company secretary, risk guy, internal audit required, they should be involved from the day one so that they can advise you what is going wrong, where you need to anticipate the risk, etc. So I think to my extent, in my view, I think it's a relevant topic, frankly, Dr. Gupta.
Thank you. Of course, I said yesterday, I said 10 ways how the legal services profession is, you're an expert, I'm an outsider, you're a doer, leader. But the three things that are relevant to this panel is, one is we'll be a 10 trillion economy. Our GDP income has grown 7 times, may not be good enough still. And the law schools, how many law schools do you think are there? Damini, how many law schools?
Oh, there's 1,000 plus.
Several, but I
1,000 plus?
Yeah, but
1100, 1200.
I think we are producing somewhere around 15,000 lawyers actually. So 15,000 lawyers.
So 1800, and if you take the other departments and all, 2,500. So it's
population size of 1.3 billion, 1.4 billion, right? And how many law schools should we have, even if 10% of the population needs to be catered?
Second is, one trend that is research and numbers bear out is that in law firms, a lot of professionals are non-legal professionals. They're domain experts. They're like, there was a colleague earlier who's an ESG, who's a lawyer and who's an ESG. We'll come to that. But Mr. Kalra, your opening comment.
Thanks, Mr. Patra and the co-panelists. They've already spoken to multiple things, but to take it forward, for me, in-house counsel is basically what the topic also says about the person who has the knowledge of business very well. And with the business, he should also have sound knowledge of law, the law which is there and which is going to come up. Because he has to provide the risk basically to the community. And with the risk, he also analyze that what future is there with the new project or project which is doing. So when you work on a group basis, basically, there are a lot of things which comes to your table. We were discussing a few days before that today in-house is not an in-house person who is going to be a postman, which Mr. Raghu also said back. He's not a postman basically, which we say. He's a person who should have sound knowledge, can give a agile, who will be agile to give the reply immediate basis with his note that what is expected by him, not waiting for the law firm to come up and give the knowledge. And rightly said, today as an in-house is not an in-house person, is having a law firm inside the team. Is every person he is sitting here must be leading around 10 to 15% minimum right now. So it's a small law firm in a company which works 24/7. It's what a law firm is, a law in-house file series. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Kalra, for those brief comments. Ms. Balla, you've been part of a company which has become so large. It's done an IPO and it's in a new age, so to say, domain. So what are the new knowledge orientation that existing lawyers in law firms or in-house counsel need to adopt? Because you work for a certain kind of company. I would also additionally want your input on that.
Thank you so much for this opportunity on the panel. First of all, I echo with a lot of what was already said, that ultimately, I think you are the best friend and the best advisor to your clients who, instead of being external, become internal when you move in-house, right? At the end of the day, they're your clients. So you have to be trusted, you have to be on call, you have to be available. You have to be nimble, you have to know, I think, every law that sort of applies to your industry. So if you're in-house and very often, you're doing business A or business B, it's not the breadth that you probably get at a law firm, but maybe you get the depth. So you have to get in and know every single sort of legislation, your business or your company. And not only the existing law, but also what's anticipated. So I work in the digital market space, and there are a lot of changes that we are seeing from a regulatory standpoint from various angles. So I think it's no longer just about the practice of law, it's about also a practice of policy. It's also about how, interestingly, Anurag, how you manage the media. Because today, whatever you do, I think before you know it, it's out there in the media, in the public domain, it's being sort of handled in a particular manner. And I think a lot of your job also goes in making sure that the right narrative is out there in the right manner from a legally sort of compliance standpoint as well, which I think is different from what at least I anticipated before moving in-house. I also think the pace at which you're required to advise has changed. And maybe this is, again, where I work, where everything happens on an almost 24-hour, 72-hour kind of basis. So the pace at which you're required to provide advice, the pace at which you're required to tell somebody, yes, go ahead, no, you can't, let's do this differently, let's look at risks, I think that has changed. So it's absolutely critical to have not only an in-depth understanding of the law, the policy, also sometimes regulatory thinking, because not everything in law is black and white, as all of you know, but also a complete understanding of the business, and more importantly, the business objectives. Because most of the time, you end up saying, yes, you can do this, but let's do this differently because you'll still meet your business objective. Maybe it'll take a little more time. Maybe it'll be a little more cost, but the way to do this in a compliant manner is to do it in this manner. So that doesn't work without sort of this kind of an in-depth understanding. What we do now in-house, in our team at least, is catch up every 2 weeks, once in 2 weeks, for a training session on the law, on legal updates, invite business leaders to come and address the team so that we understand every nuance and real-time changes, and that's helped a lot.
Thank you so much, Ms. Billa. I must tell you, whether you're a corporate leader, you're an entrepreneur, you're a head of a state, seizing the narrative is key to winning. Okay, I think media has a role, but I think we should do our role a little better than what we do right now. Mr. Raghu, you've seen many seasons. And again, this kind of debate has been on for a while. Your opening comments.
Yeah. Thanks, Dr. Batra. As always, you put me on a spot, and I was not prepared for this, but very interesting topic. But first and foremost, because there are a lot of people from law school, don't be scared. This is a great profession. Have all the enthusiasm as you walk into the profession. Secondly, a lot has been said. In-house is not a job, first and foremost. It's another stream of profession. Please get that clear. I can say that with fair amount of confidence because I've finished my career as an in-house counsel after 33 years. I left defense. I cleared NDA, I left that. I cleared engineering, I left that. I cleared civil services, I left that. And I became finally a lawyer. So, and am I happy? Very happy. The second thing, to everything that my panelists said, you must know the business as you grow in your role in the job. If you are an in-house counsel, that is true for an external counsel who's advising you or an internal counsel. If you don't know the business, your advice is of no use. It's like a tissue paper, you can put it in the dustbin. And who better than you? Something that I used to do very regularly in all through is that if there is a youngster who joins, put him on a 6 month, because we learned it from Unilever, where we had to undergo 18 months training before you actually started advising the business. 18 months, starting from marketing, merchandising, transport, logistics. We did everything before we were brought into the legal desk and start advising the business. Now, it's not possible. Unilever is an institution. It's not possible to do that. But please spend a fair amount of time Go into the factories, go into your service center, whether you are in service sector, you are in manufacturing sector, learn the nuances. You'll be surprised that some of the things that you have fixated in your minds will suddenly change when you go to the factory. When you see the people working at the factory, you know, there's in many of you in the factory, if a particular product has been made, they look at how much time it takes for the product from start to finish. And for that, the kind of efficiencies that they have to build in terms of just hand movements and leg movements, eye contact, machine dealing, all that. Because the day you appreciate the business, your legal advice will be relevant to them, because you are talking from a position of strength and you also have the legal knowledge. Secondly, don't be scared of your jobs. Most often I've seen this in my full 3.5 decades. People tend to say yes when they should say a no, because there is always this unconscious, subconscious feel, if I say no, what's going to happen to my increment? Nothing is going to happen. I have not seen a single person losing a job for saying or standing behind the truth or saying the right position of law. It's when you try to tinker with the law to please somebody, that's where you get into trouble. Please, it is a profession. Don't be in the business of law, be in the profession of law. That's my simple one-line advice to everybody. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think every bit of advice is welcome, but the bit that you should know a bit about every domain firsthand, you know, that's why levers you have to, in a lot of organizations, you go through sales, you know, because that's really the lifeblood in some way of the organization. Now let me come to a little more nuance. When you enter the profession, and I'll start this time from there, what are the changes? What needs to be 1, 2, 3? You've already said go department by department. You already said on a philosophical level, say the right thing even if you're unpopular. But what are the 1 or 2 functional things? Say somebody wants to switch from a law firm to a, because lots of my friends who I know, they feel the grass is greener on the other side. They want to switch. What's your advice to them?
Sir, I know I hear a lot about when people come from law firms and want to join in-house. They believe quality of life. They believe it's a 9 to 5 job. They feel, you know, it's more clear cut, whereas in law firm, there is a lot of ambiguity in terms of their growth and all that. Trust you me, it's no different. I have never gone home before 9:30 in the night. In my last, I can say this for every day of my career. And I don't know if any of my colleagues sitting here who reach home on weekdays before really late hour. That is one. Secondly, I think I'm not against anybody switching from law firm to in-house or vice versa. But please do your research in terms of where you are going. Because if I have known so many, in fact, in my team, I have got 6 lawyers, all from tier 1 law firms. And after 6 months, they tell me this job is more difficult than what we are doing there. Not because that they're unhappy, but there's a way of doing it. And here,
it's different.
The other one difference between law firms and all that, in law firms, you take ownership of your client. But if something goes wrong, you don't lose a job. But in-house, you take the responsibility, you are accountable, your chairman relies on what advice you give them. And please, therefore, you play a far more significant role in advising the leadership team inside the company than an external lawyer. I have had several instances where there's an opinion, there are senior managing partners who have come, advise the chairman, the meeting is over, then the chairman asks, CV, what is your view? That's where the buck stops. So you got to draw, and therefore I say it's a legal profession. You must know the law much better even than your external counsel. You know, when you advise. If you don't know that, you will be on shady grounds.
And that's where the balance between law and the domain expertise, I won't call it business.
And be reasonable. Don't have to I have seen many people take very conservative views. No, at the end of the day, please realize business has to sustain. It has to be sustainable growth, ESG, all this. These are all. And if I heard the colleague earlier talking about BRSR and all that. If your business is doing well and if you are following the right policies process, SEBI has not come out with something that was not anticipated or that was not something that the large companies were doing. You know, just as a small snippet, the Provident Fund Act that you see, which came as an act in 1950, was there in the Tata Group from 1936. Jamshedji Tata was the first one who started Provident Fund in a company. So entrepreneurs by nature are not, those, barring a few of them, they are well-meaning people, they are entrepreneurs because they think differently. So to believe that entrepreneurs always want to do something hanky-panky, that's not a fair view. There will be outliers and there have been outliers, but that is true in every profession. Tell me one profession where there are no outliers.
Absolutely. Ms. Balla, would you like to add to that in terms of, this movement between law firms and in-house counsel? Because there's somebody who's classmate of my wife and he's a legal profession. And he came to me saying, I work in a law firm. Now that you're a legal, I think can you recommend me to someone? I said, yeah, I work in a good law firm. Why do you know? But for some of the reasons, is there an advice there? Grass is greener on the other side always.
Well, I've actually just seen both sides. I was a partner in a law firm before moving to Zomato. The grass is not greener on either side. I think both sides have their, both sides have their pros and cons. I think if you work at a law firm and if you work in a larger team, the chances are you'll get to do maybe a broader breadth of work industry-wise. Whereas, depending on which company you join in the in-house space, you will be looking largely at the business that the company does. I agree with you, Raghu. I don't think the work hours are any better in the in-house space. In fact, very often they're worse. So I think if that's the motivation, then that's probably not the right motivation. I think the work is equally challenging. I don't think you will have lesser of a challenge just because you're on one side or the other side of the table. I think the depth with which you get to know one business in-house is, of course, that much more than when you're in a law firm because you're dealing with the same set of internal stakeholders or internal clients on a daily basis, and you're doing everything that has to be done vis-a-vis that company. I think that's the difference. But if I was to give you advice, I would say, look, there are law firms and companies and companies. Choose your teams widely, look for growth, look for opportunity. And especially if you're starting out, look for places which will challenge you from day one, which will make you sort of study the law, make you go beyond maybe just the business of what the company is doing, engage you with law and policy, and look at every opportunity possible to learn. Because I think ultimately at the end of the day, law is a lifelong journey of learning. I don't think anybody here or any lawyer will ever say that they've stopped learning. I think you learn on a daily basis. And as long as you're learning, it's great.
Mr. Kalra, your comments.
So I also seen both the sides. Started as a practicing lawyer, shifted to the corporate world. Yes, rightly said, both sides has their pros and cons. It's not that easy to be in both the systems, but it's always better. What choice you are into. Timings wise, very late, you said. I'm also fine that 9 to 9 is a job. It says 9 to 9. It goes beyond that also sometimes when the business challenges are. So it's not that you place very well. Only thing which I can say comparatively is a law firm or a legal side. When a company, you will get a growth on a structure, we say yearly wise. In a law firm, you may get growth on your working style wise, a month on basis also, but it depends on how you perform and how you work upon. That's only a challenge, a differentiation I can put in.
Gambhir, I've not seen too many GCs going back to law firms. I've seen some examples in the last few years. And yesterday at our law firm conference, there were some examples. But once a GC for lifetime?
No, I think I have seen many friends who have gone to the practice also after a couple of years in GC, because I think, even in in-house lawyer, you are actually practicing law. That's true. The point is that you have external clients or you have internal clients. That's the only thing. So therefore, I have seen, sometime even I think, यार देखो वो बंदा अपने target पूरे कर रहा है और फटाफट काम कर रहा है दिन में रात में कभी भी यार, it's a very lavish life. Let's go to the law firm side and why are we sitting in the GC role or in-house role. But I think I've seen many people. So I think both the side they also think that the GC side is good. GC say that the law firm side is good. I think both the sides are equally good, and you need to do what your duties are. You need to advise your clients and your clients, whether they're internal, they're external. You need to understand the business, whether it's your external clients, your internal client. So I think now from my perspective, I don't see there is any much of the difference between both the sides, even if the remuneration wise or, the good lawyers are, in-house lawyers are, they are on the board also nowadays. In-house lawyer, for example, we have a corporate management board, so I'm a part of that. So there are people on the board of directors also, and they're enjoying their life in-house also. So I think I don't see much of the difference. It depends on how do you want to continue. But at the same time, once you are a GC or you are in-house lawyer, there are certain things one we one you normally face, and that is one of them is, for example, I have given an advice to the board of directors. This is my advice, and I think we should do this. We should do this like this, and this is a very critical matter. They will definitely go. Let's take an opinion from the external lawyer also. And when I say why, they'll say, okay, Samit, you're right. The point is, even I don't feel bad in that, because I know that even if I am right, an opinion will definitely going to help to the board of director. Opinion will definitely going to help you tomorrow in the litigation or a case law. So that happens with the in-house lawyers. At times, it looks like that, I mean, घर की मुर्गी दाल बराबर है, they don't believe me or what. But the point is, then they advise you, no, it's okay. We understand, we respect your values, but at times we need a law firm opinion, or for example, if it's a deal or a transaction, you definitely need a law firm, You in-house can't do the entire deal or entire transaction. And for example, if it is an international deal or something. So from my perspective, both the roles are very good, and wherever you are enjoying, you keep enjoying.
Gulati sir, any divergence of views?
I think I quite agree with all the panelists, but I would also add here that it has got its own flavor. So as a council, I mean, if you have to see monetary wise, even beyond the sky, you can make money through your efforts. And the more one sharpens the skill, I think the opportunity to sharpen the legal skills is more on the practice side. And the depth of knowledge one gets and the confidence one gets in terms of the learning and enhancing the capability, plus also the ability to take decision. Because when, as a lawyer, one advises the client, it's the firmness with which you advise and the client relies upon you. And his business decisions are dependent on the lawyer's advice. So I think that side provides you a very good in-depth abilities, knowledge in terms of the field of law. And when I started my career after passing through the law school, I chose to go to the practice side. I chose to go to the courts. I said the level of knowledge and the depth of knowledge one gets there, and not on the corporate side. So my recommendation always had been to the young lawyers who pass the law school should actually experience first 5 years on that side. Once having got that depth of the knowledge of the law and how the laws are applied and the confidence with which you advise your clients that they rely on your advice and take their business decision and risk, I think that's a kind of, one gets that feeling of achievement is great. And now switching over to the corporate side, when I switched over to the corporate side and when I jumped into this side, I was damn confident. I took a national role at a very early age with my limited experience of some 8-9 years. I could lead that role. I could lead only because I had gained that experience. I could firmly tell that this is how it is to be done and it is to be applied and the law needs to be applied and what are the risks and consequences. So that's where the in-house counsel role is again very, very challenging, very interesting. You have to be on your toes in terms of how to advise rightly. And you are the bridge between the internal and external side. And you seek the, you are in a position to guide the board or guide the management or guide the business in terms of the applicability of the law, because the organization looks up to you to advise rightly.
Mr. Gemawat, your final word, and I want input on this. You know, I said that the GCs and in-house counsel these days talk about they being profit center. So we save so much money in the litigation if it gone. So we've actually contributed to the bottom line. My friend Mr. Hemant Kumar from L&T was one day telling me a couple of months back that I saved my company 2,000 crores. You know, and I asked him how. So he explained to me. So do you think GCs increasingly become contributors to the bottom line? They do through their advice. I mean, on critical issues, taking the right decisions means growth, right kind of growth. So I would want your input on that.
Yeah, I think a very interesting question. I think, you know, a couple of points which I want to mention. I'm not comparing one the external lawyers with the, in-house counsel. Forget about the number of hours and the compensation. Perhaps in-house counsel must be fetching more compensation as compared to external lawyers. So forget about that part. A number of hours might be similar in nature. But then what makes in-house counsel distinct from external lawyers is the delivery and the accountability. And the delivery and accountability is so critical for the organization that the whole business is dependent on that. The fact remains, Mr. Batra, that today all industries are highly regulated. But then we perceive legal issues only from the perspective of some dispute resolution, that we have saved this much of amount in this particular transaction, etc. But that a lot depends in terms of structuring of the transaction. Today, if you open the newspaper is full of reports, either on one or the other legal issues, either approvals from the government, some investigation related issues, or some transaction related issues, or some one or the other disputes. Now, just see, all these issues ultimately, just appreciate this, economy of $3.5 trillion economy, it is governed by whom? By the corporate sector. Who is advising the corporate sector in terms of driving all those transactions, disputes, etc.? Somewhere the in-house counsel. And that is exactly the reason why his role becomes so critical and important. Now, as I said, that all transactional work, because of the regulatory environment, you end up having the counsel of the in-house counsel, the general counsel, and he would be the instrumental in terms of driving all those things. And ultimately, it's not the bottom line in terms of only the dispute resolution and saving money in that. It's much beyond that. Dr. Batra, a few years back, from your stage only, in one of the conversation, I coined the term that what is that in-house counsel's role? And I use the terms that he is the strategizer for the business, he is the enabler for the business, and he's protector of the business. And that is how I define his role, and which we are seeing today. Absolutely, absolutely. And fact remains, and I normally say that some of the organizations where we in fact run a mini law firm, as I said, the 100 lawyers of a legal department. So it's not a coordinator kind of department. They are effectively doing all kind of legal work. Of course, for expertise, you keep on engaging multiple experts from external lawyers, but then most of the things are being done in-house. So I think this needs to be perceived and seen in that context only. And I see, and as Raghu rightly pointed out, that it's a distinct discipline today. As in my opening comments, I said that the profession is getting evolved. Multiple professions get evolved with the growth in the economy. And that is exactly the reason I see a distinct kind of in-house counsel practice in the times to come.
Thank you so much.
Dr.
We'll take very quick comments and close the panel. And if there are one or two questions, we'll take very brief questions. Go ahead.
Yeah. I was just saying that as an in-house counsel, when you said that we add up as a profit center, but we make the balance sheet healthy. We make the balance sheet so clean that, they get the investment opportunities from the investors.
Compliance and governance has a very big role to play the right growth of the company. Any questions to the panel? Yes, we're running late, so very short comment, sir. Very short.
You see, today, if we just look at the management and legal education are getting merged together.
Can't hear you.
We can't hear you.
If we see today that legal education and management education are getting merged together. So the double degree program.
Are they? I'm not sure.
Double degree program, if we just look at the first degree is giving the normal degree, whether it's BBA or BCom, and second degree is a law degree. Number of courses if you look at 24, vis-a-vis another 24. Now, what I'm trying to say, comment, that these future lawyers who are getting with these degrees, like any management professional joining any corporate sector, they join in a functional unit. So they may join in a functional unit, but subsequently they rise to the level of general manager and they become the CEO and sit in the board. So is it not the future lawyers are going to join as a functional unit of in-house, and then gradually they are flourishing and taking the role in the board of directors?
It has happened. It has happened. Many lawyers have become CEOs of the business. And one example is Indigo. You remember that gentleman, he became a CEO, Mr. Ghosh. He was working in a law firm, and then ultimately he became a CEO. So there are many more examples of that. So it's all, see, when we talk about a management role, the management role in a business means that not just you advise, but see that the advice gets translated into the business actions, and ultimately a 360-degree approach is used to implement them. So don't, because most of the time the in-house business side, when we talk to business side says, don't just tell us what we need to do. Show us that how it can be implemented, and show us that it can be, streamlined effectively.
Thank you so much.
Sir, just to add to that, if I can, sir, it's just a question of evolution. If you look at the United States of America, at least 40% of the CEOs have a law degree, and they have all grown from in-house. Pepsi had their chairman as the general counsel, who finally became the chairman. In India, the evolution has happened. He mentioned about Mr. Ghosh. There's Kalpana Morparia, who was ICICI general counsel, who's JP Morgan CEO. So it's just a matter of evolution. The point that needs to be understood, which I think each of the panelists said, as you are advising, you must also know the business, understand the management, learn the management skills. It is not, these are not two things exclusive to each other. They're both are inclusive. The sharper you are there, the more you are involved in the business, but not forgetting your role as a lawyer, you'll grow, and it's only a matter of time.
Thank you, Mr. Raghu has summed it up very well. I don't need to sum it up. Please give our panel a big round of applause. Thank you, Mr. Jawahar. Thank you, Mr. Kabir. Thank you, Mr. Kalra. Thank you, Mr. Balla. And thank you, Mr. Raghu. Please give them a bigger round of applause.
Thank you. Could I please request you all to kindly come up front for a group picture? Thank you very much. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, this brings us to our next panel discussion. The topic we shall be discussing: redefining legal careers, opportunities beyond law firms. It is now time to invite our panelists. Please welcome Priyan Garg, Senior Manager, Practice Management, Khaitan & Company. I shall go again. I think the focus was diverted. Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for Mr. Priyan Garg, Senior Manager, Practice Management, Khaitan & Company. Please welcome Ms. Priyanka Valesha, Head Legal, Yum Digital and Technology, India. Please welcome Mr. Rishabh Chopra, Partner, Bahura. It's super easy. All you have to do is just put them together. Like that. Super easy. Perfect. Please welcome Mr. Siddharth Batra, AOR Supreme Court of India. And completing the panel, please give it up for moderator, session chair, Mr. Tarun Nangya, Associate Editor, NewsX.
Thank you for the introductions. And I'm happy to be here again. And last year was also equally exciting. Lots of good conversations that I can remember today. Without wasting much time, we have only 29 minutes left. We will start with the topic. The topic, as was given to me, is redefining legal careers, opportunities beyond law firms. One theme that I witnessed in the past 1 year is in discussions with many GCs, where they told me that many times the CEO leans on to them when he takes a business decision, where he has to give a go-ahead and the CEO takes a decision. So I asked the GCs whether the role of the GC in the companies that they work is expanding, whether they are getting a say in management roles. I remember this was in case with a company which is a hotel aggregator, where they have management contracts with various hotels. And he told me that many times, many deals have got the go-ahead rejected because he said, he's told the CEO, no, you can't go ahead with this. It's not in consonance with the long-term vision of the company. This is how I experienced how the GC's mandate has increased within the own company, but that's just one. This topic is very broad. It speaks about, like the panelists we have today, my friend here is also a legal recruiter. And in fact, I would like to start with you first. You got into the business of recruiting lawyers after having practiced as a partner in a law firm. Could you start with how you got into this?
So hello, everyone. Working, right? Great. So I graduated from NLU Jodhpur, and then I started my career with Amarchand Mangaldas in Bombay and then Delhi. But during my law school days, I was very fascinated with the business side of law. And when Bahura was kickstarting its operations after its spin-off from the previous organization, that's when I joined the organization. The interest always was in interacting with people, but also understanding how we can help them do things better. And that's when it sort of coincided with the legal industry per se. It sort of made all the more sense for me. Now, interestingly, my journey with Bahura has been fascinating, but I also, in between, moved back into the profession of law. And that's why I wanted to clarify that Lakshmanan and Sridharan happened much after I moved into legal recruitment. And for a very brief period of time, I was there, and actually more than 2 years. And I was a joint partner focusing on various areas of law, along with international business development, client relations. But the idea again was to how we could service the legal industry by really adding more value to it by not practicing the law, but ensuring that we match the best people to the best roles. And that's when it's all about ensuring what value you can bring to the table. It's not so much about that you've graduated from a law school, whether a premier one or a traditional one or an up-and-coming one. It doesn't matter. What matters is what you want to do in the long run, what value you can bring to the legal ecosystem. It's not so much about just going to the court. Respect to all the professions, but whatever you realize that you can add value to, that could be something that you could focus on.
So as the legal industry formalizes, the need for assistance in recruitment will grow.
Absolutely, and we're seeing that, right? For the last so many years, specifically when the legal industry is moving towards more sophistication.
Yes.
Right? And also with, hopefully, and that's a separate seminar I'm assuming will happen on liberalization part later on.
No, but very interesting, because that will open up so many
Absolutely.
opportunities with foreign
And we're
law
already
firms.
seeing that, right? There's a lot of interest already from the international markets as to what's going to happen to India. And that's where a lot of conversations are happening just to understand what's really out there. in the
Before I
market.
take this to Priyanka, I want to say that maybe that day is not far, that in tier 2, tier 3 cities, you'll be doing recruitments. Because as law firms formalize even in smaller cities, tier 2 towns, which is not the case today. But of course, because all these young boys who are graduating from NLUs, how long will they come and work only in Delhi, Bombay, Calcutta? They will also want to go and work in tier because there'll be so many law graduates.
Absolutely.
Cities can only accommodate so many lawyers.
And that's true right now as well.
Is
It's
it?
not something which will happen just 2 years, 3 years down the line. It's already started to happen, right? If you look at some of the offices in Jaipur, in Hyderabad is obviously a big city.
Yes.
But you see some organizations, a lot of corporate houses, right? Jamshedpur, Pune,
Right.
like slowly and steadily, it's not just Delhi, Bombay, Bangalore. You've
That-
opened up the market to a lot many more cities.
That's a good point. I'll take this to Priyanka. Your opening comment also, this talks of beyond law firms. Technically, if I could see a GC is also beyond a law firm, you take, and I've seen stories of general counsels joining law firms and vice versa also. Could you share your experience on how the horizon is expanding for lawyers?
Well, rightly pointed out, but I think the more shift I have seen is towards, partners moving towards a GC. But, if you heard the previous panel, they rightly pointed out that the grass is not green on the either side. So they have their own challenges. They have their own set of challenges. So whether you're working as in-house working as an in-house counsel or as a general counsel, you are itself running a small law firm with yourself, right? And the accountability is much higher, right? And to begin with, where you started from, whether you are have the voice at the table or not, at times you have to balance it out, right? Because you cannot just wear the hat of the legal, the lawyer. You have to wear the hat of a business enabler. You have to wear the hat of a risk mitigator as well. And at times it is challenging because sometimes, you have to balance out whether you're able to, put the lawyer band aside and, you're able to balance it out with what the business requires. So I think that's something which is very challenging at this point in time.
Point well taken. I'll go to Siddharth. But Siddharth, you have chosen the route of being how classic lawyers are, going to the courts, arguing every day, taking up positions on behalf of the government, and you've been an additional advocate general. How do you see from your vantage point this field changing? For example, what Rishabh does today was not known to us a few years ago, or maybe there would be a very few people individually recruiting. But how do you see this field changing?
Yeah, good evening. I think the biggest star I say is on the dice, and that's you. Frankly, I mean, more senior advocates than I believe anybody in the room, and you're quite connected to the legal community in Delhi. You know the who's and who's. And actually, you have a role to play as well. Ultimately, you see, the shows that you've been running are informative, just not for lawyers, but for the upcoming students as well. But if you ask me, the legal field now is open wide. Sky is the limit, if you ask me. Yesterday, Mr. Mohit Saraf was here, who's the managing partner of Saraf and Company. What an excellent presentation he gave on to as what legal field will be in India in the next 10 years. And I think all youngsters here in this room will really we should really think about the fact that since our economy is growing, the way things are changing. When I started practice in 2004, it was not like this. I've seen myself the change. It's approximately 20 years that I've been practicing. But last 5-7 years, I've been a complete game changer, if you ask me, in terms of the practice areas. Now you see a variety of subjects that we have. Somebody is a competition law expert, never heard of. Somebody wants to be with the government, not just the public prosecutor. Somebody wants to be on the panel of maybe DDA, CBI, ED. Some youngsters are doing so well. So it is not just the regular practice, which when I started practicing, it was a regular practice. Okay, you go to the court and there's some miscellaneous matters which you are doing. But now it's a specialized field. Like my friend sitting here, now he's doing recruitment. another thing which we could never comprehend that a lawyer will be ultimately doing. And if you see, you were talking about the GCs as well. In fact, you're right. Now legal has become so important. The role of GCs has completely changed, and they have the veto power. In a company, if the GC says no, everything stops there. Because the problem is that ultimately such heavy litigations can mar the company badly. You see, there's a classic example of Unitech. If you see Unitech, I think it's just gone wrong. If you see the complete case study, it's just gone wrong because they were wrongly advised at some point of time. They never realized that the money that they're dealing with is actually not theirs. It's the money which belongs to the investors. They thought it's their own money. They were dealing with a hot potato, and they're completely left and right. So, and now the time is like, in fact, when youngsters are into a specialized field, in fact, you ask me after 20 years also, sometimes we go back to guys who've just got 4 years and 5 years of practice, and we ask them, can you please tell me what is happening in this? Because I can't be abreast with everything. Even yesterday we were discussing the white collar when Mr. Dubey is a specialist. Now you see that's such a specialized field, and you will see many youngsters today saying that they are doing the PMLA matters. And what is in the PMLA matter? 5-7 judgments of the Supreme Court. It's a new legislation which has come up, but it's a specialized field. You really have to go inside the judgments to find out exactly what is there, what the law is. And if you ask me, some new youngsters are also doing so well. Yes. You see the new special PPs. You see guys who are appearing for ED before the High Court and Supreme Court. They're youngsters, and they have taken it upon them. So all in all, if you ask me, there's so many fields which have opened up, not just criminal practice, competition, trademark, IP. And in fact, what is completely changing is that a lawyer is now wearing a lot of hats. Like if I tell you, I was appearing in a matter before the Supreme Court, and I was representing 3 different sets of clients in one matter. In the same matter, I was appearing for a developer. In the same matter, I was appearing for a allotee of a different developer. In the same matter, I was also appearing for some individuals who had some money to be taken. So lawyers are now actually, it's become so dynamic, if you ask me. So all in all, it's quite open. If you ask
Point
me.
well taken. I'll take this to Priyan. Priyan, you work with one of the largest law firms in the country. And you are part of practice management, which is a new area as far as law firms are concerned. In fact, if you could just explain what you do, that itself will explain how the field is changing. And though you are in a law firm, but itself how the role in the law firms is also being redefined. Law firms is no more just about partners, associates, and juniors. It's what you do is also redefining the law firm. Could you please explain what you do?
Hi, good evening. Hi, good evening. Tarun rightly said so. So when I graduated in 2015, these allied services were not that prevalent at that point of time. Lawyers after law colleges used to go for litigation or corporate practice per se. There was nothing like business development, knowledge management, corporate communications, people working towards strategy building, etc. Or even law students going for their MBAs after law colleges. At that point of time, when I noticed in the market that there's a conventional shift in the minds of lawyers also, basically where they want to be showcased outside in the market in terms of legal awards, in terms of media PR activities, in terms of publishing opportunities, etc., while being under the guidelines of Bar Council of India, that really opened a new niche for myself also. So though I had no prior experience in that, basically, but what really helped me by joining campus ambassador programs of different organizations. So that really basically helped me synergize marketing with the working of law. Basically, how can you handle the management of a company while also keeping the legal aspects in place? So after my initial 2-year stints at LexisNexis, where I helped the editorial department, giving them inputs from a legal perspective so that they don't have to reach out to the editorial department, I joined Kranjawal and Company, basically where I was able to kickstart from scratch the business development, the knowledge management and corporate communications practices. What mattered to the lawyers at that time was they was doing a lot of work from 10 to 7 p.m., for example, but there's nothing to showcase it outside, out there in the media, out there on televisions, in print media, in telecom media, etc. And also at that the same time, all these awards, for example, Legal 500, Chambers Asia Pacific, Asia Law Awards, Indian awards for that matter, started gaining mileage, where all the advocates, basically law firm people or outside also, they should see that, we have been doing a lot of work, but how do we translate into the public perception as such? Because you're not always vocal that, okay, I've done this many deal, I've done this USG deal, etc. How do you showcase that you're a market leader in a particular field? Or how does a law firm showcases that we are good in banking practice, we are good in competition practice? So all that nomenclature of it's a tier 1 firm, it's a tier 2 firm, it's a tier 3 firm, the awards and the law firm size were the foundation of it. So I was able to identify that though I'm a good lawyer, I did ample amount of internships, etc. I was able to relate to it, that you can be a people's people and you can showcase them outside in the outside world. So when I started, there were very handful of people. And now when I see the market, every law firm has an opening for allied services, be it business development professionals, be it corporate communication professionals. Even for that matter, these days, HRs are preferred who have a legal background so that they can identify the candidates in the market from that perspective, basically. So now the market is growing, and it's been 1 week only that I've joined this new practice management role at Ketan & Co. It's a new vertical which is being built, basically, where practices can be managed and they can be a synergized approach towards all the allied services. For example, if a practice is there and they have multiple segments, for example, corporate communications, knowledge management, business development strategy, you also need a team to synergize between all these verticals. Because in a large firms, for example, Ketan, Shadura Machan, Cyril Amachan, other firms, etc., you need someone to hold everything together. So it's a new vertical. We'll be talking more about it in future, in coming days, but that's how the market basically
It's also very interesting because all these youngsters who want to pass out tomorrow, they may have different talents. Somebody will be good at communication. Somebody can sift out judgments and make reports. Somebody can look at government policy and put out a note on behalf of the law firm, which a lot of companies like Priyanka's want to look up. What's the latest policy? This is your add-on as a law firm.
Exactly.
So their talent is harnessed. All these students are not limited to, and with times going good, law firms would have the budgets to hire such people because this only increases their business. I'll go to Rishabh. Rishabh, as your practice area is emerging, do you see some of these practice areas also emerging, which is in a sense policy information, which you call, law firms are these days coming up with reports on all government policies that come out. I think within 48 hours they have a report, which all of us like to read. Of course, there are talented individuals doing it, or the role of lawyers in family offices. India in the past 10 years has seen the emergence of family office. Every promoter has a family office. It can't do without a lawyer. That was never a career option earlier, but now you see so many powerful lawyers part of big family offices. How do you see this changing? The applicability and the utility of the lawyer changing to suit the times. Your inputs on that.
So I'll have two inputs to make primarily on that point. Yeah. So initially, when we trace back the journey of lawyers, as Priyank also mentioned, many years ago, you wouldn't have really seen a lot of legal professionals working on aspects like sending out emails with updates that would typically be part of a full-fledged corporate team or a litigation team itself. You wouldn't really have allied professionals working on those parameters. But what's happened now with law firms becoming more professional, you have knowledge management teams which are taking on the mantle to send out real-time updates to their clients, current clients, as well as prospective clients. It's also an indirect marketing tool for them. So it's an important function which will definitely grow. And having a degree in law definitely helps them, because you can understand where to curate the information from, where to research the relevant information from. So it's a combination of various parameters which you would have already gone through via various internships. But as a suggestion, it's always better to practice for at least 1 or 2 years. It's always going to give you more edge in the industry, because you'll be able to really articulate and really understand how the ecosystem really operates. So even if you want to really move into different service offerings, which a lawyer can really pick up, my advice would be as a legal recruiter, someone who's seen the industry very closely, to work for at least some time, then make that transition, you'll see a lot of value and benefits now. Specifically because there are a lot of people who are interested in the field. Also, one point on the other one, on the family offices part. 7-8 years ago, we just had some family offices start off, right? But now you really have a lot of family offices. And apart from just general commercial advisory, which is not really that important to them, they can really handle that with someone like a boutique firm or a tier 1 firm. But what's really important for them are estate planning issues, trust issues, and anything which falls within the purview of private client practice. So if you look at law firms as well, they're no longer really compartmentalized into just corporate M&A, finance, litigation, competition, or regulatory matters. You have separate teams like private client practice also emerge. Interestingly, at Khaitan, where Priyank joined, they have one of the biggest private client practices, right? And that's combined with direct tax. Similarly, when you look at Cyril Amarchand, they have a fantastic private client practice as well. But what really happens when you move in-house, you have to just work very closely with the promoters to ensure that all risks are mitigated. So it's not really just a legal function, it becomes like a full-fledged function of legal compliance and risk combined into one. The ideal scenario would be to have these functions separately, but because these are times when these functions are also emerging within family offices, it's currently just one person with a team of few who are leading it. But in coming times, like how we're seeing within corporate houses as well, wherein these functions are very, very different, to ensure that there's no conflict of interest per se. That will also really come out that well within family offices.
Point well taken. I'll take this to Priyanka. The role of the GC has greatly enlarged itself in the past 1 decade or so. The applicability or the utility of the GC to the company has greatly, I mean, you had one legal department 15 years ago, which was in one corner for some approval, some information. Now it's all over the company. You've been part of that change. Could you reflect on that how it's become integral to running the company on a day-to-day basis, not just when you have a problem, you go to the lawyer in the company that could you please advise me?
I think one thing which has not changed is that people come to you with problems. So you have to accept to this fact that, you're wherever you're sitting or wherever you are, people are going to come to you with the problems. Now, what has changed over this decade is the problems, the variety of problems, I would say, rather than that. So the problems are still there, but what kind of problems or what kind of issues that you're dealing with? Probably a decade, back when I was like pretty young in the, in this profession, and I started pretty early. At my time when I was in a law school, there was no compulsion to go for an internship. And I started early, considering of this 5 years, I started pretty early and worked with every kind of, whether an NGO, a law firm, just to get an edge or an understand, where I belong to. And I think what has changed over this decade is earlier, a law office or an in-house counsel would receive a very specific legal query, very, very specific legal query. It's not the same anymore. They will come to you with the business query as well. They will come to you with the, wherein you have to balance the business, you need to enable the business with your legal capabilities, where you need to ensure that what kind of risk you are taking, when you are able to guide the board that what kind of risk that you are taking and how you can balance that risk. So that has changed immensely as part of the in-house legal role. And what my advice would be to the young lawyers would be, don't go for plum assignments, just take your assignment as they come across to you. Try to wriggle out one issue at one time. And I'm sure, as you go by, you'll be able to wear those multiple hats at multiple times.
Point well taken. I'll open this to the audience. If there are 1 or 2 questions that anybody may want to ask the panel or make a point also, you're open to do so. I'll get back to the panel. I'll now go to Siddharth. Siddharth, you have been part of this chain where when you chose the path of going to court, you would have suddenly seen a lot of your peers aren't. They are joining family offices, they are becoming GCs, they are becoming part of practice management as Priyan is now a part. What kind of legal industry you look forward to in the next decade? This next decade will be of artificial intelligence in law firms. AI in legal practice is going to be much bigger than it is. A whole new generation of young lawyers who are born in what I call the smartphone generation. You know, at least I would count myself, started his life with a landline phone, and we've seen that transition. These young boys and girls would have been the first phone that they saw was probably an iPhone or something like that. When they come in, how would that redefine the industry and also introduce new opportunities? For example, one lawyer told me just recently that Tarun, using AI softwares could itself become a practice area in a law firm, because there'll be so many AI softwares. You need an engineer come lawyer to be able to work them. You could do the best output out of them. Your inputs on that. How you see this changing? Because I'm sure this will have an impact in the courtrooms as well, not in the law firms and companies.
And you have asked a great question, if you ask me, and that's the buzz around, if you ask me. All law firms are thinking about it. Yesterday, or day before yesterday, Mr. Modi was there. In his speech also in United States, he said America, India, AI, but the reference was towards AI. Yesterday, I was referring when I earlier spoke as well, that Mr. Saraf was mentioning about it. Our economy is going to be 10 billion in the coming, he said 2036, but he said it will reach by 2030. The prediction is 2036. So what the amount of work that we have right now is going to be 5 times. Obviously, you mentioned that, look, tier 2 cities and a lot of law graduates coming up. But if you look in terms of our population, I think this industry has a lot to offer. The legal industry has a lot to offer. And I believe everybody will have their space. That's what I believe. AI, yes, very interesting, very intriguing. And any youngster, I'm telling you, that's the future. I really believe that's the future, because it's going to change the whole dynamics. It's going to change the whole thing as to how you look at a judgment which you read, which you're going to refer in a court. Look, when I started, you were referring that I chose the path to go to the court. Lawyers were one who was considered, who goes to the court was considered to be a practicing lawyer, and was considered to be a lawyer, that is a lawyer, he goes to the court. The others were considered as managers, but not any longer. Now completely, it's that definition has completely changed. My friends left and right may not be, I think all of you, may not be going to the court. But I think you know more about what is happening in Supreme Court sometimes than me. I'm an advocate on record, but I see when you update, oh, look, this has happened in that case. Or the other day you were mentioning that senior advocate is going to mention that case tomorrow. And that's important for us to know, because sometimes we as practicing lawyers may not be holding a brief for about reading the judgments, for all youngsters to know that in fact in our Supreme Court also we have judges who are around the age of 60. 58 is 56, 7 is the normal age when they reach. In fact, you know how vocal Justice Chandrachud has been about e-filing. He uses a MacBook when he's hearing cases, and it's completely online. And actually he's promoting. The other day, I saw our Chief Justice telling the Solicitor General of India that next time you please come with the iPad. He said it. Next time you come, Mr. Mehta, please come with the iPad. Not like this, come with the iPad. And actually, if you ask me, my law firm has completely gone online. Last 1 month, I've told all my associates that I want all files on OneDrive. I am not going to take the file to the court. And it's become so easier. But if you ask me now, artificial intelligence is the next biggest game changer. Suppose I have a very tedious case. and I think all youngsters must note that in fact, when I came, then came the SCC online, wherein you can go and just search a judgment and take it out. Because I remember earlier than me, other senior advocates, what they used to do, they used to maintain a register. When I came in, the change was the SCC online. And since I was good at it, I remember when I just started practice, I was Assistant Advocate General. My Advocate General will call me and say, he needs so-and-so judgment, because I was good in that, because I was good with computers, right? And the point I'm making is that, in fact, the Supreme Court judges at this age are actually making themselves adapt to the new technology as well. And what I'm telling about AI is that, supposing there's a matter and you have 10 judgments, and I'm telling you this is possible, you put those 10 judgments together, you type AI and you type your question, you will have the summary of those 10 judgments as to that question, how it has been dealt with. It's going to completely change it.
In fact, to extend this, some lawyer explained to me the role of memory will go down. Today, the most successful lawyers are who have great memory. They can cite verbatim sections, also cite case laws, judgments, but that will go away because on a real-time basis, the AI tool will help you as you argue in court. So the role of memory goes down, and the role of the able to use the software goes up. And I think I'll take this to Priyan because time's up. So I think we'll take one last question. Priyan, yesterday in my discussions, I was on another panel. It said that law firms are having requests from clients that please don't use online available AI softwares for our case, because in a particular case involving a patent, this was put for some work on this online and the whole data got stolen. Somebody else was eyeing that data. Now, my question is, this means that law firms will have to develop their own AI softwares, which is of course expensive, but all these softwares will also require individuals to work them, which will be lawyers. So do you see therein emerges a new practice area for the new lawyers that are coming in? Because you're looking at foreign law firms are already using AI. Indian law firms can't be much behind, the big ones, of course. How do you see this changing the job opportunities for lawyers in future?
It does change a lot of opportunities for lawyers. I can speak for my firm. We have a chief technology officer, a CTO. There's an innovation team working at Khaitan, and they do work on their own AI tools. They are working on that. For example, they have law firms which have startup incubators, or they are working on technology advancements at their own law firm. For example, a law firm uses this tool called practice management tool, which basically helps you bill your hours. It sends automatic invoices to the clients, etc. You can't be dependent on third-party vendors for all these services because that's all confidential data with you. So you need to develop your own tools. And Indian law firms have been working on such tools. At my previous organization, DSK Legal, we were collaborated with a third-party vendor, which used to provide us services. And on a day-to-day basis, a lot of startups are coming with these ideas. A lot of law firms are developing their own tools to aid the lawyers to make their lives more easier in terms of billing, in terms of innovation, in terms of legal research, in terms of having an archive, basically where all your legal research, legal repository is parked there. For example, knowledge management team works very closely with the technology team, where all the research propositions, all the judgments, all what has been researched in the law firm is parked in one depository, which is later on uploaded on OneDrive or basically different platforms. So law firms are in that process, and law students who are very technologically abled and who have a bent towards it, there are a lot of opportunities in terms of innovation, in terms of digitizing a lot of services which law firms are already providing, in terms of joining knowledge management services, where they can map technology with legal information.
Point well taken. What I also found interesting before he was Siddharth's comment, where he spoke about how summaries of entire 5-6 judgments you can just find at a click of a button. That would revolutionize so many things. But I think I've been asked to finish up because we are almost out of time. Please give a round of applause for each of the panelists. Thank you so very much. Thank you. Yes.
Just a second, we'll pass on the mic to you.
You can still hear him.
So I think the debate today really is not about assisting lawyers in research where AI has already been there for some time. We've got tools and tools for research. The debate which is there is AI going to replace lawyers? That's the debate I think which should be there. So any views on that?
I think my panel will take it.
Look, if I have to answer this, before I came into practice, I was mentioning there was no SCC. I mean, the judgments were being noted down. I think it's now made our job easier since you just click and it comes out. And now all the latest judgment come in a jiffy, come in a minute, and you get a gist. But at the same time, if you talk about AI, I think still there has to be some application. The questions for AI will have to go through your mind. What I believe is that it will actually help in maybe reducing the load, reducing the workload, reducing the number of hours that you will spend on actually preparing a case. I think it is for the betterment, but ultimately the inputs that you have to put is what I think still has to come from your mind. It will never replace, I believe, actually the human mind. But you're right, maybe sometimes we have a software where you put in 2 judgments and says, okay, what should be the correct position of law on this? Then it can replace courts also. But I do not think so that's the case.
Yeah, and just to add on to that as well, and just a small line on that. AI, machine learning will never replace lawyers, but they'll enable lawyers to do their work more diligently and effectively. They'll just save time. That's about it. They'll always be enablers rather than being replacers. At least that's my thought process. You never know how that emerges later. So
I'll second my co-panelists. I think we should take AI as an enabling tool, right? There is a change, there is a shift, but the analytical ability of lawyers, I think we should not think that it's gonna deplete or it's gonna, go away. It's definitely, it is required, and AI is just gonna enable that to make the things quicker and, easier.
Yes, I think as a disputes lawyer, I can say that there are a lot of emotions involved when you are arguing a case. So I totally agree with you, but yeah, I just wanted to put that question.
But look, you try just last comment, you try the chat GPT, you'll see the emotions there also, more than what you have put. If you're talking about emotions.
Emotions in arguments, I meant.
Okay.
When you're in
Yeah.
court,
But you-
ChatGPT cannot go and argue in court.
No, when drafting, if you see drafting, it'll come out actually.
Okay, that's it from now. Thank you so very much. Thank you for the question.
Well, I think I should add to that we do have an upcoming panel that will extensively discuss on the matter of legal challenges in the era of AI. So I think you should
Yeah,
stick
and I
around for
think
that
I'll
one
answer that question
particular.
while I'm on the panel.
Perfect. Perfect. Thank you so very much, ladies and gentlemen. Let's give them a huge round of applause. Could I please request you all to kindly come forward for a group picture? Thank you very much. Well, this brings us a step closer to the award ceremony, ladies and gentlemen. With this, we are now headed towards the next panel discussion. The topic at hand is alternative dispute resolution, encouraging mediation and arbitration in legal education. Join me as I welcome our panelists. Please give it up for Ms. Sarika Gandhi, Head Corporate and Legal Services, South Asia, Lufthansa Group. Please give it up for Noreen Sarna, Council Chambers of Noreen Sarna. Thank you, 3 people. Thank you very much. Super kind of you to clap that loud. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Ms. Tejasvi Melipeti, RA, Office of Justice, retired Korean Joseph. Please get up for Mr. Varun Prabhakar, Legal Head, Devyani International. Please welcome Vikash Kumar Jha, Partner, Cyril Amarchand Mangaldas. And completing this panel, please welcome the session chair, Mr. Bishwajit Dubey, Advocate.
So a very welcome, good evening, everyone. As the topic suggests that this is about
the next chapter in legal education, preparing for diverse futures. No, sorry, I'm sorry, that was the last one. Alternate dispute resolution, encouraging mediation and arbitration in legal education. As the topic suggests, when we talk about arbitration and mediation, which is ADR, it is the future and very important for a country like India, where the courts are overburdened. And ADR works like a flyover, which takes the burden of the courts and to a great extent reduces the traffic that the courts face today. Now, while as lawyers, we completely understand that, but the future lawyers of the country, the students, they are the most important factor as to how should they be prepared. And in that background, we are having this session. And I would actually start with my panelist Noreen with a question as to why do you need ADR in legal education?
Thanks. When I started thinking about this topic, I thought it was actually very interesting because I reflected on what I remember being taught in ADR. And what it seemed like back then was that there's this 6-semester subject called ADR, which is sort of lumped into a category of various mechanisms. And it was something which either you consciously decide to go and do that, but otherwise you're not going to see it. And then when I became a disputes resolution lawyer, I realized ADR was part and parcel of every dispute. So what you end up realizing is this is not something in a silo, but you are going to potentially arbitrate. Then you're going to come back to court. Then you're going to go to court. Before you go to court, you're going to negotiate. At some point, you're going to settle a matter. And if the purpose of legal education is to prepare young lawyers for what they're going to face when they come into practice, it's very necessary for them to understand ADR, both in terms of individually what are these mechanisms, but what is the interplay with litigation in any form of dispute resolution. So I think that's one reason. And the second reason is really something you've alluded to, which is best practices. And as young lawyers, what they have to learn and what has to be taught in a curriculum is best practices. So you have to learn that your client's interests have to be prioritized. That might be cost interests. That also has to be in terms of whether it is the right meritorious matter to take to court. And we have to realize there is massive judicial backlog. So instead of treating, because you see in many arbitration clauses, there will be a pre-arbitration mechanism set out of negotiation or mandatory negotiations, mandatory settlement, attempts have to be made. And everyone sort of treats that as formulaic, but that's not what they are. And perhaps it is important for you to try to nip it at the bud at that stage rather than feel forced to, maybe at your client's behest because they don't know better, take it forward into a full-fledged dispute which has immense costs. So I think on those two fronts you are.
Thank you, Noreen. I think it was quite insightful. Coming to you, Tejasvi, while Noreen spoke about ADR generally, see that you have a lot of interest in mediation. So what would you say, why is mediation necessary to be taught to the law students?
Hello, everyone. Thank you. I mean, that question really speaks to my heart because being a mediator myself, I'm an aspiring ADR neutral. That explains why I'm working where I am, and I'm very thankful to be there. But coming to in legal education, I've realized the importance of ADR only after I graduated, when I started doing my clerkship in Telangana High Court and Supreme Court. So that is when I realized I do not have the necessary skill set to actually, go to the market and prove it. I mean, so that's when I realized I have to improve my skill set, and I trained myself. I got into different trainings being given by different curriculums. And I think the need for teaching ADR in law institutions or colleges starts right from the first year. Let's talk about soft skills such as active listening, empathy, understanding conflict, why people fight, how they fight. You know, understanding these basics should start from my first year of college, where I'm approaching conflicts with a certain mindset. When I say mindset, it's the collaborative problem-solving thinking. Instead of, you know, the adversarial framework system that all of us, I'm sure, were taught in our law colleges. And I believe that transition is very important right now. And students need to be taught so that they up their skills in this arena. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Moving to Vikas, we heard about why is ADR important and why is mediation important for the students know about. So Vikas, how do you think that the student community and the legal practitioners could collaborate to make it more useful? What are the ways they can do it?
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for having me here. See, my point is very simple, and I think the kind of emphasis, I'll just come to that question and answer it. My point is the kind of emphasis even the Supreme Court is giving to mediation and arbitration is one can see from the mediation training manual, and I think it's a very important document everyone should go through. Now, coming back to the question, there is something which is written as a preface to the mediation training, and it says, mediation is one of the modes of attainment of peace. Now, while this statement might sound philosophical, but I think it's very important in the present day scenario. Peace is a thing which everyone wants to attain. Now, I was also in college just like everybody else. Now, the teachers or professors which we have in college are mostly inclined to academics, and they're very very traditional in their approach. They would teach you case laws, they will teach you sections and all, but they are not very apprised to practically what is happening in the commercial field. And therein where your practical experience and exposure as a lawyer, whether you are working in a law firm or you're practicing in any forum, including High Court or Supreme Court, becomes very crucial. And therein when you can go and interact with the students, and you can share with them your practical experience and exposure and what is happening in the present day arena, and especially in commercial commercial disputes where parties are very much going for mediation, for conciliation, as well as for arbitration, which all are ADR modes of dispute resolution. And there you can go and you can share your experience with them. Now, what I was just discussing with my panelists before this panel started, that while BCI, of course, has rules for legal education, which was drafted way back in 2008, and then there are some draft rules of 2019, but yet to be implemented. But in order for the legal education to have a more streamlined structure, we need a proper rule or regulation, which have more emphasis on the importance of ADR being taught to students. It should be included in the program, in the curriculum as an important subject, and not as a credit course, but as one of the important subjects like a constitutional law or a contract law or a transfer of property or a CPC or a CRPC is taught as a streamlined subject. Similarly, even the ADR should be taught. Now, there's a lot of emphasis on arbitration. You have because you have an Arbitration and Conciliation Act of 1996, and therefore it is taught to that extent. But I think that just like Supreme Court still has come with a manual, even I think there should be some specific finality and some sort of a strength should be given to a mediation proceeding to make it more binding. And therein parties will, one of the reasons which I personally believe is mediation is still not that successful because of its non-binding nature. So once it has a more binding nature, and that it can attain through a structural change or some law or rules coming therein. And that is how I think if as a community, as a practicing advocate, we are able to sort of convey this to our stakeholders of our legal education, then I think it will work in that direction. That's all what I wanted to answer.
Thank you, Vikas. That was very useful. Since we have the advantage of having two renowned in-house lawyers, I would actually put a question to Sarika. Is that, although this is focused on law students, but ultimately, even for law students, ultimately we all aspire to be lawyers. So, Sarika, the question to you is that, do you think that some different skill sets are required for lawyers who want to do ADR or mediation in particular?
Thank you. Yes, definitely we need different skill set
for the lawyers or for the students who want to pursue ADR. You know, as our earlier panelist was saying, lawyers today have to wear many hats. And that is true, I think, for all of us, almost, even the in-house counsels. When these students go for ADR practice, you know, the first thing is to understand all disputes arise from conflict. Understanding conflict is the basic skill set that we teach the ADR students. The other things that we teach is communication. Communication is a very, you know, important aspect of especially mediation. I mean, of course, lawyers are very good communicators, but when they become mediators or arbitrators, they have to wear different hats. Communication, the basis of communication, when we teach mediation, we say it is active listening. You know, communication is not hearing, it is active listening. Then we also teach the students about various forms of communication. You would be surprised to know in the mediation trainings, there are trainings of neuro-linguistic trainings, which is a non-verbal form of mediation. The way you sit as a mediator, the way you see eye-to-eye contact of a mediator. You know, all these skill sets are required to be taught. And as my learned friends just said, that you just can't, just because you're a lawyer, you cannot sit as an arbitrator or a mediator. You know, you need to have these skill sets developed through various trainings. Today, not only in India, I mean, I myself am a trained mediator from Singapore, from Pepperdine University, USA. I've done so many trainings on mediation. It is not that you just do 140 hours training and you become a trained mediator. No. The continuous education of everybody is very important. With the AI taking over, it is the continuous education which will hone our skills for the future. So it's not only, you know, communication, negotiation. Negotiation is also a very important aspect of mediation or even arbitration, I would say, you know. Then the mediators and arbitrators have to deal with diverse cultures. You know, understanding diverse cultures and then empathy, neutrality, all these are the skills that you need to learn. You need to first understand these things and then you need to learn. And the most important is leadership. When you get into any of these roles, you ought to have the leadership skills. Whether it's a mediator or an arbitrator, you need to have the leadership skills to take people with you, to make them understand, to convince them. I mean, there are various, we can talk about days on these things, but these are a few things that I would say are important.
Thanks, Sarika. So I think I'll talk about myself that when I had heard of mediation, I took it as if it's a settlement, but I later realized that it's not just a mere settlement. So I think that our first things need to be clarified. I'm sure there are a lot of others who think that mediation is just another way of settling it, but there is much more to it. There's a lot of give and take to it. It's not that there is some negotiation and the parties settle from 100 to 50 somewhere in between. There's a lot more to mediation. Now, coming to you, Varun, now a lot of students, again, it's very common for them to join in-house. So in ADR, when it comes to ADR, how do you see what is the role of a in-house lawyer when it comes to ADRs, so that the students could better prepare themselves for an in-house role when they join organizations like you?
Very well seen, Vishwajit. Good evening, everyone. So I'll just share my personal experience. So when I was in my law college in 2009, so I think at that point of time, mediation or arbitration, I did not play a very important role in our lives, and we come across a litigator going into courtroom, having a court arguments, and that kind of a mindset everyone has at that point of time. When I entered into a in-house counsel kind of a stream, then I come across two very important and crucial aspects. One is you should be an enabler. Second one is result oriented. If you're being an in-house counsel. So these two elements put me myself into a shoes of why it is important for us to know each and every challenges and the technicalities of mediation and the arbitration at the school, at the law school point of time. Having said so, when we started in, let's say, any litigation has come in the regular course of our business, then the first question business asked me, Varun, when it will be going to close? What are the timelines? Will it be effective, non-effective? Will arbitrator or a judge will going to hear you? Will you be in a position to put all your evidences, not by going, because as you know, during the business world, everything is on the emails. Hardcore of CPC, 65B evidences, admission of evidences. So how you can be able to do in effective manner and within small time frame of time, because otherwise it would be as our courts are burdened, it will take 5 years or 10 years down the line, and no one has that much time. And then this changing era. So therefore, I think I have to put my level best, make it happen within a year and so. And the only route comes from mediation and the arbitration. I think that is the important aspect which we should taught to our students, those who are coming, about to become a lawyers or going to join as an in-house counsel. So they must know and understand why it is so important for these days, considering huge bulk and huge pendency before our courts. I think that's the only way out.
Thanks, Varun. So I think we can say that the panel is very clear that mediation and arbitration is very important. So Vikas, I'll put that question to you, is that how do you think students can actually prepare themselves better so that they are able to do better, get better in ADR or mediation? What can we do for the law students, or what should they be doing?
Thank you, sir, for this question. I think, see, it's a two-way street. Students who, of course, have joined a legal profession, a legal education, are very well aware that they want to do very good in the legal profession. So how I see it, internships are a very great opportunity for them to explore this. And therein, when someone is joining you as an intern, it becomes your job to sort of tell them what are the importance of ADR, which includes arbitration and mediation. That is one. Two is, as an advocate or as a practicing advocate, of course, VCI rules gives you the liberty to teach for at least 3 hours a day until the time you won't lose your advocate's license. You can go back, you must have got an education from some college or some institute. You should go back and you should teach there if you can. If you don't want to call it a teaching, let us not call it a teaching. Let us call it as a clinic course, or just as a discussion with the students, not just from the college where you have graduated. You can go to other colleges as well. Let's say you're in Delhi. There's so many colleges in Delhi. You can go and speak with them, and there you can have one lecture around for a week, lecture a week, or whatever suits your timelines and suits the college as well. Why I'm making a lot of emphasis on this is, unless awareness is at the root of the success of anything in life. So unless the students know the importance of these two methods of dispute resolution, which is mediation and arbitration, and there are other modes of ADR as well. Unless they know it, they will not develop the interest there too. So for them to develop interest and make it applicable in their practical life, it is important for them to first know about it, and then know that what is the, as my co-panelist Varun was just saying, that result oriented and the timelines are to be saved for the company. So if you know it, and if you're very, and as my co-panelist was saying, that it requires a different set of skill set. So once you know about it and you work in that direction, then you will be a successful professional, and everybody wants it. Since you want it, you will work in that direction. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Vikas. So Tejasvi, you are the youngest on the panel and closest to the students that we have. Would you want to add something to what Vikas just said?
Definitely. I mean, I'm coming from a place when I didn't have ADR back then and sort of finding my way in the profession. So one thing I know I would like to emphasize is mediation does not require law degree. You can get trained in mediation while you are in college. You can make sure you develop those skill set. And this is not something that you learn in one day. It's something that you practice every day. And there's a process that you go through. You can get accreditations. Don't go and find all the accreditations that you can. Choose one accreditation, stick to the path, get yourself trained, observe mediations, co-mediate. And life takes you, and it takes years before you can sort of get wisdom from it. So this is something that I would like to add. Thank you.
Thank you. Noreen, do you see any challenges in terms of teaching ADR to the law students?
So there are few. I think the first one stems with the concept of ADR and us lumping together arbitration, mediation, negotiation, and all the other mechanisms together because they're fundamentally different. Now, arbitration is entirely different. It's practically a judicial process. So if you were to study ADR, you were to study arbitration, you would study evidence, which you're not going to study if you're studying the other mechanisms. So I think one of the challenges is segregating them and giving them due importance in terms of their various facets. The other one is about the approach, because either you approach it in terms of what is the theory we're going to teach, and I think some of us have touched upon what is the theory. And then otherwise you approach it towards teaching it as procedural law, the way we learn CPC, but we don't have a CPC here or anything like that. So what is being taught usually is the Arbitration and Conciliation Act and a few other provisions from here and there for the purposes of mediation. But that doesn't do it justice either, because if you truly want to know procedure for something like arbitration, you would have to know the institutional rules. And then there's a vast institutional rules, whether it's international or domestic. So procedure, just going according to procedure would be difficult. And then the third way is a clinical way, which is advocacy skills, which is what Sarika also touched upon, all the skills that you would require, Vikas was talking about. So that is, I think, the best way and the thing that requires the most amount of focus. So the challenge is taking all these different mechanisms with their unique facets and then trying to teach them against all these three heads: theory, procedure, and advocacy skills. But I just want to add one of the things that law students could do in addition to what my co-panelists have said is I've noticed now more than there used to be, far more opportunities to have extracurricular negotiation and mediation competitions. Earlier, there were about one or two. Now I know that there are far more. And I think that's something that if you actually enroll in and you do it once or twice during your 5-year law program or once during a 3-year law program, you would actually put yourself to that test over and above what your course curriculum allows.
Thanks, Naveen. So I think one of the things that I personally feel is that and people, Vikas spoke about teaching, but teaching looks very formal. Important point is that law practitioners should be sharing their experiences and their learning with the law students. That can make a huge difference. At times it need not be formalized like a course or something, but just sharing the learning experience, that can make a huge difference. Now, I have just one last question for our in-house lawyers, and this is something that is close to my heart, which is that while all of us talk about mediation, and we feel that for a country like ours, mediation is extremely important, because mediation effectively would not just take the traffic of litigation off to a flyover, but it may also end it somewhere. Insofar as arbitration is concerned, the traffic eventually after the award, it comes back to the same courts. So it is not really taking it out, it's bringing it back after a detour. So mediation, when we as lawyers advise this to our in-house colleagues, that maybe after our analysis, please explore mediation, that's looked at as that my lawyer, I mean, my experience has been that the kind of reaction we get is that my own lawyer is not feeling confident about it. So can I count on him or her? So in that background, I have this question as to should lawyers, this is one part. Second part is that mediation is not incentivized for lawyers. So if I am a lawyer, it suits me that the matter continues in court or goes into arbitration so that I can keep earning my fees. But for an in-house lawyer, it's definitely something that would bring certainty and perhaps very, very quickly. So in that background, Sarika, your thoughts, and then Varun, after that, I'll take your thoughts on that.
So if I understand your question correctly, you want to know whether mediation is promoted by in-house counsels and also as lawyers, if it is being.
Just one aspect to it, which is that as lawyers, if I suggest mediation to you, would you look at me as someone who's not feeling very confident about your matter?
Being
So that's one
in-house
mind.
counsel, being an in-house counsel.
You being the in-house counsel and me being your external
I will
advisor.
not even come to you. The first thing that comes to my mind is, can I resolve this? I approach that's the second step for me. You know, when I feel helpless, then only I approach the lawyers.
Vishwaji, I'll tell you a practical side of it. So whenever this kind of a discussions happen about the disputes and how to resolve it, the first question business asks me whether we can settle it down. And the best way of the mediation over here is no one feels that you lost, I win. Everyone win the matter and everyone is happy out of, when they go out, they shake their hands and the relationships will become a long-term relationship, because it's not a dispute between two individuals. It's a business which will prevail among all of us. So the idea would be to have a long-term relationship and not to get into the every time of a disputes. Yes, one has to give away some kind of a thing to take some benefits from the other side, so that everyone should feel like everyone is a winning in that.
So it's a win-win. And with that, I think our time is up. If there are any questions for the panel.
Biswajit, can I add something
Yes, yes,
here?
please.
You know, listening to all my co-panelists, it's just thoughts coming to my mind. Today, we have to look at the new legislations which are coming, IBC, for example, or the Consumer Protection Act, or even the proposed Digital Data Protection Act. Mediation has become a part of it. So that's the first step that you have to take before approaching the courts for any adversarial processes. And if you remember, Justice Chandrachud recently in Delhi High Court, he said, mediate, not litigate, And I was at a conference where Justice Mukta Gupta was there, and she said, as mediators, you have so many trainings. I hear you people, having your advanced training, having your international training. Why are the arbitrators not trained? Why is it that anybody can become an arbitrator? Why we should think about this? She was telling us lawyers to have this program of training the arbitrators because she felt there was a need to do it. There was something missing, anybody, you are a corporate head, you can be the arbitrator. Of course, the lawyers, like retired judges and all, they have a different skill set, of course. But arbitration is something where the training is required. Everybody feels that because they have seen that mediation today is growing because the skill sets are given to the people who are trained. So that's the only thing that I wanted to add here. Thank
I
you.
absolutely agree with that. Training is very, very important, particularly for arbitrators, that they get some training. We all feel that we know everything, but at times to make the system more efficient, it's very important that we are all trained. Thank you.
I have a question. Yeah,
Yes,
I have
yes,
a question. My question is to Tejasvi ma'am, that as she was mentioning ADR and how its real need is within the early stages, like from the first year onwards for young students. So my question is that what are the Hello. Yeah, my question was that since you were mentioning that and elucidating on that, so what are the actual practical ways that we students can actually apply and learn firstly ADR, and since we have stepped in the, I would say AI era, so are there any AI tools or is there any way that AI can positively contribute to us learning it or implementing ADR?
Thank you for that question. I mean, I hope I can only answer it the best. When we talk about how can students implement it, number one, you can have your ADR boards. You can have your mediation clinics. For example, any in-campus disputes that could be happening. You could start off by, honing your skills by solving those disputes. Instead of seeing it two competing people, you could make it a very collaborative problem-solving things. And then you take it outside your campus. You ensure the awareness, you make sure you take part in the outreach programs. And AI being a part, I mean, I can only hope that I one day can conduct mediation in a VR. So that is a dream to come, but I do not know if I can, frankly answer it to the fullest capacity, but ODR is an up and coming forum right now. If my panelists have anything to add, please,
To add to what Tejasvi just said, you can really practice mediation amongst yourself. You know, we as I'm a part of a mediation forum. We go to the school and we teach, we call it peer mediation, which you do among yourself. So maybe you can take help of your professors, teachers, and whatever disputes come up, it can be anything. It can be something that you want to bring it to the management, to the teachers. You can resolve it by the way of mediation. That's your practice to mediation, like we do the role plays. So don't really take it as a dispute, but do it as a role play and resolve your issues.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Well, I believe as I say this on everybody's behalf for thanking you for a wonderful and a very immersive session. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give them a huge round of applause. Could I please request you to kindly come up front for a group picture? Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, this brings us to our next panel discussion. The topic, Reimagining Copyrights, Legal Challenges in the Era of AI and Deep Fakes. Please welcome our panelists. Please give it up for Mr. Kunal Tandon, Legal Counsel, Delhi High Court and Supreme Court of India. Well, I do now understand the AI question. Please give it up for Dr. Pavan Duggal, cyber law expert. Please welcome Ms. Shivarti Bajaj, co-founding managing partner, RSD Bajaj. Well, I did see the lady outside. She'll be joining us in a while. Please welcome Mr. Subhash Bhatoria, partner, DSK Legal. Please welcome, once again, welcoming Ms. Shivarti Bajaj, co-founding managing partner, RSD Bajaj. We can now give the lady a round of applause, of course. Please welcome Mr. Subhash Bhatoria, partner, DSK Legal. Welcoming Professor Sunita Tripathi, Professor of Law, Jindal Global Law School, OP Jindal Global University. And completing the panel, our session chair, please welcome Mr. Rajiv Maheshwari, Business and Startup Advisor and co-founder, The Expert's Mouth. And before I can hand it over to you, Mr. Maheshwari, I must inform you all that we do have a celebratory dinner towards the end of this event. So please kindly stay back and enjoy the dinner with us.
Thank you. And with that, I think the highlight of the evening is this panel because there's no dinner to look forward to. The other highlight and the good news is that our session time has been cut down from 50 minutes to 25 minutes. So less agony for everybody at the end of the evening. I promise, and on behalf of the panelists, to make it really short and crisp and give you guys the value that you deserve. Hopefully assisted by a little bit of AI and ChatGPT on the background. So with that, getting straight to the topic at hand, what we're going to be talking today is really about reimagining copyrights in the era of AI, generative AI, deep fakes, and the works. And a lot has happened in this space. But before we do that, before we really get into the conversation at hand, a quick quiz for the limited audience that is here. The topic certainly implies that copyright precedes AI. But how many of you, raise your hands if you do, believe that AI as a term was coined before Copyright Act came into existence? Anybody believes that? One person, two people believe that, right? So yes, that is a fact. That's not coming from WhatsApp University. The term artificial intelligence was coined in 1955, and the Copyright Act came into existence in 1957, at least in India. So that is how old the concept of artificial intelligence is. I'll not dive too much deeper into that. But on that note, I think what we really need to start with is the genesis of where artificial intelligence and copyright are in their respective journeys today. And what has really led to this topic or discussion about how copyright, or for that matter, other laws need to change to keep pace with the world today. So Shivarti, if you can start with your thoughts around that.
Thanks. Thank you. And it's a pleasure to be a part of this very esteemed panel here at BW. Am I audible? So, I mean, like you rightly said, we have to go back to where it started from in terms of the landmarks in the jurisprudence, if I can say, of Copyright Act. Is one of the very landmark years have been 1914, was when the Indian Copyright Act was there under the Britishers. And then to 1957 is when the provisions of the Berne Convention were incorporated. To, I feel, of course, 2012. And then I feel now is that landmark moment where we are sitting at, with the advent of technology in terms of AI as one of the aspects, wherein major changes will have to be welcomed at the level of the Copyright Act. I'm limiting it to Copyright Act because that is our point of discussion today. So these are one of those landmark moments that we are witnessing because of the advent of technology. And especially in terms of copyright, we need to understand, just to step back, what is copyright? Copyright is basically preserving an artist's right, a creator's right. And we are literally sitting in the middle of a creator's economy, wherein art is not only being created directly by mankind from the hand and their thought involved, but using other interfaces. Earlier, it was limited to maybe just a camera, and that has been well sorted out in various judgments. But with the advent of AI, which is being fed by big data, it becomes very questionable. Who is the real creator here? Is it the people feeding the big data? Is it the big data? Is it the owner of the big data or the machine that's being fed the big data? Basis which we get our current results of images, of videos, of faces, and of voices alike. So I think we're sitting in a very interesting time where I personally do feel that this will be a very landmark time for the evolution of the Act as we see it. Since your question was pertaining to how do you see it getting evolved. And yeah, I mean, that's it. I'd like the other panelists to.
So, one of the big things that is happening is all forms of creativity, whether it is creating text in the form of literary works or even software code for that matter, or audio in terms of sound, voice cloning, etc., or videos, images. Pretty much every aspect of how we consume content, data, or anything which constitutes a creative, manifest or work, which is copyrightable, is being generated by algorithms today, and it is being democratized. It's not being restricted to a small segment of society. And since it is all pervasive in the society, I think there's a crying need to act urgently. And there are a lot of gray areas. I'm sure, we'll look at the...
Yeah, like it's very famously said that art cannot be viewed in isolation.
Right.
So if we have to look at the holistic picture, we have to look at the whole chain of its creation. And I think that is where the major amendments and the major changes will lie.
Right, absolutely. And I think, from a legal standpoint or even from a technological standpoint, there are so many other threads to it. It's not just one black box called a computer or software which is doing it. There are so many layers to it. There is, of course, the software, the algorithm, then there are the data sets. Then there are people who've contributed to those data sets on the basis of which some other piece of work is being created. So what are the rights of the people who have contributed towards creation indirectly, by contributing to that lake of big data? So those are all questions to which we don't have clear answers today, unfortunately. But I think, those are the areas where the law needs to evolve, amongst others. On that note, any other thoughts from the panelists on where we are today and where we need to go?
I think generative AI.
So Pawan, we can maybe as a protocol just introduce ourselves before we speak for the first time.
Hi, I'm Dr. Pawan Dugal. I'm an advocate in the Supreme Court. I specialize in cyber law, cybersecurity, and AI. When I talk about generative AI, and this is what I've argued in my latest book, Chat GPT and Law, that when I look at the terms and conditions, the conditions themselves are indicative of a Pandora's box. Because they are telling you, look, we've given our data till 2021 end, and it's possible that the answer that ChatGPT gives you could potentially be having copyrightable content of other rightful owners. And should you want to go ahead and use it at your own peril, because we are not standing guarantee for it, number one. Number two, they say, look, we are work in progress, so don't sue us, because we are telling you we are work in progress and we will constantly keep on improving our technology. Number three, the more significant stuff is, how do I distinguish actual facts from hallucination? So when I get some hallucinated data or an answer from generative AI, how do I, as a user, dissect it to say, look, this is correct, or this is something which is copyrightable, or is a part of somebody else's intellectual property rights, or this is something that I can actually pawn off as my own. When I look at the terms and conditions, ChatGPT and OpenAI tells you, hey guys, feel free to use my data, but please, if you can give us a small acknowledgement, do say that this is generated with the assistance of ChatGPT. That does not help the situation either way. Because I think till such time we are not able to come up with how do we deal with the legalities of artificial intelligence, we will not be able to deal with the copyright issues pertaining to artificial intelligence. Why? Till such time, I'm not clear, shall we give legal status to AI or not? It's hard to really straddle AI with any respective rights, duties, and responsibilities. We've seen these latest cases where now almost all jurisdictions of the world, whether it's US, whether it's UK, whether it's Europe, or whether it's Australia, who are unanimous in their thought process to say AI cannot be an inventor. You only have now one lone dissenting voice, which is South Africa, which is saying, no, AI can be an inventor. So in a scenario like this, till such time we don't come up with the legalities of AI, it'll be very, very difficult for us to come up with the relevant garden walls on how the rules have to be set up for reimagining copyright in the common context of generative AI.
Yeah, Kunal.
So in the audience, has anyone asked ChatGPT whether it owns the copyright of the work that it creates? Have you ever done that? I guess no. Someone did it. And the answer was this. In general, the legal status of claiming copyright over the output generated by me will depend on the laws and regulation in each country or jurisdiction. However, as an AI language model, I do not have the ability to claim copyright over any output that I generate. That is what the AI says. So that is very interesting. As the laws stand today, AI's creation is not accepted. So that is where we are.
Good evening. Just picking up from our fellow speakers, I'm Sunita Tripathi. I teach intellectual property law courses at Jindal Global Law School. So as an academic lawyer and a student of regulatory science, my interest is actually quite peaked at understanding how an individual country is going to regulate AI and ML generated data. So we have examples of technological giants like United States, and of course we have China running in very close to United States there, Korea coming up with how to combat deep fakes, etc. But one outlier and a technological giant as well is Japan. And it's being cited as coming forward with a precedential regulatory form where it has denied copyright protection for data sets that are actually used for AI modeling. And it has done that because there's a lot of AI startup work happening there, where AI modeling for various purposes, including educative purposes. So Japan is sort of being cited as an outlier because it has refused to give copyright protection and refused to protect content creators' power over the material or the output generated from AI. What it has done then is, in its own words, contributing to what is known as information commons. So it's available for anybody to use the data set because they are not original works, it's really data sets and not really authorial as such, to then use it for modeling purposes, for various aspects, be it for education, fair use, in other aspects of research or not. So this is more than just an interpretation of transformative use of any work that's created by AI. It's more a step further. there's a governance model which is saying there is a non-IP dimension to these kind of works. And as consumers of information and users of AI, I think this is something we should be alert to, that there is a world outside copyright, which is looking at these kind of data sets and is valuing its contribution. I think I'll start with that.
Subhash, any opening comments from your side?
No, I have certain thoughts which I'll share when I'm coming to my topic.
Yeah, so sure. Sure. So, and just as an aside on what Pawan mentioned about AI is, hallucinating and ChatGPT is hallucinating. Even if kind of mentally switched off in the evening because copyright is not your area, here is an anecdote which I think impacts every lawyer. Many of you would have heard of this name called Stephen Schwartz, and a lawyer in the US. And he just did some research instead of the Manupatra equivalent of the US. He went to ChatGPT, and sure as hell, ChatGPT came out with many case laws for the lawyer to cite. And he put it in the draft. He put it in front of the court, and he got ripped apart because all of those turned out to be fictitious cases. And not only was he, pulled up, but a fine was imposed on him. So as lawyers, please do bear in mind that end of the day, ChatGPT is essentially just a chatbot which is built on top of a large language model or an LLM. It is not a question and answer, tool. It is not a database. It's just a generative model which is spewing out what it is supposed to do, natural sounding language in response to your query based on its own semantic search or whatever technology it is using to find out things which are adjacent in that area. And if it is not finding exact things, it is making up things. So please be very, very careful. These are things which, of course, all the disclaimers do mention, but the common man does not read disclaimers. And in this case, the lawyer also probably did not read the disclaimer. But we've spoken a lot about who owns the rights. But there are two sides to the coin. There is the rights, and then there are the duties. And when we speak about duties, there are a lot of duties on the people who are creating these algorithms. So Pawan, from your perspective, from your vantage point, what is it that the legal framework needs to be developed in India, at least, in order to protect and in order to ensure that there is the right sort of liability and onus and responsibility on the creators of applications which are based on top of these generative AI models?
Thanks. Almost everybody in India who would be developing these generative AI models or new apps would qualify as intermediaries under Section 21W of the Information Technology Act. That being so, in any case, they are required to exercise due diligence while they discharge their obligations under Section 79(2)(c) of the IT Act. But with that, let me give a caveat. The IT Act was a 23-year-old legislation. It was never drafted keeping in mind artificial intelligence. So as we go forward, it will be very important for India to very quickly start coming up with a legal framework for, number one, legally recognizing AI, number two, for minimal enablement and regulation of AI, and number three, for the purposes of elaborating the rights, duties, and responsibilities of coders. Now, should AI go ahead and do some harm, there's nothing that I can do to AI. Although when I look at this recent study that's come in 2 days back from Yale, that tells us that out of a survey of 112 CEOs across the world, a majority of them feel that AI will be disastrous for humanity in the next 5 years. So mind you, the time frames are going very quickly. 3 years back, they had said 2062 will be the time AI will supersede human intelligence. Last year, they said, sorry, 2062, it's going to be 2040. Now, this year, Sam Altman says, sorry, it's going to be 2035. My gut feeling is this is the tipping point that's going to come in by 2930, in the next 5-6 years. So till such time, you do not really specify the specific due diligence parameters that will have to be put in place by coders. It's going to be a lost game from the word go. Why? Because today, I can't have the coder or the company who's creating the AI algorithm to say, I don't know what I've created. Sorry, nobody asked you to create what you did, right? Even if it's an arms race. Yes, the Future of Law Institute, Life Institute is telling everybody, pause your experiments for 6 months so as to enable legal frameworks to develop. But nobody is pausing, no problem. You are developing, you are growing at your own pace. So somewhere down the line, what will be those due diligence parameters that these coders will have to adopt will have to be specified by law. One option is either wait for a new law. Second option is government can still come up with rules under section 87(2) of the Information Technology Act 2000 and specify only specific due diligence parameters to be complied with by AI coders. But whether that will ultimately happen or not will be dependent on the subjective discretion on the political will of the concerned government, because we are seeing a flip-flop. 15 days back, we heard a statement by the minister saying India will not regulate AI. And almost instantaneously, we came back with a U-turn saying, no, we will regulate AI, but we will look at more positive use of public good. We either have the China model. China is saying that I am going to audit every of your generative AI platform or algorithm that you're going to create. And once I'm going to audit it from the purposes of public good, and then I authorize it, please release it in the public domain. Else, you're violating China's cybersecurity law. Be prepared for a number of years in jail. Now, that's one approach that may not necessarily work in India, but a more proactive collation of international best practices on what parameters of due diligence should be stipulated could be a good starting point. But mind you, we do not have the time. Whatever has to be done in the next 6 to 8 months. Otherwise, the train would have left the platform.
Absolutely. I think, time is of the essence. And time is running out on our panel as well. But very quickly, before we move on to the next thread, reacting to one of the points that...
Just to add to what Dr. Duggal said, with the GPAI committee being set up internationally, just to control, or maybe it's directed towards the ethics of artificial intelligence, and India being the chair of the committee this year. So these are the steps that will, I think, make a directional difference, if not much, to that. And with the Digital India Act, the first draft that's out is basically dealing with, like, as you said, the the IT Act is 23 years young, so they are dealing with aspects of from cookies to intermediary and how we're going to deal with them. So I think these are the things that we should look forward to in terms of guidelines and affecting the judgments directly for making an impact in, because things like artificial intelligence leading to deep fakes and all are really falling into a multitude of things. And copyrights is one of the aspects of that to be dealt with.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, what I was just saying was, even though theoretically you can say that the developer needs to own responsibility, today we have a situation with this breed of generative AI that Sundar Pichai has said that, he doesn't understand how the algorithms that Google has developed are behaving. And of course, it's not just him as an individual, it's the entire battery of developers, because that's the nature of this beast. And these are algorithms which learn on their own. So how do you control that? How do you take responsibility? Those are things which I'm sure will be hotly debated in the times to come. But, speaking about the action on the ground today as we speak, Subhash, from your perspective, what are the challenges that you see today, as a practitioner? And what are the kind of things that you think need to change in the legal framework from a practical standpoint?
Yes, so hi, I'm Subhash Batoria. I'm a partner at KSK Legal. I'll try to answer it as a GPT to save my job. Yeah. So the idea is that, it's not an isolated statute or a law that we're looking at. We cannot just talk about copyright or any IP laws, but we have to look at it holistically from different aspects. AI has two aspects: the input data, the big data we are talking about, and the output, which can be deepfakes. So we're looking at privacy rights, we're looking at publicity rights, we're looking at different consumer rights involved. Now, taking an example or cue from what US has done in terms of CCPA, the California Consumer Protection Act, they have an option to opt out from the use of AI generative data. Now, this is something which is important because, as rightly mentioned by the panel, that you cannot probably regulate the creation of output or probably the development of AI platforms, but you can also regulate how this output can be used. So it has to be both ways, not just from the developer's perspective, from the owner's perspective, but also from the user's perspective. So that needs to be taken into account while developing laws and regulations around AI. A classic example is CCPA, and very interestingly, while we are talking about Digital India Act, while we are talking about the 2019 Consumer Protection Act, the definition of consumer rights in India does not have anything to do with consumers. It only talks about products and services. While you look at CCPA, it talks about how the consumer's personal data, personal information will be utilized. So that is a very important aspect to be included while we are framing laws around AI.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think one aspect is, of course, about framing laws and what kind of laws get framed. And I'm sure, the Digital Data Protection Bill and the Digital India Act, a combination of all this will probably set us on the right path. But coming to the implementation of copyright, which has traditionally always been a big challenge, given the nature of the creative artifacts that are protected by copyright. We've already seen so many challenges even with the earlier breed of technology. Kunal, from your perspective, what are some of the implementation challenges that you're seeing on the ground today? How is it that, when the rubber hits the road, when it comes to the copyright owners getting their bang for the buck, how is it being implemented? And there is certainly a huge gap there. So how do you see that gap being covered in the times to come?
Yes, so according to me, enforcement and implementation has always been a problem as far as copyright is concerned. Stopping someone from pirating your work is almost impossible, especially if the other side is not known. Over here, the other side is absolutely unknown. We don't know who that is. For example, let me take an example of piracy. Now, piracy, the first of its kind judgments by Delhi High Court had come in 2012, where UTV at that time had gone to court saying that there are multiple rogue websites, as they call it, have come up. They tried to stop, I think, 1,000 websites by passing an order and made Home Ministry also a party. The next day, they found there were 10,000 more websites which had come up with the same content. Now, it is just impossible to stop all these things. The second difficulty has always been in respect of all the computer programs and these kind of things is that the servers are never located in India. Or for that matters, if America is looking at it, the servers would not be located in America. They would be probably be located in some obscure island somewhere which no one knows. So how do you actually go and stop all these things from happening? The third point is that, as Dr. Duggal also mentioned, that we have a concept of intermediary. The reason why intermediary came is because of this, only because you could go after an intermediary who's a known person. Now, what is it that the intermediary is doing? Intermediary is doing the same thing. He comes and says, sorry, I'm not located in India. I can't stop all these things. For example, Twitter, it does the same thing all the time. That is why the government of India came up with certain guidelines that no, you have to have a person who's responsible for all these things in India. Of course, there was an uproar about it. So enforcement has always been very difficult. Now we come to artificial intelligence. The other side is absolutely unknown. We only know the creators. The creators can say, oh, we just put in the algorithm and it's created something. We are not liable. We have our disclaimers. So again, the enforcement is going to be difficult. But what is important is regulating it at the right moment. Well, I don't say that stop all the technology at the moment because we don't know what law to come up with for regulating it. But regulating it at the right moment is the only answer. You may have a soft touch approach, you may have a self-regulatory approach, or you have a hard approach like China's adopted. Or you have bills like America, they have the Deepfakes Accountability Bill Act now in 2019. So what kind of approach India needs to adopt is for the government to see. But according to me, I feel that the light heart approach or a soft touch approach with respect to AI is not going to work. It'll have to be a hard-hitting approach where regulating it like a censor board will be needed. Now, of course, there are ancillary issues there of freedom of speech and expression, etc., etc. That has to be dealt with at the right stage.
Right, absolutely. I think, as we've also seen in copyright enforcement and, collection of royalties and licensing fees, etc., you need tech solutions more than, the legal frameworks and the judiciary to at least go after people and, monetize small amounts of royalty. I guess, there will be a tech-led solution which will have to solve these problems as well, because, loha lohe ko kaatta and, tech will have to come in.
AI will regulate AI.
Yeah,
That's what will happen.
You know, somewhat like that, maybe.
Just to add here, in Copyright Act, it is specifically mentioned that you cannot assign something to future medium, which is not known. So with the change of technology every now and then, it is, we need to amend the law to say that even future medium should be identified in a way. It should be there.
Yeah.
So that's something which is very important when it comes to AI, machine learning, and so on and so forth.
Correct. And the importance, of course, the focus of today's discussion in the panel is around copyright. But as some of the panelists very rightly mentioned, the malaise is much, much bigger than just copyright itself because of the social impact, the national impact, the economic impact on the people, what I like to call the zombification of humanity around us, with everybody glued into their algorithmic content. Which gives rise to the big question about what we are preparing the youth for. And that ties in very well to the theme of today's conference on the future of legal education. And we have Professor Sunita Tripathi here. So, from an academician, as an academician, what are you thinking of in terms of what is it that the youth needs to be doing and to be prepared itself better for the future that we are seeing tomorrow?
In a very positive sense, we are lucky that we don't have to instruct the youth much. It would be very elitist of me to sit here and say I'm an academic lawyer and I want my students to do this. And they very well would find their own ways to not do that. So that's an interesting way of understanding how the human mind, the human neural networks work. You find the most convenient and plausible way to find your own solutions. So that's where I think the vision, I would say, for us as consumers of content and essentially people who want to live in a world which is less fake and more genuine, if that's something that we want, then there is a system of understanding what would be a governance model or a way of conduct that verifies information. So essentially speaking, do you have the discernment, a very precious cognitive quality, to actually sever signals from noise when you actually see data and you understand how to verify? Because that's exactly the problem, the confusion or essentially fabrication. But this is not to say that fabrication is always bad. And from a legal perspective, I would say there's a lot of room and scope for research in understanding whether there is utility in fabrication. Because sometimes some models might be absolutely redundant, but they're in the market because they're protected by exclusive rights. So essentially speaking, fabrication might actually open channels for access in other areas. So that's where we have the invented model of fabrication labs going into inventing various solutions. That's not copyright, but that's a part of intellectual property, which is understanding that maybe fabrication is valuable. So from that point, I think just as a way of understanding future lawyers or lifelong students of law, lifelong consumers of content, it would be interesting to know how disruptive technology like deepfakes or augmented reality or even influential content is being managed. How is it being produced and who is exactly responsible and for actually ensuring that the right data is being studied? Because even if you are an expert who has a professional responsibility to evaluate this information and can always be tricked by a good faith information deliverer or even an opportunist one. It's not necessarily deception at play. There might actually be good faith. So these are very nuanced legal concerns that from a governance perspective requires multidisciplinary expertise. It's almost a wicked problem as big as any other. But because we are talking about information integrity, we will have to have the tech lawyers, we'll have to have lawyers per se, learning the tools and the rules of the game. And that is really a difficult race because law has always been playing catch up with technology. I think all of us know. So if law is supposed to be the latecomer in this dangerous game of information, then whoever is controlling this information needs to be regulated. And whoever is not ready to be regulated needs to also be told that you're not part of this game. And that's where I think if you start looking at information as a global marketplace, and you have these big tech savvy giant regulatory systems coming in, whether be it from China, Japan, or even India later, and I'm hopeful India would be a sensible player in this game, given the diaspora we cater to, and our ability to make cheap technology, which is actually quality product being consumed, and our newest collaborative nature internationally. So our global presence is being taken much more seriously than I think ever before. I say this from a simple example. When we talk about deepfake, the biggest joke, I've just returned from Europe, was, and it's a very rude joke, that you have presidents who were erstwhile comedians with less political experience, a deepfake video being circulated commanding their own nationals to surrender to a foreign army. So this kind of political instigation is not protected by copyright, but is this supposed to be a societal problem? That's the kind of sensibility we need to see. And post-COVID, these new terms of infodemic and every other bit of arbitrage that's around, I think it really helps to kind of take a step back and know whether dehumanizing is really a convenient solution for a very dangerous future, or to be more vigilant. And even if you're an expert, you have the right to question the GPT in a way that it will not trick you. And that comes from cognition. I think I would say, take your law schooling very seriously. Learn what the law is saying, what it's not saying. What are you consuming as a consumer, and whether the law is really practically helping that. I would say, stop being too much of an advocate and start being a person who experiences this, because life is changing, as we say. And if we are going to be future regulators, or even the current regulators, our experiences will count. So our lineages and our patronization of certain political ideologies, that's not a place where governance can work, at least not for a bright future. So I would end at that.
Can I just come in and say that, look, life was easier when it was just ChatGPT. Now we are beyond ChatGPT. Look at GPT-4, look at Microsoft Bard, and you quickly realize that the transparency is getting more and more evaporated. You still have no clue of how these new models of AI are actually dealing with your data. So when I look at GPT-4, and that's what I've argued in this book, GPT-4 and Law, that look, you will now have to have more holistic and overarching legal approaches to deal with these new technologies. You'll have to force these companies to come up with a minimum level of transparency and accountability towards law. Otherwise, you don't know that your own profiles are getting set up by the said companies on servers located in another country. You have no privacy. More significantly, your exact informational clone is going to get developed, which is going to have a direct impact upon your human rights, upon your digital rights of existence and the like. So I think we'll have to be far more holistic in our approach on how to deal with not just copyright, but other contentious issues of this new wave of generative AI. Thanks.
Any closing comments, Kunal?
So let me only say this. I heard Dr. Duggal say that these companies must stall the process until the law comes. It can never be like that. I am sorry to disagree with this line, at least, because technology never waits for you. Technology is ever evolving, and it will always surprise you. The law is ever evolving. Law will also surprise you. As you said, Copyright Act is of 1957. It has catered to things till 2023. There are courts to interpret it in a new way. The laws are being interpreted in a new way. The question is this law not enough to handle AI? Yes, it is not enough because it is not a regulatory law. But as far as to answer issues pertaining to AI in those strict terms of copyright, it may well be answered as it has been answered by UK court. Not many cases are there. As it has been answered by Delhi High Court once, that a game created by AI does not enjoy copyright. It is the creator of the AI who has input those keys who will enjoy copyright. So the law will evolve along with technology. We can't stop technology. That is the only point I wanted to make.
Shivarthi, you want to give your concluding comments as well?
Yeah, sure. I mean, with this whole advent of technology, I mean, law always follows whatever is happening in the society and in the information age. Obviously, it's technology. I mean, there are various, that's the reason there are various rights like personality rights coming up. What was famously happened in the case of Mr. Amitabh Bachchan. So These are the kind of rights that will come up falling directly under copyright, because we're sticking to the topic for today. And this is just one very small aspect of the kind of development that is going to happen, wherein an actor has copyrighted his own personality just to secure its misuse at the end of the day. So a lot of it is in terms of a creator's economy, wanting to limit the laws to the misuse of their rights. And obviously with the deep fakes, where we are questioning what is a person to begin with here. The definition of a person has come into question, wherein what famously happened in the monkey selfie case that we were discussing. So, a monkey is not a person, so they don't get the right for the selfie. So, yeah, so, I mean, we're headed to very interesting times, and let's see where the acts and the judgments take us. Thank you.
And on that
I think the governments are also in awe of what's happening, considering sedition has become a problem for them. So
yeah, and speaking of time, I think we've totally run out of time. So we'll not follow in the footsteps of the earlier panels. We'll stick to our timelines. But if there are any pressing questions, I see a couple of them. So we'll just take these two questions. We won't have time for answers, so you can ask your question. No, I'm kidding.
Hi, good evening, everyone. I'm Sakshar Duggal. I'm a practicing advocate at Delhi High Court, working at the intersection of AI and law. So my question is on the concept of responsible AI. Like, I know it's a huge term, but specifically when we talk about in the field of copyrights and IPR, like this question is for all panelists. What are the key thrust areas that you guys believe that are required when we talk about responsible AI with the concept of copyrights?
I mean, even before we get to responsible AI, I think precursor to that, according to me, is explainable AI. The earlier generation of AI algorithms were by and large explainable when they were dealing with, simple machine learning algorithms, random forest or what have you. But as these more complex, multi-layered deep neural networks have come in, and on top of that, we've got these transformer architectures, which are at the base of today's models. Explainability is at a premium. It is not inbuilt into any of these models. So it is very difficult for anybody to claim that this is responsible if it is not even explainable and controllable. So according to me, that's where, the tech stack, the tech world lies. From a legal standpoint, anybody from the audience anybody from the panel, wants to pick that up?
Thank you for that question. You're actually very much on point. So globally, we know very recently, the United Nations announced that it's readying itself for the Summit of the Future in September 2024. And for that purpose, it's bringing in all the countries to kind of sign up to what would be the moral responsibility of AI developers. So this is a set of guidelines, so to speak. It cannot be mandated yet, but guidelines to kind of direct moral responsibility. So, it's very interesting to see. You're talking about technology, but you're infusing ethics and responsibility, and you're trying to pin accountability through that, but you're moralizing it, okay? You're not calling it a legal question, legal responsibility. So liability in moral terms, but like we know, morality and logical understandings don't really go differently. So to practically start at any level, even from persuasive aspect, this is a smart strategy that the United Nations has played for a summit of the future. So why is this happening? Is because a lot of, I think, tech giants and otherwise are lobbying this agenda, saying that probably deepfakes is the most dangerous level of wicked problem, more serious than a sociological problem of a pandemic. So they're playing the COVID card and saying information integrity and the level of misuse for even political reasons is far more dangerous, can incite violence. And so moral responsibility has to be pinned at an individual nation's requirements. So what they're trying to do is, if you are a country with companies who are tech giants and there are AI developers who are creating a lot of and building revenue for you, you are also beginning what we saw in the early ages of intermediary liability. You're kind of bringing in a set of guidelines, which you start as a soft approach, and then maybe we would have some kind of a hard rule later on, because you can't start with a hard rule because you want everybody on board, right? So the first thing I think that they have an agenda is a very practical point of disclosure. That is, you're actually disclosing the source of the information that comprises your data sets for modeling. So essentially, and this is not divulging to the public, but you're actually using that information. And so the author or the owner of that particular image or whichever data set is aware that that is being mapped by AI for whichever purpose. So there's a disclosure of intent. Second, there is a ability to always respond to audits. So if there are questions on compliance, how are you using this AI for what purpose? So the purpose and character of the use of the AI or as a tool has to be revealed when you're questioned. So your denial in audit answers would be a signal that you are actually hiding something, which is very possible if you're using the AI for a malicious purpose, right? Third, I think would be the idea is to actually, what are the measures you are taking to safeguard information? So there's sort of information secrecy or protection against information leakage. Again, coming from this fear mongering that if this information is used or misused, it could lead to dangerous repercussions, incite violence, etc. Racial profiling is another problem that is which targets minorities a lot in certain countries. So these are problems that United Nations has been apprehended. And we see that moral responsibility clauses coming from a point per unit basis, but it's kind of scaled up to become a global issue. I think that's my understanding currently.
Right. Thanks for that elaborate answer. The second and the last question for the day.
Hello, good evening, everyone. First of all, thank you for the session. During the session, in the correlation to copyrights, AI was termed as a modeling, hallucinative, or fictitious. These terms were used in correlation to copyright. But recently in Punjab and Haryana High Court, Justice Anup Chitkara actually gave a judgment while taking ChatGPT's help in the ruling of the opinion. So I would just like an opinion from the panelists about it.
You are a law student? Was it really a judgment?
No, I said opinion in the ruling.
Sorry?
It was an opinion in the ruling. They did not put it directly in the judgment, but it was like the opinion was taken.
No, it was just an order of bail, I guess. Yeah.
I think what's now going to happen is we potentially going to follow what the Colombian judge did in February 2023. Now, he went much beyond. He tested a proposition, and then once the output came, he independently verified the same before he was able to pass the judgment. Now, while this is the direction which has to go, you already now see new developments. In the last 15 days, 3 district judges of the US have now mandated that every time you're now going to do your filing in my court, you'll have to give a certification that there is no output from ChatGPT or generative AI that you've incorporated in your pleadings. And if you have done so, please give a certification that you have independently verified the authenticity or veracity of the same. So don't expect ChatGPT or GPT-4 to be judges. They will never be judges. At best, they're like a torch into an area of darkness. They can only give you a broad direction. But if you're expecting this to be judges, it'll be a different ballgame. Although Estonia is begging to disagree. Estonia has already started using artificial intelligence algorithm as a judge for very, very small commercial claims up to $10,000. And that particular algorithm is deciding the matter. You're not satisfied with the judgment of the algorithm. You then go to appeal before a human judge. Now that's one way. Which way ultimately the camel is going to sit on which side of the road is too early right now to say. But yes, it's going to get more and more difficult for things like ChatGPT or GPT-4 to become judges, to play role of judges. It can still be at best a paralegal approach, but it may never be able to replace human ingenuity.
So I answer my question, which I asked 2 panels back. Will it replace lawyers and judges? According to me, it can never, because apart from law, which is written in the books, when we stand in courts and argue, and I specifically refer to disputes, there are obviously a lot of emotions involved, not only from the lawyer's side, but even from the judge's side. Certain judges are sympathetic to human grounds, sympathetic grounds. Certain judges are very clued on to the law. Certain judges are equity-based. Certain judges are not. Similarly, the lawyers are. Some lawyers look at a particular point in a particular way. So to answer this question, whether we are going to be replaced, I think at the moment, the answer is no. But of course, technology has always thrown surprises at us, and it will continue to do so. Let's see what happens 5 or 10 years later.
Right. So we've got the final indicator that time is truly up. So with that, thank you. On the last thing that I would like to say in light of the question is, please note that ChatGPT is not AI. It's just one of the tools available in the marketplace. The area of computational linguistics and artificial intelligence is much, much bigger. So keep that in mind as you think about how man and machine can work together towards a more collaborative future, because that is really the essence of what we are discussing today, the future of legal education, multidisciplinary education inputs, leveraging technology. So don't keep it aside and don't sign affidavits that you will not be using technology or ChatGPT. With that, thank you so much to the panelists.
But do read books. Don't always rely on ChatGPT. Read books, read old law, read old judgment. That'll help you more.
And also do not rely on Bollywood movies where Rajnikant, the robot, falls in love with Aishwarya Rai and develops feelings. So I think that's that. Thank you so very much for this very interesting panel discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give them a huge round of applause. Could I please request you all to kindly come forward for a group picture?
I hope we not get a big version of our podcast.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, this brings us to the last panel discussion of the day. Innovating legal internships, reimagining the role of law firms in India. Join me as I welcome our esteemed panel. Please welcome Mr. Pramod Dubey, Senior Advocate. Let's give him a huge round of applause. Please welcome Mr. Mayank, CEO, JRTC Intern. Thank you very much. Let's give it up for Ms. Pallavi Pratap, Managing Partner, Pratap and Company. Let's give it up for Mr. Pranav Mehra, Director, Legal, Freshworks. Please give it up for Mr. Vaibhav Kakkar, Senior Partner, Saraf and Partners. And completing the panel, please welcome the session chair, Dr. Muhammad Akbar Khan, Professor, ICFI Law School, Hyderabad.
We begin then. Yeah, into the dearth of time, the session has been reduced to 30 minutes only. So now straight away, without any prevarication as such, I would like to welcome the panelists. And straight away, I'd like to sum up actually some of the gaps the students have raised with regard to the internship pattern, because the students do internship and face certain challenges and certain difficulties, which I'm going to sum up actually in their own words without any prevarication as such. Lack of interaction with the advocates, project guides, as they hardly find time for the interns. Briefs are given for reading purposes and to search out relevant cases of similar facts. That means practical work is not given to them. Duration of the internship is too short to understand the nitty-gritty of the legal profession. As per the BCI norms, of course, 4 weeks, but certain universities and colleges have extended it to 6 weeks and 8 weeks, as the case may be. And project reports prepared at the end of the internship are not always according to the area of their interest. And most of them are based not on empirical research, but simply research. and no payment or stipend whatsoever for the work done by the interns. And moreover, this one is not a blameworthy one, otherwise it's all right. The internship program has become more of a formality to fulfill than what it was actually intended for. Last one, students hailing from rural areas or less reputed law schools and colleges are not given ample opportunities to get interned in good law firms. This is the summation that the students have drawn before, after, and during their internship. So generally, I feel these are the gaps. So straight away, I would like to shoot questions actually to the panelists. Because of the dearth of time, the first question that comes your way is, what are the traits of personality that you expect from an intern? And in compatibility with the legal profession, rather, I must say.
Thank you for putting this question. I would like to say a threshold. You can't expect a personality from a student who has just entered into the law college. You have to develop, you have to nurture. And this is the joint effort of the institution where they are studying and then where they are interning. This is the first point. So you can't shift the entire burden of the institution to the lawyer's chamber by saying that yes, they are looking for the particular personality and this personality is lacking. This is not that. Number two, so far the internship is concerned, you are talking about the time period of 4 weeks and they are not being given the briefs and they are not having the practical. But see, there's a difference between the internship and the law researcher and the judicial clerk. As an intern, you have to first watch what kind of the profession this is. So 4 weeks being given, you watch the proceeding, you watch the court craft, you learn how the brief should be prepared, how you should be read, what kind of the pleadings are there. So you will have to get some idea about this profession. This is not like that you are going to enter. And so far the 4 weeks is concerned, the 4 weeks is for first year to fourth year. But you must remember, if you are in the final year, it is a mandatory to have 3 months internship, so that you are going to just enter into this profession and you need a sufficient time to learn so many things. But what the students are doing, they are not confined their internship at the one place. In those 3 months, they have the 3 internships. The different places. So of course, if you are going to a chamber, first week will take time to adopt the culture, environment, work environment of the chamber. So you need to be confined. You need to be confined to one chamber. Second thing I would like to say, the salary part you were talking about, you are a student. It's my personal view, you should not involve the money part during your education. If you are the law clerk, you are the researcher, of course you must be compensated. And very important thing, there is no concept of the salary in the profession. You are not an employee. There is no relationship of employer and employee with your senior. You are a colleague. You are the office associate. Today you are associate with me. Tomorrow you could be the member of the bench. You could be the counsel opposite me. You could be the law officer. You have a lot of things. So I personally don't treat them as a servant, and there is no concept of the salary. Of course, we are paying them, we are compensating them as per their capability, but I don't agree with the salary and the timing.
Next question goes to mind. How do you think that the interns would contribute to your organization, and what do you expect when you hire them?
See, what I say, I thank you so much for the platform, first of all, and I am a CEO of JRTC Intern. In an organization, we do not expect anything from an intern because they are at their education stage, as second by Sir has said, because they are at a very initial stage of their life. They need to understand how their life would be 5 years down the line when they'll be at the same position. We do not expect intern to perform in an organization. What we expect from them is the diligence, the sense of responsibility that they should have while interning within any organization or any partner. If any person have interested anything, just for the sake of like teaching them anything, any draft or any research work that they are doing as of now. So he should take the responsibility onto him and perform that much, that he gives something concrete to the partner because they have relied on that. That much is merely expected from an intern in an organization.
That paves way for another question. That is, do you people conduct actually a sort of workshop? I mean, disseminating the practicalities of the legal profession or making the students aware of as to what aspects are expected of them with regard to the legal profession?
Yeah, definitely. Workshops will definitely help, because it's really important for the student to understand how they should go beyond this, what should be the professionalism they should follow while getting into an organization, because that's really important for them to understand this professionalism, because when you are entering into any profession, you should understand the aspects of it. So workshops can be with the senior partners, workshop can be with the lawyers, the organization, some researchers, wherever they are interning. So they could like interact with the students and tell them what's the expectations from them, so that they are already prepared from it, because that can only make the legal internships meaningful. I get many applications, sir, that I want to intern in a tier 1 law firm, but they don't know the culture over there. They have not interned anything. They don't know anything about the specific aspect of a particular area of practice. Then what they gonna do in a tier 1 law firm? But first they need to understand what's the important aspect of that particular area of practice, maybe merger and acquisition, maybe IPR, and the partner of that law firm in that specific practice can take up the session and help them, students, understand and make internships more meaningful. That's what I say. Thank you.
See, when we send the students for internship, generally we tell them, you need to learn something which is not taught within the 4 walls of a classroom. So are they really, I mean, imbibing, absorbing actually the practical content? And they simply say that they are made to read the briefs, go through them. Will it really be contributing to their professional development? Yeah, ma'am, you can take up this.
If you want to take this, yeah. No, I think, see, in any internship, these interns who come, primarily they'll come because they think that they are going to learn. However, they come and they come with their own terms. They'll come and they'll tell us, I can only come for 3 days or 4 days. I'll come for 4 hours. I will do only this much. And in any litigating law firm, primarily we are in court till 4:35 o'clock. By the time we come back, they've already left the office because they have their own life to deal with. So therefore, you know, any partner or any advocate would only be able to explain to a person after 7 o'clock or 8 o'clock, which is when their primary work has been over. They are not there to see. And then if you give them a brief, you are expecting them to read it. If they are not able to understand it, you expect them to ask you questions. However, what they do is, I've had interns who for the entire month have actually sat on one file, not been able to understand anything of it, and not even come back to me, or every time that I've asked them, were you able to understand this point? Were you able to deal with this? They have gone completely blank.
Because the earlier question, what I said, actually, there is no interaction.
So these are the ones who come from very good law colleges also. First year law students, I completely understand. I don't even understand why in the first year they even come for an internship, because they hardly know anything. It's like they're just coming to, you know, get that certificate, and that's about it. 4th, 5th year students are the ones who are actually well-read, who've probably understood the nuances of law a little bit, where then they can actually contribute. But the first year, second year, I honestly feel that it's just forcing them to come and do something which they don't even understand. No matter how much I go and try and explain, like I have this girl, very enthusiastic, very positive. I actually ended up learning a lot from her because I am not very tech savvy and she was. So she sort of got me through the iPad thing. But then she had only read IPC. She had no idea about CRPC, CPC, the procedural part of it. And then she said that, ma'am, we finished IPC in 3 months, so I don't even understand it. So I said, you know what you do? For the 1 whole month that you're here, why don't you just read IPC? And come back and ask me questions, because I'm sure 3 months mein to mujhe bhi nahi samajh mein aayega IPC, these are just kids, 18, 19 years old. So I feel that, there is a gap there where I don't know how we can contribute, because kids actually come with a lot of expectation. And we are all so bombarded with work when the courts are on that it's very difficult for us to, and I'm guilty of it, that it is difficult for me to contribute with them on a daily basis. Yes.
So now, how do you think that you would be maintaining the confidentiality of the data that you usually share actually with your interns? You may not be, but now and then, of course, you may be giving them the live cases, something as such, not to reveal the names at least, but the facts of the cases and making them search the relevant cases of the similar facts. Sometimes we do that.
I think it's just not the intern. Sometimes you don't want to share things with some of your team members also, because it's too confidential for junior members to know if it's really affecting top management, right? Because the news spreads really fast. But if it's really interns that we're worried about, we have an NDA, then we have separate drives. We maintain confidentiality by not telling them whether it's a real life situation or it's an old situation. We construct it in a manner which is more practical oriented, so that they think on the ground. And some of the questions for which we know the answers, we don't tell them because we want them to think on the feet. But having said that, I think maintaining confidentiality is a two-way street. It just not happens by the corporate or by a lawyer, independent practice, or by a law firm for that matter. If things are to be leaked, it can be leaked by any member of the firm. It's just not interns. Interns are, I think, the least bothered person in the entire org structure, because you have long-term members who know much more.
In the end, we ask actually something new should be there in your project report. Please, the live cases or the, what shall I say, the live incidents or something of that sort actually. Because the entire work should be based on empiricism, not cut, copy, paste. That's what we ultimately are. And based on that, we'll be asking them the questions also. And as I told you, that they should learn something new, not is what I already taught them in the 4 walls or within the 4 walls of the classroom.
So I'll just take about a minute, and I'll say probably internships in a corporate structure is much more different than maybe someone who's working for Pallavi or someone who's working for a Neo or somebody who's working for Saraf and Partners. Right? That expectations are different. The kind of work is different. The kind of work hours you put are different. We cannot micromanage as good as maybe an independent lawyer who has only about 2 interns, right? And it's way possible that an intern gets distracted by all the things that are happening at corporate. There's some event happening, there's always IT team members who are doing some collaboration. It's very easy to get distracted and not focus on work. Of course, there's free food, there's free, beverage counter and all that. So very, very focused interns can only make it in a corporate setup with an assessment internship is what I would say.
Professor, I would actually like to address the question that you asked to the other panelists. First at the very outset, just so that many of you have this background, I used to look after the recruitment program at Luthra and Luthra law offices, and I continue doing that in my present avatar at Saraf and Partners. I would have easily recruited more than 200 law graduates over the years from different campuses for the firms that I work with or continue to work with. I cannot relate to some of the points that you actually made about the feedback that the interns are giving. For the simple reason that at least as a senior partner at Saraf and Partners, I can tell you that when we are going for recruitment, we are almost targeting almost 85 to 90% of recruitment happen through pre-placement offers, which is through the internship program. For many of you who are sitting here, I'm from the first batch of NLU Jodhpur. And nobody knew what National Law University Jodhpur was until I did my internship and got a pre-placement offer from Luthra. And I was, of course, thereafter, continued my stint at Luthra for 17 years until the firm sort of got divided. So we, look at internship program very, very seriously. We are looking at almost top 10, top 12 law schools. We take interns from them. We pay them a good stipend. We look after them well. Typically, interns are assigned specific teams. They're expected to make a presentation at the end of the internship and so on and so forth. So we do all of that because we actually genuinely believe that an interview on day zero at campus, it's very difficult to identify talent in that 30 minutes or in 45 minutes. The best way to identify talent is when you see them working for a longer stint. But here is where are the bitter pills. The reality is, and I think what Pramod sir was alluding to, what Pallavi was alluding to, that there is a generational shift in a manner that I think most of us as professionals will not be able to relate to. The hunger, the desire to work hard is missing by and large. And I'm not, please don't take this as a rant coming from someone who's an ageist, as many youngsters now call it. The reality is, and myself being from a law school, having gone through that internship program from a college that wasn't known at that point in time, all I would like to share is that ultimately the success of an internship program would largely depend upon the hunger, the willingness for this intern to actually be wanting to work hard. Because ultimately also, let me tell you very clearly, and some of the professors from different colleges are sitting here, there is an oversupply now. The number of colleges compared to the number of law firms, yes, smaller firms are mushrooming. Yes, there is a bigger market now, but I would still feel the supply is massively disproportionate. And the irony and the paradox is that we as law firm senior partners or as recruiters, when we look at the recruitment pool, the reality is the recruitment pool is just those 200, 300 law graduates, which every law firm is attacking. So we go for day zero where the top 10, top 20 have multiple offers, but you look at the below rung or you look at other colleges, they don't even have a single recruiter showing up. So the job of all law schools is to now expand that pool. The irony is all the top law firms are looking at that pool of 200, 300 students. So the colleges need to work hard at developing that pool to be much more recruitable, number one. Number two, I think there needs to be an emphasis. Law is a jealous mistress. People need to be told that if you're joining law as a profession, it is like medicine. What do you talk about work-life balance? You have to believe that work is exactly your life. Unless you don't have that mindset, I'm sorry, students will not be able to derive much out of the internship program. And the reality is that, those were the days where I'm sure Pramod sir or any of us, would be sitting in office as a junior intern, wanting the seniors to continue giving us work. And, we would like the seniors to tell us what time you should leave. This is not meant to be a rant against the current generation. I'm sure everybody speaks like that, oh, we did this and we did that. But the reality is colleges need to work very hard in inculcating a sense of realism. The sense of entitlement needs to be curbed with the current generation. You need to be told it's a hard-working profession. Talent, brilliance will only take you that far. If you have not bothered to read the last 20 judgments of the Supreme Court on a particular issue, no matter how bright you might be, you'll sound foolish and stupid when you talk about that subject. So that will only happen when there's a sense of commitment. So what colleges need to do is to imbibe that sense of willingness to work hard. Steve Jobs said it, stay hungry, stay foolish. I'm sorry, that hunger needs to come out. And that, I'm afraid, despite the fact that we as law firm recruiters do so much, I think that's where we are finding it as a challenge.
That gives me the specific question to ask you in particular. What are the parameters then you resort to actually for assessing or evaluating the competency of the interns? Or in short, how should an intern perform to get a pre-placement?
I'll let first senior Pramod sir respond.
There are 2-3 things coming in the way these days. First, we have the lot of the students we are applying well in advance. They are sending their CV. The second lot, we are coming across, they are sleeping over. The last moment, suppose there is a vacation starts or the internship program starts, they are using their influence. And then we are overburdened. We can't say no. Suppose Mr. Bebhav Kakkar is a good friend of mine and he's making the request and sending some student, Mr. Dubey, can you accommodate him? We don't have any option. We'll say yes, bhej do. So in that circumstances, we are also overburdened. Though I must confess, I provide minimum 70 to 80 internship in a year. And I have learned a lot from the interns, the new generation, because they are the future of this profession. Thirdly, I myself has made the offer and requested the interns, you join my office, seeing their capability. In my chamber, I don't want to talk about the other chambers, but in my chamber, I do provide the opportunity to sit in the conference, having the client and counsel's conference, take the note, do the research, everything. But sometimes we are so fed up, they are so demanding, sir, what would be the timing? 4 o'clock we want to leave. We don't have the time. And we are so apprehensive. In this social media era, we are so apprehensive, we can't be push the interns to do a particular matter in a particular manner. Otherwise, tomorrow they will put any tweet or the social media post. Ki this chamber is doing this, they are the anti, they are inhuman, there are so many things. So I would request, because all the colleges are there, they must prepare them before sending for the internship, what kind of the profession this is, because in this profession, the only thing is the respect. If you are teaching the law, the first chapter is the precedent, rule of law, source of law. The precedent, give the respect to your senior, do the hard work. When I joined the profession with Mr. Luthra, there was a time when the Tahalka Commission was going on. Every night I used to go to my home around 3 a.m., 4 a.m. and I had to report in Bigyan Bhavan by 9:30. And it went on for a year. So the maximum sleeping time was 3 to 4 hours. So we were not demanding, we have the hunger. We have the hunger to learn so many things. But these days, when we are coming from the chamber courts, interns are not there. What you are doing, they all are watching so many things in the mobile, they are involved in the social media, they are only interested in the certificate. Anyhow to get the certificate so that they can submit the certificate in the college. So this is the equal, at the inception I said this equal responsibility of the college also to prepare the student for doing the positive internship rather getting the certificate.
I'll just add to what Dubey sir said. Look, I think the reality is you have to tell the students in your colleges that they're not God gifts to mankind. There is oversupply and you will get lost out in the crowd if you don't put in that extra effort.
I would like to say one thing. And because all the colleges are teachers, all the eminent teachers, our guru are sitting there. There is a lacking of some discipline in the new generation. Discipline in the new generation. Day before yesterday, there was one intern from the very prestigious college of the NCR. She joined the same day. I came from the outside. I introduced myself. All the interns were sitting on the chair. I was standing, I was introducing, but they didn't have the manner and the courtesy to stand and give the proper respect at the time of the introduction. So this kind of the student we are getting. This kind of so it is humble request to the college to mentally prepare them. This is the profession. This is not the job. You are going in the very noble profession.
Of course,
and you are the future.
We teach them professional ethics.
Yes,
which happens to be one of the clinical
they are
subjects,
lacking in the professional
apart
ethics.
from the other three.
They don't have the respect.
I think what Pramod sir is talking about is not teaching a particular subject, which is mandatory as per Bar Council rules. That's not what we are alluding to. I think it's about culture. I think the professors, all the academicians who we greatly respect, I think need to absolutely overburden the students with work. They need to get used to working hard. I'm being honest with you. If I had Professor Enil Mitra, who was the director of NLS Bangalore, he started NLU Jodhpur, and he was associated with IIT Kharagpur as well to start a law program there. He's a mentor for NLU Odisha. I don't think I would have even been able to perform half as much as I did at my law firm if I had not been put through the grueling schedule in the colleges. So please do not concern yourself so much about human rights of students. Make them work hard. And you have to inculcate that sense in them that they will get lost out in the crowd. You have to make them feel a little insecure. And that's the only way. Look, intelligence is a given. If you're not intelligent, you're not going to make it in life. But apart from intelligence, hard work, humility, a little bit of decorum, I think those habits go a long way. I must confess to you, here I am from a law firm telling you we are struggling to retain talent. So I'm on the other side of the spectrum. You're talking about how people should do internship, get jobs. We as recruiters are troubled with trying to retain talent. So look at the demand supply mismatch here. We both are looking at different angles of the whole problem. And what is also very important that we would truly implore law schools to also somehow inculcate that sense is that, look, profession is a very long drawn out one. Please don't make judgment calls on the basis of 1 month, 6 months, 1 year. You're right. You learn, you pick up along the way. And what you were initially when you joined an organization, what you will be after a few years, is a massive change. And there will be a massive change just because of the amount of work that you do. So you have to give it that much time. My problem is that people these days, even colleges, they look at, so many law firms came and recruited. Has any law school actually bothered to check how many of them end up retaining in a law firm 1 year later or 2 years later? You'll see it's pathetic, the gap. So what is very important is that you need to prepare students to be prepared for a long run. Only then the benefits will start accruing. And legal profession, and I'm sure Pramod sir will agree, and Pallavi will agree, and Pranav will too, that the power of compounding that we talk about when we look at investments, it's the same geometric progression when it comes to legal profession. Once you've done your first 5-7 years of profession, that's when the returns start coming your way. And but you have to have that patience.
Dr. Khan, I had the occasion to read a very interesting book written by Mr. Fali Nariman, and that's the Before the Memory Fades. And he has narrated what is the relationship between the associates and the senior. And he says that your identity is which chamber you are from. And chamber is not a chamber, it's a gotra, it's a cool, it's a family. So you have to adopt the family, and the family must adopt you. Then you can go in the long term. You see the history of the legal, Indian legal judicial system. You see all the prominent lawyers, the jurists, they have the history behind them, which chamber they are from. So it's a very pious relation. We have to develop that relation. Then we can survive, because Vaibhav has rightly said this profession is not so simple. You are not coming to this profession for making the money. And there are 3 phases in this profession. The first phase, work without money. The second, work with money. Now you have trained, you have crossed 5 years of your profession, you have learned professional ethics and the code craft. So you are earning, and there is a work also, you are doing the work. Third phase is money without work. Now you are so experienced, your mind is working, you can find out what is the problem is, which judgment is applicable. So you have to cross all these 3 phases. You have to be patient. You don't jump in the third phase without crossing first and second phase. This is the mandate of the profession. And this is lacking these days.
I think so very well said. I think the interns are only looking at the last leg, wherein they see a lot of seniors or a lot of head of departments having some kind of work-life balance, and they start expecting that to happen 25 years even before they've crossed that path, which is terribly wrong. Because if you look at Supreme Court, even High Court, or even District Court judges, they put in so much hard work. They actually get back to their homes, write judgments. They have no vacations to say. I mean, vacations are only write judgments, but their value or their hard work is much more than the litigator himself, because he's actually taking that vacation with his family. Judges do not have that luxury as much as other people have. Even corporates, you see, we don't have the concept of vacations at all. We have our normal leaves, and we put in as much work as not as much as Vaibhav, but actually as much as a good law firm partner is. because in-house is now becoming more and more stringent in terms of spending money on outside firms. And that means there's a lot more work that's given inside rather than outside. And if you want an intern to be looking at all of that, I don't think anybody's expecting that you will be a subject matter expert. Everybody's expecting you put in some dedication, will teach you, but you stay in office or you stay connected. And if you don't do that, I think half the battle is already lost, because somebody's made their mind, a senior associate, that this person is not interested in learning, which is where, you know, they don't get recruited back to or they don't get an assessment internship. I think the culture needs to change, and it should come from the law school, wherein there should be some kind of course or some kind of mentorship from the industry to tell them how important it is. Ultimately, it is your internship or your work at a law firm that will decide your course of being a good lawyer or a bad lawyer. It's not the curriculum, because all you need is 50 or 60%. It will affect maybe in terms of you're going to LLM or a PhD, but I think learning is, while you walk, it's a continuous process. Nobody's 100% in a law school. I haven't seen that ever. So
what do you think as a component or as an ingredient should be added actually to the law curriculum so as to make the students more competent and compatible enough for the legal profession, as you people were talking about?
I would like to say over here, the approach that law student follows while choosing an internship is wrong in my aspect, because they are actually trying to go to the highest level, which sir said as of now, that they try to go to the Supreme Court or they try to go to the topmost law firm as of now. But just trying to write the name of that particular firm in their CV, that I have interned there, I have interned there. But when it comes to the interview, which said, at the point of interview, they failed everything, because the basic knowledge of that—
It's purely embellishment of their biodata, not carving out a real future or career of their own, isn't it? That's what you mean to say.
Yeah.
And just to, I think, add to what the panelists are saying, look, I think what needs to happen is law schools need to spend some time. You know, firstly, the recruitment process should largely be driven through the college. The RCC, the campus should be involved in deciding which intern is going to which organization. There should be some application of mind in terms of, okay, these are the students who are going to different colleges, different organizations. Then get your seniors, your alumni, to maybe have a chat with them, to prepare them. The academics and the academicians should certainly have a role to play in sort of preparing them for the internship program. You know, I've seen students coming from certain colleges, not even done a basic of company law, but are actually now wanting to internship in a corporate law firm. And we struggle to even identify areas of work we can give to them. So I think colleges need to spend a lot of time. I mean, I still remember that when we would look at doing an internship at a particular organization, we would try and identify. I unfortunately didn't have a senior batch because I am from the first batch, but we try and identify certain people there who are working, identify what are the areas that organization works with, that chamber works with, and then obviously equip yourself very well before you do the internship. It is ultimately an examination. If Mr. Dubey likes a student intern who's a great, acumen in criminal law, I'm sure Mr. Dubey would be very excited to look at those interns and then absorb them in his chamber subsequently.
Miss that intelligence. We have more hunger to retain the position.
That's the irony. That is the irony. He's always looking out for those juniors. I'm always looking out for those interns. But that hunger needs
It's very difficult to retain the good people and get the good people. So we are more interested in retaining and keeping the intelligent and the hardworking and disciplined person in the organization. Dr. Khan, I would like to share, when I started my independent practice, I was fully supported by my senior. So the senior-junior relation is the one family. We have to grow together. It's very important in this profession. And 4 weeks, 2 weeks, 5 weeks internship only for the purpose of giving you the idea what is the criminal law about, what is the corporate law about, what is the arbitration about, so that you start thinking about the pro and cons of these things. And then you decide in the final year which type of the profession you are going to join.
I'll ask you a question in return. For instance, if there's 2 students who are going on internship to Mr. Dubey, now he's a noted criminal law expert. would you send students who've not studied CRPC and get them to intern with Mr. Dubey? That's where the challenge is.
Generally, students actually choose the area of their interest and also the internship firm.
That's where colleges need to intervene. That hang on, I don't think you're equipped because you've not studied CRPC, you've not studied IPC. You're doing an internship primarily with a gentleman who's considered an expert in criminal law. Most of the briefs that he would get are of that particular subject matter. Maybe I think you should go in the 4th year. So that qualitative assessment needs to happen. Today, colleges are also doing this in an autopilot mode. Oh, students have come, some students have applied on their own, they've gotten this internship. Some universities have reached out to certain organizations, they've done internships. But there has to be a lot more application.
We have stages actually for second sem student who happens to be in first year would be sent under an advocate, isn't it? Not directly to the Supreme Court or to the High Court advocate or something as such, isn't it? So there are gradations.
I think you're oversimplifying it. We're talking of domain expertise. When you're assigning certain interns to a particular senior, a particular chamber, a particular
unless that subject is taught, he cannot be expert in domain.
Exactly. So that subject,
that depends upon the gradation. That's what I'm saying.
That application of
it's
mind.
a gradation.
There has to be that application of mind, and there then decision need to be made. I'm genuinely telling you, we have law schools who send us CVs and who we then have to consider for internships who've not studied the sea of company law.
I think Pallavi has some points he wants to.
I wanted to ask you, when these interns, these law students actually come back to you with these complaints, how do you tackle it? What is it that you tell them? Do you tell them that brief is what you're supposed to read? Do you tell them when you sort of gave us those 10 pointers that these are essentially the questions? Because this is what the intern also comes and complains to me, that you've not spent so much time with me, or you've just given me a research to be done. How is it that you tackle it? Because I think it's important for us to look
first
at
of all,
how you are handling that part.
I would like to answer your query. See, we try honing up their abilities actually and make them learn or enable them to imbibe and absorb the basics in every subject. Without basics, the student is incomplete. That's what I feel actually. And later on, after teaching them the basics of every subject, we tell them, now you need to learn something that has not been taught to you within the four walls of the class.
But when they come back to you and complain about the internship that they just did,
because the basics
how do you
are the
handle
only
that?
things which give them the acumen to understand
Correct.
the concept in the later course of time.
Correct.
But the point.
What
See,
I'm trying to
sometimes
say
it so happens, shall I tell you? See, those who are not good at academics will turn out to be good lawyers.
That is true.
So there is no relationship between the academics and the practice.
I'm not even on that part. What I'm saying is when they come to you and complain, I think that's where you also have to tell them that you are supposed to read the brief. That is the whole long and short of being a lawyer. And if a lawyer is giving you a brief to read, that's what you're supposed to do. What else do you expect to do? Law research is half of our work.
But he should not be relegated only to reading briefs only for a long period of, once he understands, then he should be upgraded actually to another practical work.
Precisely what I'm saying. Now you're going to go ahead and defend the law student from that perspective. The point is, when I also do that, what happens is that the same story they're hearing from their law college also, that no, you're not supposed to read only the brief. You are supposed to read the brief. You should learn to get bored of reading a brief. You need to learn that law is a boring thing that you have to learn to do. They have those mobile phones or the iPads where they are watching Netflix with their AirPods on, and suddenly you walk in and you realize that they're just, oh my God, ma'am's here. That's exactly what's happening. Unfortunately,
that is one aspect, and the other flip side is the introduction of GPT. That's what these people were discussing, isn't it?
In fact,
no, especially preparation of the pleadings,
Professor,
the written statement and the plaints.
Professor, let me tell you one thing very clearly. And we've had a couple of sessions here, on the use of AI in law and all of that. And there's obviously a lot of discussions, and law firms will have to evolve and keep up with times. But I think one thing I want to, this is a very ominous statement I'm making. I think the use of AI will have a significant impact on hiring of junior level associates. I'm not talking at mid-level and senior level, because I think even Kunal and Shivarti and many of them concluded in the previous session that it will not replace human ingenuity. Judges, senior advocates, arguments, there's so much of emotions involved. None of that will get substituted. But a lot of junior work, as Pallavi is explaining, is research. And a lot of that will end up being done through AI tools in times to come. So it will have a severe question mark on recruitability from law schools. Anyway, there is a supply-demand imbalance. I genuinely think there are too many law schools now compared to the number of jobs. So now add to that complication, this other issue. These are not going to be easy times. So you have to inculcate that sense of hunger, and you have to prepare the students that internship has to be treated with that level of seriousness, that your impact should only be seen through your hard work, which unfortunately is seriously lacking.
One last question.
Dr. Khan, yes, please go. I just have one suggestion. In terms of consolidating what everyone is saying, we need a structured process both ways. One is our ways of handling interns, and also interns understanding what should be expected, which is from the law school. And given the BCI does a lot of notices and notification, they should probably make a program that applies squarely to every law school which wants to have an internship cell. There should be a qualification measure of what should be looked in internship at the time of applying. And that intern should not be applying to more than number of firms to block everybody's time and date and availability. I think if we have BCI kind of having that measure and system, a lot of this problem, which is handled independently by law schools right now and also getting affected by us guys, will probably get solved. I think that's my suggestion.
What are the best practices that are there on the international level which can be adopted to reinforce and better the internship program here in India?
So I think many of the, I can speak for myself at Saraf and Partners and previously at Luthra. I think most law firms in India are pretty much adopting best international standards already. In fact, I must say they're in fact a lot more warm and welcoming than perhaps most of our Western law firm counterparts. There is, like I said, I think all the big firms nowadays look at internship as a way of recruitment. In fact, I tell my HR that if we have not recruited more than 90% of the interns who worked at our firm, then clearly our internship program is not going well. So internship program internationally is also looked at a way to recruit students, because at least in those 4 weeks, in those 6 weeks, you're able to assess them much better than at least that 1 hour on a day zero campus recruitment. So internship programs, I think, are being looked after well. Some of the better firms, what they've actually done is that they would typically get the student to make a presentation at the end of 1 month, at the end of 6 weeks on a particular legal theme or a legal topic. And they would address their team members, the team that they worked with. In many instances, in our firm, for instance, we actually get interns to make presentation to the whole firm. So when this whole Hindenburg issue happened, for instance, what is the law on the same subject in US and UK when such research reports come out? So we actually got some interns to make a presentation. Now, that kind of sort of focus is, I think, lacking in some firms, but largely, I think law firms in India are pretty much adapting that. They're also giving stipends. So I think, like I said, I'll repeat myself. The irony is that recruiters are looking at the same pool of 300, 400 students from these 5, 8, 10 law schools, and everybody's trying to attack those 400. The responsibility of this entire profession, all the professors, all the vice chancellors, is to expand that pool so that the pool is, all these students are recruitable. I'm afraid some of the law schools are producing students which are absolutely unrecruitable. That needs to change. And so therefore, you need to also equip them to be able to handle the industry.
Industry compatibility that is to be maintained. Yeah. Do we have time actually to take questions from the audience? Or shall we conclude? We are out of time. Okay, I thank profusely all the panelists for their innovative and perspicacious perspectives, which I think these deliberations will go a long way. And of course, we need to amend.
Perhaps the only panel where the moderator was also asked questions.
Both the sides, rather. We need to adopt certain things.
Thank you.
And you need to adopt certain things.
Thank you, Dr. Khan.
To fill up the gaps that are there actually.
Thank you so much. And we are
grievances
lucky,
to be,
we are lucky that was under your moderation. That's a teacher. Still, we have the teacher to teach us. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a huge round of applause to this very interesting panel discussion. Could I please request you all to kindly come up front for a group picture?
Thank you very much. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, moving forward from the enthralling discussions that we all witnessed here today, welcome to the evening celebration, to the second edition of BW Legal World Law School Ranking Awards 2023. Today's award ceremony is being streamed live across all BW Business World platforms, including our social media channels and on www.bwlegalworld.in. Join the celebration by joining the online conversation and using the hashtag BW Law School Ranking. Before we can start this segment of the event, I would like to extend our deepest gratitude to our associate partner, ICFA University, to our event partners, joytravels.com, Fandom, Beanly, Just Bath AI, The Thick Shake Factory, Reality, Exchange for Media, IWMBuzz.com, Impact, Pitch. We would like to seize this opportunity and would love to inform you about our upcoming significant event, the GC Conclave, scheduled for July 9. You will find the QR code for registration placed on your tabletops. Without any further ado, let's quickly take a look at the GC Conclave AV. We would also like to thank our selection board who helped us arrive to this power list after an intensive jury deliberation. Let's quickly take a look at what jury has to say. And now, ladies and gentlemen, to start the event and to deliver the opening address, please welcome Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, BW Business World and Exchange for Media Group.
Thank you, Saibji. She's been doing this since the morning. She hosted the yesterday's event. So give her a big round of applause. She's been on her feet and doing her best. It's my honor and privilege to welcome you to the second edition of the BW Legal World Law School Rankings, Legal School Rankings. It is the second year. It's like children. IP initiatives grow. It's my honor and privilege also to welcome our guest of honor, Mr. Agrawala, Mr. Adish Agarwala, who everyone seems to in the legal profession know. I was telling Mr. Shashank Bajpayee ji that he's coming. He said, I know him. And of course, you're preeminent. Thank you for giving us your time and attention. Please give Mr. Agarwala a big round of applause. My apologies. We've been running late since the morning. Being Sunday, we started a little late and then one or two sessions took more time. I'm not going to talk about, what is the future of legal education? What is the future of law firms? Over the last 2 days, we've done that. But yes, it's an ever-changing world. Today, we've been talking of knowledge, insights. We've been talking last panel also. We had a professor chairing the panel, Dubeji. Hota hai. Professors are professors, and they remain professors. Okay. My parents are professors, so I know. Yes. So you're also professorial. I can only say that I always say that in private also, Mr. Dubey and Mr. Bajpayee are my friends. And I can say that I have grown because of whatever little I've achieved in life is because of the blessings of my parents, God's kindness, lots of my friends helping me. But I read a lot more than everybody else, Mr. Rao. And I read books very early on. I used to read 8-10 magazines when I was 15 years old. So I do want to say that all the legal school directors who are here should subscribe to Business World. Since the morning, we've been talking about how law and business have to come together for lawyers to be able to reinvent themselves in our councils, because you have to understand business. So I just want to say this is the latest issue. It is on IPOs and how are IPOs making a comeback. Is the market attractive for investors? And of course, this week, a lot more IPOs are lined to get to the D Street, the last street. I also want to say that yesterday, Justice Lokur made a very important point about simplicity. He talked about how contracts have become very complex. You both were in the room. And really, I think simplicity is very, very important in whatever you do. Simple means eternal, mostly. Simple things are such that they stay eternal over a period of time. So I think I'll only say that we at BW Legal World have made baby steps. We started in this room only on 12th December 2019, our first Global Legal Leaders Summit. We launched the site that day. Then subsequently, we've done many initiatives. Our BW Legal World 40 under 40, our BW Legal World 30 under 30, the 4th edition yesterday of the Global Legal Leaders Summit. We have a long way to go. We've just started, but the beauty is we are in the play. The beauty is we get your time, attention, your patronage. Some of who were on the jury are in the room today. They were jury members for the law school ranking. I know some of you kept asking about certain colleges. We don't have a view on any college, their ranking. Even if we have a view, if there is a jury process, it is subsumed into that. It is not running parallel. So all our awards, Mr. Basin decided yesterday, and the jury, some of the jury members were here, decided. I only want to say we do our awards honestly. We don't sell our awards. We do a lot of things for commercial. We do a lot of things commercially. I run a media company, 350 people work in it, salaries need to be paid. I have a family. So we do a lot of things commercially, and we are not coy or shy about that. Mr. Rao ICFA sponsored the event. Most welcome, ICFA Law School, right? But they know that our rankings are, he knows me well, so he's a friend of mine. So he knows how we work. So I just want to say that it's an honest rankings. Over the next 3 to 5 years, we endeavor that we become more deeply engaged with the academic community in legal domain. Garima has done a fantastic job. As she adds more people to her team, she'll do an even better job of engaging you throughout the year. Right now, we do it in the last 2-3 months. You can only do that much, but I think our B School community is a very important community for us. We're a business magazine. With them, we engage throughout the year, and of course, it's a very deep engagement. So I just want to say that these are baby steps, Mr. Agarwala, for us. Thank you for being part of the journey. Thank you, Mr. Sudhakar Rao Garu, for partnering with us in the first year. And thank you for your suggestion of doing something in Hyderabad. Garima, he wants to do something in Hyderabad. You must chat up with him post the dinner. And again, we've partnered with ICFI on multiple things. I welcome you. You're experts in legal services. But I just want to leave you with a thought. And I gave this thought. It came to my mind when Mr. Mohit Saraf presented yesterday. And then Justice Lokul talked about certain things. It's the inequality, economic disparity. And the fact that there are 5 crore cases, 50 million plus and growing in pendency. How do you tackle that? And I was thinking, I'm not an expert, but I was thinking, and I think my thoughts are more coherent today because I slept a good night's sleep last night. I talked about that we have built public infrastructure digitally in UPI, in CoWIN, in now building in ONDC. Thanks to Ved, we did Mr. Koshi's first interview before people got to know about ONDC. I think in legal services, if we can do a open legal stack, which helps in somehow moving the pendency. I don't know, I'm doing blue sky thinking. And we can really, really make a difference because as Justice Lokul talked about, we're here for the society. So we have to think of the common person. And I talked about the fact how economic disparity matters. I mean, there is racial discrimination, there is gender bias in roles, but there is an economic bias in media and possibly in law. It is in media. And the biggest example is there is a boat that capsized and reportedly 81 bodies have been recovered, but more than 600 people were on the boat. Some have been, but it is estimated. It is not yet determined fully, but it is estimated more than 500 people died in that boat. It was going from Libya to Italy, right? And off the Greek coast, it drowned. And 500 people drowned, and then there were 5 people, and every life is important. But the media covered that 5 people submarine for 5 days, 6 days. It was carpet coverage, right? So point is, inequality is there in because Chandrababu Naidu calling you. Sudhakar Garu? Okay. So he posted on LinkedIn after a long time yesterday. So he's top of mind with me. And because you're from that part of the world, so I think in legal also a lot of you do pro bono work, but the cost of litigation has gone up to a level, it is unaffordable for a lot of people, right? So you may want to take it outside. So I just want to say, I hope while we run a commercial organization, I'm in the media business, not just to be commercial. I hope we can together find some solution to this issue of legal access, legal fees. Mr. Duggal is here. Digital is a great liberalizer or a tool to be able to get to solutions. So I don't know the solution, but like we've come up for an open stack in payments, in commerce, in health tech, maybe in legal tech, there is an open stack that will help. I don't know. Maybe we should run a hackathon to deal with it. And as Mr. Saraf explained, the reason litigation is so rampant here and sometimes it's so lengthy because there is an economic benefit of delaying it. And there's no penalty, as Justice Lokul talked yesterday. So really, I'm wiser because of the last 2 days. It made me think about things. We are a young community in the legal domain. As I keep saying, we are about law and business. We are not about what happens in lower courts. That's not our, maybe we'll launch another B2C product for that. But we are about at the cross section of what GC, the law firms, and the legal fraternity does, and how does it impact businesses, because that's what we are all about. So clearly we have a long way to go there. Thank you for being part of the initial cohort, giving your time, attention. I think it has been valuable in building whatever we're building. My gratitude to you. The rankings that you'll see, again, the top 20 matter. Even in the business school, the top 20 matter. Every school matters. But what happens is there is more interest in top 20. For us, everyone is equal, whether you're a 21 or a 35 or a 55 or 85. Only two broad changes in the top 20. One is the top school. This year, the number one school is not the same school which was number one last year. It was a little lower on the rankings. And there is a reasoning for that, which the jury has come up with. Second is there are some other movements. For example, there is a very eminent private legal school. It's very eminent. It was at a certain place. This year it has moved to a different place, which is lower, right? Three notches lower. And there is logic for that. Again, I was not involved in the B school rankings. I'm involved because I went to a B school. I think I understand the ecosystem of business schools really well. I was on the board of MDI for 3.5 years, sir. But on this, I have no point of view. I go with what the jury board and Garima and the editors decide. So if you have a point of view on your ranking, Garima is the person to engage with. We'll deal with it. But this year's rankings are done. We'll address it in the next year, and we'll put a lot more into building the rankings for the next year. We'll put a team that works throughout the year and not just close to the event. We did the event last year at IIC. This year we done at India at the Imperial. One of the thinking behind that was that why should we treat the legal education, even if there is no revenues or little revenues, we'll do it at the way we do our normal events. And I'm being transparent. I want to say this because we will invest in this legal education community. And hopefully at some stage we'll be B2C facing on that. We can bring in more students. As we noticed, we have more than 1,800 legal institutions. And if you count some department, it possibly will be 2,500. Also the number of intake, and you talked about internship. I think, Garima, we should start a tab to help people get internships in law firms. We do it informally. People call us and we do it. But we'll do it in a structured way, right? We should do it. And really, I didn't know internships in law firms were so tough, Mr. Agarwala. I mean, media, I call up anyone with all humility. It happens in 2 minutes. And they're big firm, if someone like my family member wants to do, otherwise people can do in both of my media companies. But we need to call friends, Weber was there. Garima called, somebody very important called me for something, and they only wanted to do it in your firm. Somebody wants to do, he's in the room, he's come specially from Bangalore, he only wants to do it in Luthra and Luthra for whatever. They're a very bright boy, studies at OP Jindal, very impressed with the boy. And then, I realized I called Mr. Shardul Shroff for one. He told me the internship process starts so early. He was kind enough still to do it. That's his kindness. But he explained to me, I didn't know internships in law firm was such a big deal. So it is a big deal when being taught. But I've experienced it, that it's not easy in the good ones and the mid-sized ones. And everybody who's good wants to do internship there, because if they're selected, they may graduate to being a team member at the law firm. So I think we should also help in that area. And I must say, I called, since you talked of MDI, sir, one of my professors at MDI, one of my favorite professors, his name was Dr. Sridhar Raghavan. He used to teach accounting to us. Then he used to teach management consulting. I was the head of the management consulting club. And his son, Varun, I used to play tennis. And a couple of years back, Dr. Raghavan went to heaven. Me and my parents went to his prayer meeting. I was in touch with his wife, Mrs. Raghavan, and she had invited my whole batch. And it wasn't a big batch then. It was 60 students. Now the batches are 200 to 400. But there were 60 students invited to their home on the campus to eat idli, dosa. And I'm telling you about internship. So 3 years back, we were doing our FinTech Awards, and somebody won, and he says, you know, the CEO of Paytm's FinTech business. I mean, it's a FinTech Paytm Payments Bank. His name is Varun Raghavan. So he says to me that, you remember me? I said, I most likely do. So he reminded me that he is Mr. Raghavan's son, and I used to play table tennis with him. Yeah. And then a couple of weeks back, one of my engineering juniors called me. He runs a large textile company. He says, my son wants to intern with Paytm. So I thought of Varun and I mailed him. He said, Anurag, our process is very, very intensive, because if the way we look at internship is the right way, is that if he's good enough to get an intern, he should be good enough to get a job, or whichever way you want to look at it. If he's good enough to get into a job, he should be the same filter should apply when we are taking. And eventually, my friend Balkrishn's son got into, Varun gave him an opportunity. So the internship process is such an important process that sometimes it has just become a tick mark for a lot of people. My children are doing internships, and I tell them, but sometimes, while they value what I say, I am their father. If it comes from a different source, it'll be a little more valuable. So I just want to say that I think as BW Legal World, internships is an area we'll work in bridging, because a bridge between law firms, GCs, in-house legal departments, and the larger ecosystem of legal. So I think we'll have a role to play there. We do it informally right now because of our social relationship, but we should do it officially. Don't want to stand between you and the launch of the rankings, and Mr. Agarwala came in time. Thank you once again for being here. Thank you for being kind to us. Thank you for giving us your time. There's nothing more important than time. And last evening, I am here because I used to read a lot of books. शशांक जी, आजकल मैं खरीदता जाता हूँ, पढ़ता कम हूँ, लेकिन खरीदता अभी भी उतनी हूँ, उससे भी ज्यादा हूँ. So I read a book a couple of weeks back. It was recommended to me in March, but I bought it about 6-7 weeks back, and I read it on a flight. It's a book that I loved a lot. Prashant, can we cue that? So I do want to recommend a book because I am myself with you, and Mr. Dubey has been very kind to me. You've been very kind to me. Mr. Duggal, who I've known for a very long time, has been very kind to me. Sudhakar Garu has been kind to me. And I can go on. An entrepreneur achieves whatever he or she achieves because of the kindness of a lot of people. This is a book, it's called Humankind. It's written by a Dutchman called Rutger Bregman. And his first book was called Utopia for Realists. In a world where we think, and a lot of people, historians, philosophers have written that humans are not kind. They will descend to a base level. You leave them alone, they'll eat each other up. There's been lots of research. The concept of Homo sapiens, Harari has also written about it. So I read this book and I found the book such refreshing. And I gave it to a friend of mine who was a cabinet minister, until recently. He writes books, reads books. And he once told me that human beings are this, human beings are that. So I told him, I hope your mind changes after reading this book, because I'm sure you met lots of kind people. So I do want to recommend, and I promised to send this to our jury members. Prashant, is this yesterday's slide? You can't find it? Anyway, you can Google it. It's called Humankind by Rutger Bregman. He's a young Dutch writer. They call him the Wonder Kid. He's no longer a kid, but he's relatively younger in terms. So I loved the book. I loved the first book. It's called Utopia for Realists. You can Google it. It's easily available on Amazon. And if you'd like me to gift it, tell me. I'll happily send it to you. I have a dump if it can get there. It's so tough to show a slide that he showed yesterday. Anyway, we'll leave it. Prashant, you need to be better. Your team needs to be better. One slide to pull you takes so much time, my friend. This is the book. Here it is. इतनी देर में मोदी जी 3-4 कंट्री हो आते वैसे. इतनी देर में आपने slide दिखाई, but that's another story. And can you show the other slide? This is called Utopia for Realists. Both are books if you are fond of reading and you want to be inspired and you want to be optimistic about the human race and people around you. It will make you kinder. What you read does impact you. The kind of people you meet impacts you. I met a lot of kind people. So I always make a book recommendation when I'm speaking. I think books are the best things after human beings and dogs, because we didn't have a dog for a long time, but last 3 years I have a dog and I have started to have affinity for the dog. I was phobic to a dog, but I think whatever little we can learn from books, it gives us a companion. It gives us. So I leave you with it, and we'll be back to law school rankings. And thank you, Prashant, for finally putting it. Thank you, the console team. Thank you. God bless you, and we look forward to your address, Mr. Agarwala. Please give Mr. Adish Agarwala a big round of applause. While Sahibjeet introduces him formally, he doesn't really need a formal introduction. He's been active for many decades and has led many industry associations apart from being a eminent lawyer. But Sahibjeet, you have the honor of introducing Mr. Agarwala formally.
Thank you very much, Dr. Batra, and well said. Man of many titles. Ladies and gentlemen, we are privileged to have with us today our guest of honor, a senior advocate, President of International Council of Jurists, London, Chairman of All India Bar Association, President of Supreme Court Bar Association, and ex-acting Chairman, Bar Council of India. Ladies and gentlemen, with a huge round of applause, please welcome Dr. Adish C. Agarwala.
Most respected Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, BW Business World, and Founder, Exchange for Media. And my friend, Mr. Sasank Vajpayee, Mr. Pavan Duggalji is also here, Aditya Giri, and my dear principals, directors, law teachers, and senior advocates coming from different parts of the country. I am delighted to be associated with this function, as this is a function organized by Dr. Batra. Dr. Batra has so much rich experience, not only in public life, but in journalism, in business, and now in legal field. Today, legal profession is the best profession, because here you are not losing any capital except a student what is spent as a student as in college. But I'm sorry to point out that when a student joins law college, I can safely say 90% students who are joining law college, they are not aware what actually after passing law they are going to do. Nowadays, for the last 1 year, I am visiting different law schools. I am giving lecture. What is to be done after passing law? Because there are so many prospects for a law student. He can be a lawyer who practice in courts, and in courts also different type of court practice. He can join as a law officer. He can go for judiciary. So he can go as a teacher. But after spending too much money, general perception is they are going to practice in courts. But I'm sorry to say, like Mr. Batra must be aware, how many newspapers start in this country, but within 1 year of their birth, they die. The lawyers who are going to courts, within 1 year or 2 years, they leave the practice because they were thinking that they will make too much money. They are joining law colleges after taking loan from different banks. They are paying too much money as fees, like in Jindals. But ultimately, I'm sorry to say, what amount they have paid in the college, they are unable to get. They were thinking that they will become Ram Jethmalani, Soli Sorabji, and they could not earn. Their parents were waiting that my son will bring lot of money. So I wrote a letter to Honorable Prime Minister that law should be taught to everyone in schools, basic principles of law, so that there is less litigation. If people are aware of the law, they will abide that law. But people are not aware, so they commit mistake, they commit offense. So this topic you have thought, you are coming in this line, Dr. Batra, this is a welcome step because you know how to teach, how to develop a sense of responsibility amongst teachers. So I request the teaching faculty here, as I was observing when panelists, Dr. Dubey, our senior advocate, and the others, they were telling what our students are lacking. First, once the law student join, the law colleges should see what the student can do in what field. Like when we see nowadays in schools, in primary schools, KG schools, there is a meeting of teachers and the parents. They tell about the teacher, understand about what the student is, in what way he is lacking, in which field he is good. So like that, teachers have to understand, they should have a counseling with the student and see what is their background. A student who is from a very ordinary family, how he will be successful in legal practice in court? That is most difficult job. They can be, I'm not saying they can't, but we have to see the background. And initially itself, after admission, the teacher should advise in which field of law the student is fit, he can go. So that some students who are brilliant, they can become judge, but they are not aware. I've seen so many students, they want to become judge, but they will they will prepare for after doing not only LLB, after doing LLM. They say, I will become judge after doing LLM. Let me understand more. That is a foolish action, foolish decision. Because if a student is selected in judiciary, initially in the first year, he or she may retire as High Court judge. But after 1 year or 2 years, he or she may retire as only session judge. So it is the duty of the school. You have to tell if a student is from a family of the politician, bureaucrat, social activist, that student can be successful in legal practice. Because there can be opportunity for him to get the cases. But a person, student is coming from such family who is not known. You require cases first, then only you can show your brilliance to other lawyers, to the clients. So my humble request, you are charging too much today. We have given permission in public sector. When I was the vice chairman, we started giving permission in giving recognition to the colleges which were in private sector. We given permission to have extra fees because government school law colleges were having the premises of the government, while the management of a private law school has to meet out the expenses because we require premises, building, specific number of rooms, qualified teachers. We require the students, the teachers should be paid at UGC scale. So many books. But how they will, if we allow them to charge a fees of 2,000 rupees or 3,000 rupees annually, that is a fees for aided law schools. Aided when government is bearing the cost about 80%. So and today law colleges are the actually I can say is the best industry. Intelligent business houses, all of them in India, and all politicians, they are having law schools. Because in law school, you can invite the Chief Justice of India. You may be having the best engineering college. Chief Justice of India would not like to be associated. No judges would be. So, and your student, if he has become Prime Minister, and if you are a good teacher, if you provided good education in your law school, he will always respect. In his biodata, he will mention that I was a student of that law college. But if you are not providing good education and he has become something, he will not mention your college name. So there's a responsibility on the teachers that they should make their student the best citizens. And if we are able to have best citizens, the dream of Modi ji will be fulfilled. Because education, especially legal education, if we teach properly the law, there will be less litigation. And I'm informing because so much our senior advocate Dubeji was also mentioning so much problem in our working of our courts. Dr. Batra is dealing with this industry, business. Why foreign investments, in spite of seeing that there is a strong political leadership, the government is stable, still we are not able to have that foreign investment which we should have. That only we are lacking due to delay in delivery of our disposal of our cases. Today, Prime Minister is interested. Today, Honorable Chief Justice of India is interested. Today, with the bar leaders are interested. There should be drastic change in our working of our courts. And we are going to suggest so much changes, and especially now that has become possible after Corona, when we have hybrid way of holding the courts. Today, everyone is aware how to use this internet facility, have these meetings on mobile and our computer. Our old ladies, they are holding satsang while sitting at home. Today, Indian people have seen and they are practicing. So we are going to have hybrid court proceedings at all level: subdivision, district courts, high courts, and Supreme Court. And once we have, the cases will be disposed of very early. Even in Corona, our courts recorded evidence online. So there will not so much crowd is needed in the courts. So much chambers are not needed for our lawyers. They can perform their duties while sitting in their home or their office. There will not so much crowd that we were unable to enter the courtroom in Supreme Court. We were missing our case. But when in every case, we will have not only the address, the mobile number, WhatsApp and email address of the parties and their counsel. Then in appeal, the notice will go on their WhatsApp, giving specific, like we are formulating, giving 15 days time. 15 days time, the matter will not go, actually, notice will not come from court, from the party concerned. And the other party will file their counter affidavit written statement within 15 days in court, by post and on email, and copy to other party on WhatsApp and email. And rejoinder likewise. And within 2 hearings, our appeals will be disposed of. And when our proceedings are recorded, the lawyers and the clients will be not in a position to make false averment that they argued such and such point and judge has not considered and has not discussed in the judgment. So, and the lawyers from both sides will have the opportunity to earn. Now in Supreme Court, 5%. In 5% SLPs, the notices are being issued. In this proposal, the lawyers from both sides, 100% from both sides, lawyers will be charging for drafting, lawyers will be charging for argument, and lawyers will be not loser. Because in appellate courts, the client is exhausted with the funds. He or she is paying whatever, whether it is 20 hearings or 5 hearings. And the confidence of the people will increase. Nowadays, most of the companies, they hire private gundas to recover their money. Then they will come to courts and our lawyers will be having the opportunity to have more income. So I'm really thankful to all of you for providing this opportunity to talk to you. Thank you, Batraji and Garima, for giving me this opportunity to be here. Thank you.
I would like to request our guest of honor to kindly stay back on the stage and inviting Dr. Anurag Batra and Ms. Garima Ahuja on the stage to felicitate them. Ladies and gentlemen, before we start with the award ceremony, I would like to request all the winners to kindly get down from the left side of the stage for their individual pictures for the magazine, and requesting all the winners to kindly stay back till the end of the ceremony for a group picture. Also to join us for a celebratory dinner. And now let's quickly begin with the second edition of BW Legal World Law School Ranking Awards 2023. To present these prestigious awards, please welcome on stage Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, BW Business World, and Founder, Exchange for Media. Please welcome our guest of honor, Senior Advocate, Dr. Adarsh C. Agarwala. And please welcome Dr. Pavan Duggal, Cyber Law Expert. Well, I do understand that most of us have been here since the morning, but this is the much anticipated segment of the day's event. And I would like to request everyone to be on the best of their spirits and offer a very enthusiastic cheer for all the winners. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, our winner from Zone West is...
For Symbiosis Law School, Pune, we have Dr. Saurabh Chandra accepting the award.
Thanks to Business World for the selection of the award. And I thank my Chancellor, Pro-Chancellor, directors, faculty for this opportunity. Thank you.
Moving on to the next zone from the North Zone, the winner is...
Let's give it up for University School of Law and Legal Studies, New Delhi. Please welcome Professor Deepshika Agarwal, USLLS, GGSIPU.
I am so thankful to get this platform to represent my university. I want to thank my faculty, my Vice Chancellor, sir, and our entire team for giving us all the opportunity. I'm so thankful for this platform. Thank you so much.
Present the next set of awards, I would also like to invite Mr. Pramod Dubey, Senior Advocate. Let's welcome the gentleman with a round of applause. And now from the North Zone, our next winner is...
for Amity Law School, Noida, Amity University, Uttar Pradesh. We have Professor Dr. D.K. Bandyopadhyay, Chief Advisor, FPO, Chairman, Amity Law Schools.
Thank you, Anurag. Thank you. Thanks to Business World. I come with you this year, present 5,000 students, enthusiasm, and congratulations to Business World. I think this will carry lots of message to them, because I say that if I take a piece of paper and throw it in the High Court and the Supreme Court, it will hit some lawyer and ask him where from you are. They will say, I'm from Amity Law School. Thank you.
Favorite lawyers. I'm just kidding, or anything for that matter.
Our next winner from the North Zone is
Voices Law School.
given the fact कि आपका पहला वाला intro इतना छोटा था, अब this is the second award for this evening. How will you feel?
See, I'm feeling very good because this is a very new institute with regard to the legacy of the classes. This institute is 12 years old, and I think with regard to the trend in education, the legal education, the pedagogy, we are much ahead with the different institute. And I think with regard to the credibility, alumni, and everything, I think everything is available in public domain. And I think the word of mouth spreads. And I'm thankful to all legal luminaries, the jury, the student, the chancellor, the pro-chancellor, the director, for the opportunity for me. And I'm thankful to Business World as well.
When we started the publication in 2019, somebody called me, said, oh, now you started, so would you know? So I called your director and so on and so forth. So I know it's a good school. All schools are in demand, but they had some options, but they still wanted to, and they were in the wait list. So I know the school is making strides. I have not decided the rankings. And the full rank, this is, we are doing it in a random manner because of the presence of the people who are here. So we are calling them on stage, but the full rankings, I'm sure, Garima, we must announce the full rankings, show the full rankings, yeah.
Congratulations, and I would like to thank Dr. Duggal and Mr. Dubey for joining us on the stage. And to present the next set of awards, please welcome Ms. Priyanka Valisha, Head Legal, Yum Digital and Technology, India. Ladies and gentlemen, our next winner from the North Zone has been ranked on the position of 22, and the winner is Pips TC.
My favorite person in the room with much enthusiasm once again. Thanks to you. Congratulations.
No, she is my alumni, so she can hold. She has right.
No, 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 you hold in one hand and
Okay.
then so that both should come in.
Yes, yes. So thank you so much. WIPS believes in pursuit of perfection. I'm extremely thankful to the Mr. Anurag Batra that he has given this opportunity. Since morning, I'm attending this session and it is really impressive. I'm extremely thankful to our management, Dr. S.C. Vats, all my faculty members, all my students, all my alumni. Because of you, we are here. Thank you so much.
And quickly on to the next one. Again, from the North Zone, this school has bagged the overall ranking of 32, and the winner is head of the Department School of Law, G.D. Goenka University, accepting the award. I was hoping the upbeat tempo music will fill some energy in the room, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you so much, Professor Dr. Batra, and thank you so much to BW Legal World and this BW Education for this particular honor and recognizing indeed the work of all legal education and entire legal education sector. I, on behalf of our entire G.D. Goenka University and School of Law, and more specifically our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Sir, Professor B.S. Satyanarayana, our Honorable MD, Mr. Nipun Goenka, on behalf of them, I express my heartfelt gratitude for honoring us. And we look forward indeed, in coming time for many more knowledge exchange and many more other activities. Thank you so much to all of you. Thank you so much.
From the left side, please. Thank you very much, Ms. Kalisha, for joining us on the stage. Thank you. And to present the next set of awards, please welcome Mr. Vaibhav Kakkar, Senior Partner, Saraf and Partners. Requesting all the winners to kindly stay back with us till the end of the ceremony for a group picture for the magazine. This brings us to the next award from the North Zone, and this particular school has managed to bag the overall position of 39. And the winner is accepting the award. Let's give them a huge round of applause.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for this award, BW Legal Education. And thank you so much, dignitaries. And I'm very much thankful to the management as well and our leadership who have given us this opportunity to take this award. Thank you so much, everyone.
Before I proceed further, ladies and gentlemen, this isn't just any other ordinary award night. We are celebrating years of hard work, dedication, and contribution to the society. And I believe it must be met with nothing short of a huge, huge, enthusiastic round of applause for every winner. Kindly join me in this celebration. And our next winner from North, who has managed to bag the position 49. And the winner is... the award. Well, I believe the gentleman is occupied at the moment. Well, heartiest congratulations to them. Quickly moving on to the next award from the North Zone, the college that has managed to bag the position 50 ranking. And the winner is... I believe we have the family or perhaps team, the whole team.
With the blessings of Ma Sharda School of Law is privileged to have this award. I'm honored to receive this award on behalf of the whole school. And this is a testament of the hard work, dedication, positive attitude of the whole team of Sharda School of Law. And many heartfelt gratitude towards the jury who have acknowledged and reward this work, our efforts. And many thanks to BW Legal World, Anurag ji and his team for organizing such a wonderful event where he has recognized our efforts, our work, and we will try to keep doing the best in future. Thank you so much.
Congratulations. Thank you very much. And with the same, I'd like to thank Mr. Kakkar for joining us on the stage. And to present the next set of awards, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite Mr. Pranav Mehra, Director, Legal Freshworks. Allow me a moment. With a huge round of applause, well, much anticipated wait, let's welcome Mr. Shashank Bajpai, Advocate, Supreme Court Managing Partner, Vardharma Chambers. With a round of applause, of course. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we are moving to the Central Zone, and the winner from the Central Zone is... Faculty of Law, accepting the award. Amidst a huge round of applause, I believe. Perfect. University has managed to bag the 53rd position in the overall ranking.
A very good evening to all of you. First of all, I would like to thank BW World on behalf of Jagran Lake City University Bhopal for awarding this. This is in recognition of the efforts put in by our Chancellor and Pro-Chancellor and the entire team, and supports our motto, that is igniting mind, changing lives. Thank you.
We are circling back to the West Zone, and the winner is Law College, accepting the award. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give them a huge round of applause.
Good evening to one and all present over here. It's really my great pleasure and pride to receive this award for our KC Law College. And I really feel privileged, and I'm grateful to my team and this BW Legal World team for acknowledging and honoring us with this award. I'm thankful to this BW Legal team and jury for honoring with this award. We are really grateful for this. And I'm also congratulating this BW Legal World team for organizing this wonderful program. And also would like to congratulate all my fellow friends who have received or are going to receive this award. Thank you so very much. Thankful to Adish Agarwala sir.
And we are circling back to the North Zone, and the winner is Well, it is a collective effort that makes you reach for the heights. Heartiest congratulations to the team.
Thank you, Dr. Anurag sir. Thank you, team BW World. And I thank leadership of Bennett University, Honorable Chancellor, Honorable Vice Chancellor, faculty, student. This is, and I must compliment all of you. We are in top 100 of 1800. Thank you very much. And I'm honored. I have taken this award from one of my proud students, Shashank. So please clap for him.
Well, him being here certainly justifies the credibility of the award. And joining us on the stage to present the next set of awards, please welcome Ms. Garima Ahuja, Business Head, BW Legal World. Well, I would like to call her nothing short of the Iron Lady of the Hour. And our next winner from the North Zone is
Ladies and gentlemen, the award goes to IMS Law College, Noida. We have Dr. Ajay Kumar Gupta. Team Catalyst.
the award. This is Dr. Gupta's Walk of Fame. So we must make it worth it.
Sir, Dr. Batra and Dr. Agarwal and Dr. Shashank, it's been a real privilege to be a part of the 100, top 100. And of course, I'm not very happy with the ranking, but we have to make progress. So I will anticipate a better ranking next year. We will work, we'll strive for it. And correct, correct. Very, very nice. But we still feel very honored. And thank you so much, sir. We feel obligated to BW Legal as well as BW Education. Thank you so much.
And with the same, I would like to thank Mr. Shashank Bajpayee for joining us on the stage. Thank you very much. And our next winner from the North Zone is
Contemplating how to congratulate everyone with one hand is congratulate the School of Law, Shank University from Gurugram. Dr. Sumachana Banerjee accepting the award.
Yeah. At the outset, my sincere regards to each one of you. I'm Dr. Sulakshana Banerjee. It's my honor and privilege to receive this honorable award, and that too from such honorable personalities. And I have been attending this session because last year also I have attended. It is equally very insightful and very, very knowledgeable. This is actually a very good platform for all the legal personalities. And thanks to BW Legal World for this wonderful opportunity. I want to thank to the entire team of BW Legal World, especially Dr. Batra, Garima ma'am, and thanks for this golden opportunity to all of us to receive this award. Thanks for this recognition. Thank you.
And now our next winner from the North Zone is
Let's give it up for Chandra Prabhu Jain College of Higher Studies and School of Law from New Delhi, where Dr. Amit Jain, Director Corporate Affairs, accepting the award.
We are extremely very thankful to BW Legal team, Dr. Anurag Batra and his team for these rankings. Thank you so much.
headed towards the last few awards of the evening, and to present these awards, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on stage Ms. Shivati Bajaj, Founding Managing Partner, RST Bajaj Global. West, North, Central. We are now moving on to the East Zone. And the winner from the East Zone, ladies and gentlemen, is
NES, Law College, all the way from Guwahati, and we have Dr. Zakir Hussain, Chairman, NES Law College, accepting the award.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you, BW Legal, for conferring this honor to NEF College. The anchor rightly said, we are from far away place, Guwahati. We are out of the mainstream India. NEF Law College, as Dr. Agrawal sir knows, he has visited recently our college. We're trying our level best to give best law education in Northeastern India. We are offering 5 years integrated course in 3 streams, 3 years law and LLM course as well. NEF Law College is largest enrolled law college of the Northeast India. We have 1,850 students in our college. Once again, thank you, Dr. Batra, Dr. Agrawal sir, Madam, for the honor conferred to NEF. Thank you.
Say that this government has made a lot of effort to integrate Northeast. I don't think we should think it's not part of mainstream India. In our mind, yes. So that's the only comment I want to make. Thank you. Mr. Rao, you chose not to come to stage today. Okay, thank you.
And after the East, we are quickly circling back to the North, and the winner is
Law Mana from University of Ahmedabad. The award.
and gentlemen. One hand up, the other one up. Put them together. It's super easy to clap.
Short and sweet. On behalf of Manav Rachna University, I would like to thank BW Legal World and the jury members for this award. Thank you so much.
And now for the final award of the evening, ladies and gentlemen, the winner from North Zone is and we have Professor Dr. Vaibhav Goyal Bhartiya, Professor, Dean and Principal, accepting the award. Let's give the gentleman a huge round of applause.
Special thanks to Dr. Anurag Batra ji and business world, legal world. I would like to say business legal world, because coming time is the time of the law. From 80 to 2020, I can say 40 years for the management schools, or we can say for the business world. And coming 40 years is for the law. We have to think about our product, what we are mushrooming, and what will be the product. And I would like to add, we can go with one drama series, that is Vyavastha, Telugu drama series with English subtitles, and that is very good on a law firm checkmate. I would like to request, please see that. Thank you very much. Thank you one and all. Thank you jury members and all the backstage workers. Thank you everybody.
Well, I believe I said that this was the final award, but we do have one more awardee who is already and set to receive the award. And from the Central, our winner is Indore Institute of Law. Let's welcome Mr. Amit Jain. Thank you very much. On the stage with their trophies, and trophies only, for a group picture.